Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you are. I'm Dylan Pick, and today I'm joined by Ryan Walker, and this is the SSRi 12 Hours of Misano. How are you today, Ryan?
Hi Dylan, I'm doing well. It's good to join you in the commentary box, and looking forward to this race today at one of my favourite circuits. That is Misano.
Yeah, you'll be having us for the first half of this 12-hour race around the brilliant Misano World Circuit. The second half will be at 5 o'clock, joined by the two Adams, but right now we've got a race to get into starting at 11 o'clock. We've got a long 6-hour shift ahead of us. What do you think about the upcoming race?
Yeah, I think it's going to be rather interesting. I mean, I think we've got around about 26 cars or around about that. But yeah, plenty of cars for this race today, and I think strategy is going to be a key part of this race as always. And with the ACC, as you know, it can always throw a spanner in the works with a good chance of rain possibly. But at the moment, the track conditions look good. The weather looks sunny, and I think as it stands, it should be a dry race, but you never know. And yeah, Misano is one of those tracks where there's not really many passing opportunities. I mean, you've only got probably the home straight and then that long back straight. But apart from that, there's not many passing opportunities. And Misano as well is one of those tracks that I find it's really technical and it's really difficult to get right.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, we last time out at Barcelona had a few spanners in the works, especially with the rain, which threw in a few spanners, especially in the first half. I believe that race ended up being won by the 138 Team Racing Point car, which was piloted by Simone Iezza, Alessio Dottore and Andrea Grappolini, and Simone Iezza, well, he put in a masterclass of a performance last time out in Barcelona. That was pretty much untouchable. They had some connection issues which made them lose 2 minutes in the pit lane and were still flying around the place and went on to win. That's how dominant they are. The grid's looking even better today as well than last time. We had two of the top three in qualifying in Barcelona had to pull out of the race. I believe they were the 169 Team RNLE and and the 715. They are both racing today, so we've got a healthy grid with the number 5 Odyssey Racing on pole, followed by the 138 Team Racing Point, which was the winners last time out, and then in third place the number 62 GTWR R8G Academy team. So about 8 minutes away from the start of the race, what do you think the lead driver's thinking going in towards turn one?
I think the starting drivers. I think you might. It wouldn't surprise me if some of the starting drivers were maybe just feeling a little bit on edge. Well, not on edge, but maybe just a little bit nervous, slightly, just because you don't know what to expect or what's going to happen. But once you get the first few laps out of the way, that the starting drivers, their nerves will start calming down a little bit, and I think they'll ease themselves into it. The first stint, I think, around here anyway, is just going to be about getting into a groove, getting into a rhythm, and I think as the race goes on, you'll probably see different strategies start to come into effect. Maybe some teams will try and go as long as maybe try and stretch out a stint as long as possible, but with the ACC as well, there's one thing that you've got to remember as well that there's a stint limit, I believe, of 65 minutes, and I think if you go over that 65 minutes, you can possibly get a penalty or a drive-through for it. So I think some teams might try and go maybe out of sequence a little bit, just try and maybe if they're stuck in traffic, get out of sequence, and maybe just try and get some clear air.
Yeah, especially with 26 cars piling down towards turn one, well, in a massive bunch, accidents can happen. Saw a few at turn one in Barcelona, so that could also put you out of sequence. But yeah, 65-minute stint limit, so you can only go your tyres and fuel you can only go without a pit stop every 65 minutes. The drivers can do multiple stints, however, so it then also throws in the spanner how long you want to keep in. Some drivers maybe put your quicker driver in for a bit longer, but trying to manage these breaks, it's a 12-hour race. Even though some teams have 4 or 5 drivers to rotate around, it can still be a long strenuous period, especially when some teams are only having 2 drivers and they're going to have to go the full 6 hours between them, or at least split the 12 hours, sorry, into 6 hours between them. So it can be very long and stressful as well for the smaller teams.
Yeah, and I was about to bring up a point as well. I spotted on the entry list there's some teams that are just running with two drivers. So I think the teams that are running two drivers, it wouldn't surprise me if they'll maybe try and do a triple stint, maybe try and cut down on the amount of driver swaps to do, just to try and try and give the other driver a rest, as much rest as possible, and then basically, like you say, maybe try and split it in half.
Yeah, I think as well. What are you thinking, sort of strategy wise? As like I said, it's not the easiest place to overtake, so you're gonna have to take some patience with it and maybe think outside the box with how long the race is going to be. Trying to plan when you time your pit stops. Maybe do you take risk going out of sequence and just try and push it as long as you can, or maybe cut a bit shorter, thinking of undercuts, fuel saving a bit more, so you have to take a bit less fuel in the pit lane. All of these things will factor into trying to maybe get the jump in the pit lane instead of on track. As you said, it is very tricky to overtake, as well with how technical it can be. If your tyres start falling off, maybe it is a good thing to go to the pits earlier, because it is one of those tracks you don't really want to be losing your rear because your tyres have gone off a bit, because it's gravel and wall next to you. I mean, there's not much of a sort of runoff, especially for these massive GT3 cars. You do not want to be picking up damage by just extending your tyres a bit longer than you should be, trying to maybe push it as far as you can to save yourself a pit stop in the long run.
Yeah, so I think, uh, like you say, I think some teams might try and pit early. I think if and especially in Misano as well, you've got some high speed corners where the tires can take a beating or take a pounding, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if some teams are maybe just maybe done their setup or set the car up to be easy on the tires, possibly maybe to running running maybe high brake ducts or messing around with the tire pressures, cambers, anything like that to try and just help with the tire wear. But I think I wouldn't be surprised anyway if some teams maybe decide to put early and just maybe just stick on a new set of tires when they maybe one lap early before the end of the stint. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see what strategy some of these teams do.
Interesting it is. We're about 3 minutes away from the formation lap. We should be going to the grid very shortly. 16 turns around this Misano track. Like I said, there's only really two overtaking spots, turn 1 and along the back straight up towards turn 8. I'd say turn 8 is probably the bigger opportunity up towards that hairpin. It's a fairly long straight through there, but it's a very tricky complex with 4, 5 and 6. You want to be getting the exit just right, and the track limits on the edge of 6 is an absolute pain to get right. So you really don't want to be pushing your track limits too far, because a stop go 30 for just track limits, it's a massive penalty to pay for some time for just gaining a tenth or two. So how do you think the drivers over the 12 hours are going to be trying to manage and keep the track limits to a minimum?
I think some of the drivers will have, like you mentioned, they'll have the track limits in the back of their mind. So I think they've got to be very careful in that. And from my experience of racing around here, that the exit of turn 6 heading on to the that run down to turn 8, it's the exit of turn 6. If you run too wide, you can possibly get an off track. But also, there's also another thing to factor as well in the exit of turn 6 is there's sausage curbs on the exit there. So if you run too wide and take too much of those sausage curbs, you can possibly get car damage or even unsettle the car and risk spinning into the wall.
Yeah, it's all these risks that the driver's going to have to be taking into account when going around Misano World Circuit. It's tricky as well, because if you are the one that gets these stop goes or causes damage, it's not just your race you're affecting, you've got a whole team behind you as well. So do you think maybe that's going to allow the drivers to be a bit more cautious, think a bit more, because you don't want 3 other guys on your case because you've thrown away a podium or just overall a good result because you made these little mistakes. So how do you think as well, if you do cause these mistakes, how do you think it's going to play on the driver's mind, especially if you in the first stint you bit too eager into turn 1, lock the brakes, you cause a bit of a pile up, and you've got damage now for the rest of the 12 hours. You've then got to go back and do another stint. How do you think the drivers are going to clear their mind and get back into the circuit, get back on track when it's their next stint, and just try and clear the mind and focus on the race ahead if they have to do this?
I think, from my experience or the way I go about it, if one of my teammates makes a mistake and possibly say runs wide, clips the sausage curb, or maybe just say accidentally spins someone by accident. I'm one of those people. I don't like to get on their back. I like to kind of just put their mind at ease and say to them, "Don't worry about it. It's racing. It happens," and just kind of say to them, just focus and get back into that mindset of just kind of just do their thing and don't worry about it. Because if you start saying to them, "Oh, you shouldn't have done this or done that," or you made that's your fault. It messes with them mentally, I think, and it kind of you just start trying too hard and making more mistakes. So you've kind of got to just reassure them if they just to kind of just try and act like a how can I say as a kind of like reassurance, if you like, and just kind of just don't get in the back too much or apply too much pressure.
Yeah, indeed. You don't want to be putting your teammates into a bad aspect, even if they have quality issues. At the same time, your teammates, but you also have to think that you are friends, or you don't be tarnishing relationships just by these little things. And at the end of the day, you can get over these things. But we are seeing pictures now of the grid, so I think it's time to run through the grid order then for this 12 hours of Misano. On pole, the number 5 Odyssey Racing team, being piloted by Clyde Varney at the start. The race winners from last time out, the 138 Team Racing Point starts P2. The number 62 GTWR R8G Academy, they are P3. The 715 MLS Racing Team P4. The 169 Team RNA ECC team starts P5. The 488 Team Rocket Scuderia, that is the Funky Ferrari Porsche, starts P6. P7, the 992 JBP Motorsport car. P8 is the Green Moose Racing Light, is the 212 car. P9 is the number 33 Log Driving Team. And then to round out the top 10, the 333 Team Abbey Racing car. And that will be piloted by everyone's favourite Chris Vickers. Though we are not too far away from the start. Turn 1, it's a very tricky complex with the chicane at 1 and 3, then the Variante del Parco for turn number 3. A lot of side-by-side action. It's not necessarily the widest either. A bit of argy-bargy, maybe a bit of touring car-esque sort of driving. Everyone's scrambling for position. It's kind of similar to trying to find your footing through turn 3 at Barcelona last time out. Going to be a lot of squabbling to try and just get that track position, just get an inch ahead. Accidents is probably prone. We hope for a clean start. We should get a clean start, but argy-bargy is the name here. It's going to be an absolute fight to get the track position in turn 1, don't you think?
Yeah, I think everyone's going to be bunched up into that turn 1, turn 2 and turn 3 section. I think everyone's going to be bunched up, so don't be surprised if you see some slight bits of contact and maybe just a bit of bumping and rubbing, possibly, but also you might see some accidents or slight bits of contact into turn 4, 5 and 6, that the Curva del Rio section, and then the exit of turn 6, you might see some slipstreaming as well, heading down to turn 8 into Quercia, and I've probably butchered that name, but anyway, don't be surprised if you see some slight bits of contact and maybe some people trying to make moves on lap 1.
Here we go then, 30 seconds until the formation lap. 26 cars line the grid. Hopefully we get 26 finishers. Clyde Barney will lead the field away for the number 5 Odyssey Racing team on pole position for their formation lap. It's clock in game here, round for Misano World Circuit. Simone Iezza, we know, is a brilliant driver, absolute world-class performance at Barcelona last time out a month ago. We can expect an absolute masterclass again from him, surely. The number 138 Team Racing Point car, absolute. Didn't really put a foot wrong. They had the connection issues, which then put them back 2 minutes because of penalties and such. They still came back to dominate, so they may not have pole, but 1 lap pace goes out the window. You come through and, it's then a 12-hour race. So what's the difference between, race pace and then qualifying pace? How do you think just because you're the quickest driver over one lap doesn't necessarily mean over the 12 hours you're going to have that race pace? So are you expecting to see a lot of change in the grid as well? Drivers moving up the order? Because you could put your quickest driver in, full stop, but consistency is also key. How are the drivers going to get into the zone and keep being consistent by putting in consistent, solid lap times? The time going to burn the tyres up too much. What sort of mindset do you need to have going into it to keep everything just running smooth for the race?
I think some teams, some of these teams up at the front or maybe further back might have a plan of just sticking to a pace that they're comfortable with and or try and maintain that pace throughout the whole stint. And the other teams, maybe towards the back of the field, they'll probably have a plan of just keep it on the track and trying to keep out of trouble. But these teams up at the front here, like the number 5 car that we're looking at, they might have a plan of maybe trying to get away and try to build a bit of a gap in the first stint. But I think Misano, it's so hard to get away with people because you've got a couple of straights where the slipstream can play a bit of a factor. But Misano, I think it's all about just keeping out of trouble as they're coming onto the back straight now. This run up through this fast section here that we're just about to come up to. I think some cars, some drivers or some teams are probably set the car up to be stable, and other teams might have possibly set up the car for maybe this back straight here, maybe trying to make a move into the last sector. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see.
All will be unveiled very shortly. 12 hours are on the clock. The drivers are coming through the final sector now. 16 turns around this Misano World Circuit. 12 hours on the clock. 26 cars and a lot of drivers doing it. It's unpredictable here as they form up as we go through turn 14 now. 2 corners to go. We will be ready to go racing here for the SSRi 12 Hours of Misano for the 2022 SSRi Endurance Championship Round 4. So, tension building, 1 corner left. Clyde Barney, what will be going through his head? He will be leading them down then to turn 1 for the number 5 Odyssey Racing team as we approach the final turn now. 12 hours on the clock. Clyde Barney will lead them round, waiting for the lights to go green. We are ready. We are steady. Here at Misano. Here we go. 12 hours on the clock as we approach the line. We go green, and it's a very good start there by Simone Yates as we run down towards turn. He's going to have to try and go around the outside here, but he's got his car ahead and very late on the brakes there. Simone Yates pulls around the outside very close to the back. There is the number 5 Odyssey Racing team, who then will lose out another position to the number 62 car, I believe, further back. And already the number 62 is on the back of Simone Yates as well as we run up towards turn number 4. And there's a bit of contact there. Can't see in the middle of the field. Hold on to it nicely, though. Not too much chaos going on there. Oh, it could have been a massive pile up there. Held on to it nicely. But Simone Yates under massive pressure already down towards the back straight. Brilliant start from him. But the number 62 is already hunting him down. And Clyde Barney's had a bit of a mare there.
Yeah, absolutely. And there's slight bits of contact, like I predicted, into turn 1, 2, and 3. But I think apart from that, it looks like everyone's managed to survive so far. But at the moment, the top three already managed, or the top three slightly pulling away already and building up a bit of a gap to the fourth place car behind them.
Yeah, Simone Yates leads the way. We said he's a brilliant driver. We know he's very consistent as well. He can put in consistently quick lap times, but he's got to deal with the pressure from the number 62 behind, currently being piloted by Sergio Piparetta. I believe. So, Simone Yates then leads away for the end of the first lap nearly as we come through turn 15. Already the front three pulling a bit of a lead to everyone else. Round the final turn we go. Already Simone Yates running a bit wide, but you don't want to be going too far out because track limits, we spoke about this earlier, it can be very problematic. Through turn number 1 we go then. Simone Yates leads from the number 62 car and then the number 5 Odyssey Racing team. That really poor start. Valenduc in P4 leads for, if I can find them, yeah, the number 488 Team Rocket Scuderia team. has made a good start as well. They was down in P6, then up to P4. I think they benefited from the contact as well down at Rio. So already this front three, what do you think the game plan's going to be over the first lap? They've already pulled a bit of a lead. How are they going to work together then to try and build this gap? And do they start to squabble? Do they start to fight? Or do they go, we've got 12 hours on the clock, let's just start to bridge a gap, then we'll think about it come the end of the race?
I think the top three at the moment, by the looks of it, they're pretty much pulling away at the moment. But I think it's too early at this point of the race to be squabbling and treating it like a sprint race. I think you just want to settle down and just get into a groove and just start setting a pace that you're comfortable with. But at the moment, it's the top three, like you say, they're pulling away already, and I think they'll have a game plan. What that plan will be, I think it's remains to be seen. But at the moment, the top three seem to be just pulling away at the moment, ever so slightly from fourth place onwards. And as they come into the final corner now, this is like you said, Dylan. It's one of those corners that you don't want to run too wide because of track limits, and you'll get a warning. If you'll get a penalty if you get too many warnings for going off track. But also the sausage curves on the outside, so I think most of these drivers are just being very careful at the moment as they're still just basically only a few minutes into this race.
Yeah, you already, you don't, in the first opening 10 minutes, you don't be picking up any sort of off tracks. It's just, it's unneeded, it's unnecessary, as the 715, that is the MLS, of, yeah, the MSL racing team back up to P4, got the position off of the Team Rocket Scuderia. We move on then. Approaching the first 5 minutes already, on lap 3 of the race, Monietza comfortably leading. He's under a bit of pressure, but he's not budging too much here. The top two already pulling away from the number 5 Odyssey Racing team. Clyde Barney, oh, he didn't really get away well at all. He got completely swamped. Monietza was already side by side of him and kind of got the jump before the lights even went green and was well ahead way before turn 1. So that's going to be a bit of a stinger in your tail sort of thing. That's gonna really be on your mind here. You've started on pole position. Your teammates have put the work in to get you on pole. You then lead the way, and instantly you're down into P3. You've got high hopes all over the curb a bit there on the inside. Has to save the rear a bit there. Nicely done from Clyde Barney. You don't want catastrophes too early on. So yeah, talked about getting into a rhythm. I think you've got high hopes. We're on pole. We could definitely fight for a winner. Your rhythm, you get swamped down to P3 straight away. Surely that's got to affect your mentality really, and you lose the sort of rhythm you're trying to get into as you're now just trying to play catch up instantly. How's it going to be for the drivers to forget about everything that's gone, get back into the rhythm? Because it is so tricky. I mean, one mistake normally leads to others because you've got that psychology going on, and the fastest man on track right now is Alexandra in the 715 BMW. Like Barney could be under massive pressure if he can get onto back. I mean, it's a 2.3-second gap right now, but if Alexander's flying, as we ride on board with Jack Alexander, he can see the car ahead. If fastest man on track right now, catch up and get past Clyde Barney, he's already going downhill, and it can really start to play a toll on you.
Yeah, I don't think it'll affect Barney as much. I think he'll be feeling slightly frustrated for sure because he was on the pole position, and I think he just. I don't know if he got caught out at the start or if the second, third place cars just got a better jump off the line. But Barney, I think, probably a little bit frustrated, but still sitting in third place. But he's about 2 seconds behind at the moment off the lead. But I think Alexander as well. He's not too far behind Barney as well. Like you mentioned, both the Barney and Alexander running BMWs, and the BMW as we know, that car in a straight line is absolutely quick.
Yeah, but trying to manage that frustration as well, because the frustration can then lead to mistakes, which then leads to more frustrations, and it's just it's not a very healthy cycle of trying to keep yourself out of that frustration, because you get yourself frustrated, you then tend to make more mistakes, and then you get more frustrated, and it's a cycle that's really tricky to sort of get out of, especially with Jack Alexander currently hunting down. He took 3 tenths out of Clyde Barney last lap, hunting him down at a relatively quick pace already. You don't want to be, but if he does catch him, do you want to be fighting so early on? Because if if you're Clive Barney, do you just go, he's the quicker man, I'll let him go, I'm not really going to fight it? Or do you want to start battling 10 minutes into such a long race?
If it was me, I wouldn't want to battle straight away. I just want to. If Alexander catches up to me and I find he's quicker than me, like slightly quicker on pace, I would just let him go and just stay tucking behind him and just stay. Maybe try and pit early, at the first set of pit stops, and maybe try and jump him and try and get back in front. But still, we're only about probably 7 minutes and 35 seconds into this race, so still plenty of time to decide what to do. But I think at the moment, I think Barney and Alexander are more than content just to keep doing what they're doing. But I think Alexander, just looking at his pace, he's just that slight bit quicker at the moment. I think it'll just be a matter of time before he catches up to Barney as we look further back at the fifth place man, Valon Duck in the Porsche heading through the final corner now. And I don't know if it's just me, but I actually do like that Ferrari livery on a Porsche.
Cannot stand it. Yannick Valentin in the 488 Team Rocket Scuderia. We had this joke all last time with me and Chris Hill at Barcelona. The British team in a German car with an Italian livery with Dutch drivers. It's an absolute headache to look at. It just doesn't seem right, but he's leading the quote-unquote chase group with Kroll, Ben McConnell, there's Smith as well, all in that sort of close quarters, quote-unquote chase group that's then, trying to hunt down Barney, Alexander, Miato, and Ietza. The gap between himself and Miato just teetering around that 1 second mark. He's slowly pulling ahead, and I think as soon as Ietza breaks that toe, he's going to be absolutely flying around. Wouldn't it be brilliant as well? They won last time out in Barcelona, but an Italian team winning a quote-unquote their home race, probably that's going to give them a bit more motivation as well to push on here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I was just going to say as well, an Italian team winning at a home track, such as Misano, but that would be pretty cool to see. But I think I'm trying to think. I don't see any Italian cars in the field from what I can see, unless I'm going blind. But at the moment, I think yeah, an Italian team like this one we're watching right now on the screen, it would be cool to see them win. But I think the Porsche, I think around Mazzaro anyway, the Porsche we know for when it comes to straight line speed is not the quickest car, but on a car that's got loads of curbs, the Porsche seems to do real well at.
I've just looked through. No Ferrari, sadly. I think there was one Ferrari last time, and it got eaten alive pretty quickly. It didn't last. I don't think it really made it past the first couple hours. The lone Ferrari in Barcelona. As the yellow flag's on track, just gone green. Yeah, that gap. Yates breaks for toe and instantly pulls that gap to nearly a second. So you have to think that toe is really what was keeping Miato in with a shot here. We said Yates, he's a stupidly quick driver. He doesn't really put much of a foot wrong in these endurance races. The 488 can just about see the rest of the field, but surely with the pace that the front's got, they're going to disappear very shortly. You can already see the track map on the right side of your screen. You can see the massive gap forming already from the top four to then the 488 Porsche Ferrari hybrid fuffle, whatever you want to call it. This is Andrea Miato in the number 62 GTWR Academy team, hunting down Simone Ietza. Trying to stay in touch really here as Ietza's flying ahead. Clive Barney 1.8 seconds back is really being hunted down now by Jack Alexander in that battle for P3. That gap's come down 5 tenths since we last saw it a couple laps ago. And everything else now just starting to find the rhythm here. Not much, like you said, not much room really for overtaking. It's just starting to find, get into a rhythm. As already a 5-second penalty for Ben McConnell in the 169 McLaren. That is the Team RNE ACC team. Yeah, Benjamin McConnell has picked up. I think that might be for the turn 4 incident that we saw on lap 1, where they might have been the ones involved doing a bit of punting there.
Yeah, there was some slight contact with several cars the first few corners, but I think it wasn't anything major. I think it was just kind of just one of those things. Everyone was just bunching up, and there was a bit of a concertina effect. But looking back at the sixth place car at the moment with Benjamin McConnell, and yeah, I have to say the McLaren. It's one of my favourite cars on ACC, but I think some tracks it's not always the quickest, but still it's good to see a McLaren up there running inside the top six at the moment. And I think McConnell is probably one of the probably the first of the McLarens up at the front.
Yeah, I mean, was just on about that weird Porsche livery as well. All the ads therein. The number 16 getting past the 992 there, I believe. That's the JBP Motorsport getting past there, if I can find it on VT, by the 610 Motorsport that started P14. So they're having a bit of a fly there. Up to P8 currently. I think if we get an update, they might be in P7 as well. But yeah, back to the liveries. I mean, that Team R&E, that is a beautiful livery. And I don't know if it's just that blue is a very nice colour, but they've matched it really well. They've not gone and stuck an Italian livery on, a German car. That's going to be here a lot, especially if, things start to pan out. We're just going to get bored and start looking at liveries here a bit, aren't we?
Yeah, absolutely, and I have to agree. This livery on the 169 McLaren it looks really nice. It looks simple. It's a nice simple livery. What's my kind of style when it comes to liveries. I prefer the simple liveries. They just look nice. But yeah, this McLaren up in six at the moment, and McConnell doing a good job, and not really being challenged, and not challenging anyone in front of him. So it just kind of this is sort of the way I like to do the first stint in endurance races as well. I don't mind being put under pressure, but I like to be by myself and just get into it and just kind of just use the first stint to ease into it. But yeah, McConnell's got a 5 second penalty as well for the contact you were talking about, I believe. So I think 5 seconds when you think about it is not really anything, especially in a long race like this. It's not much time loss when you think about it.
No, not indeed, but these lot are definitely squabbling. This is the number 69 car, if we can find which that is, the CBSR, currently being piloted by Aaron van Drunen. I believe I called him Tom earlier when he joined us in the broadcasting, but they're all squabbling massively there. About 5 cars all trying to find position on track. Aaron van Drunen in the number 69 CBSR car, trying to go around the outside, defending the position. Nicely done. There's the 2-1-2 fights back, and Richardson down the inside at turn 3 should get the move done, forces the Mercedes very wide, and now was vulnerable as well further back from Chris Vickers in the number 333. So in the space of 4 corners, the number 69 car loses 2 positions, and Chris Vickers saying thank you very much. The door opens up, and he took that with relative ease there as he tries to hunt his way up towards the top 10. The Richardson and Price has come out from nowhere in the 990 Lamborghini. They was fighting for podiums last time out in Barcelona under a bit of pressure from Richardson. Where has that Lamborghini come from there? They weren't at the front of that group, and now they've shot up. They've snuck past there. Smith and Vernon fighting on as well up front in the battle for P7, and then with McConnell's 5-second penalty, which he'll take out his first pit stop, really going to slow them down a bit there as well. So that might invite them into this little battle if it continues going for the first stint here. Good 6-car train all squabbling. This is the sort of thing we like to see.
Yeah, absolutely. I was wondering that same thing about the Lamborghini. I was thinking, where did that come from? Because they were a bit further back, and then all of a sudden they joined in this battling pack. And looking at the 11th place car of Chris Vickers at the moment, and I have to say I do like that livery on the Aston Martin. It looks really really nice, and the Aston Martin as well. But I find anyway from my experience racing it doesn't seem to be a hard car. It doesn't seem to be hard on its tires when it comes to tyre wear. It seems to be able to uh, do do consistent laps for our whole stint. I found so. At the moment, it seems just sitting outside the top 10, and yeah, the first of the Aston Martins up at just outside the top 10, and Chris doing a good job in 11th.
Richardson in the 2-1-2 just got and took 2 cars in one corner there. Well, He may have already been ahead of Vickers, but he's definitely just gone past on Price, and now Vickers under a bit of pressure in towards turn 8. Bit of a bump in the rear there from Price. As one of the Mercedes, I believe, is going to follow him through. That is Aaron Van Drumen in that lovely purpley blue Mercedes livery, I must say, there in the CBSR car. Well, it's really back and forth here. This group, you would expect this to be the final 10 minutes the way they're going at it. Topsy-turvy, argy-bargy. I mean, Price was in P9 a minute ago, now dropped down into P12, so it's like a cycling peloton. They're all going to be just swapping positions here. But you don't be squabbling too much, as Ben McConnell's now been given a drive-through penalty. Any idea what that might be for? Who knows? We'll be checking the steward's office very shortly, see if we can get news on that one, as Ben McConnell pits for that. He may have gone service 5 seconds and then sped in the pit lane. There's an interesting one for you. No one's been doing that, as you can see him down pit road, losing all of those positions. Not a fun day for McConnell, indeed. They were caught out as well, I believe, in Barcelona with a lot of penalties that dropped them out of podium position. So something they've still not worked on from Catalonia last time out.
Yeah. Yeah, so I just had I was about to say as well, I just had a look and just had it confirmed as well that Ben McConnell, or the 169 car, I think, got a penalty for causing a collision on with car 33 on lap 7. So it's yeah, their race is pretty much just going downhill at the moment, but still they've got a long way to go in this race, and there's plenty of time to recover those positions.
Anything can happen. It's a long race, so fingers crossed. Just get back into it. It's only 20 minutes out of a long, and he's still got his 5-second penalty as well. So Ben McConnell, he's trying to find a rhythm and trying to find some consistently, but consistently getting penalties is not the sort of consistency we're on about. This is the number 12 car currently being piloted by Bart Zverink, I believe. Yes, that is the Sim Racing Holland team. Started P16, now up into P12. They would have gained a position from McConnell's antics in the pit road. Nonetheless, they are on the back of Price now. We were on about a minute ago. He's jumped into P9 out of nowhere. He's dropped down into a different group all of a sudden. So a very yo-yo race for that Lamborghini so far, and I hope it doesn't stay like that for them. It's very confusing to try and follow where this Lamborghini is, because in 10 minutes time we could be fighting for the leader's race, which Miato has actually closed down half a second on Simoniette. So whilst we've been following this midfield sort of kerfuffle that's been going on, Alexander's also right on the back of Clyde Barney now. That gap's under a second. So we said he was hunting him down, Alexander, the battle of the BMWs in the 715 against the number 5 Odyssey Racing team. That will surely be going on shortly. This is now Oliver Anderson, who's had some fair words for me recently. I will be having, we'll be having words later, Oliver. I know what you've been saying. He's been making jokes in other streams about me liking Disney or something because of my age. I can't quite remember what the joke was that we was doing in another broadcast. He basically, I think there was something like a ID for like a Legoland driving license or something. It was something daft about how young I was. I was like, Oliver, I interviewed you at Barcelona, mate. You was lovely. Why are you being mean to me now? So he stuck down in P21. I think that's a bit of karma for having some choice words for me. But he's a lovely guy. He's a brilliant driver as well. I've seen Oliver race quite a lot of things as in. So he's a very talented driver. He's useful in a lot of different sims and a lot of different cars. So he may be down in P21 right now, but watch out. He's got some good racecraft as well. He can move his way up the field. He's currently stuck on the back of Ben McConnell, who's got that 5-second penalty. So, be aware. He's being stuck behind. So, being stuck behind Ben McConnell as well is maybe a good thing, because we know he's got that pace. He was up in the top 5. So despite him having the penalties and being dropped down, we know him and that team does have good pace, so they should be able to move up their order. And being stuck behind someone like that is very good, because you can just follow them along. And maybe Oliver Anson's found himself in a bit of a gift here of being able to follow someone that will have that pace and will allow you just, if you can just stick in their toe and follow them along and just follow what they're doing, it can work you wonders in the long run.
So being further back in the pack as well, yeah, it's not always a bad thing for Oliver as well. I think it might just be the ways, the body language, the way I'm watching him. It just doesn't seem eager to make a move at the moment. He's just happy to stay where he is at the moment and just stay behind McConnell.
It's also probably the best thing for her. I mean, it's a good mentality. You don't want to be risking too much too early. We've got a long way to go in this race. 11 hours and 37 minutes. Rushing into things, one wrong move, your race is over. It's a good mindset just to be patient and let the race come to you. I mean, it's one of those, it's like they're saying the race can't be won on lap one, but it can certainly be lost. I know we're not on lap one anymore, but it's still very early on, and it's just patience will allow this race to be brought to you. Speaking of patience, Miato has now brought that gap right down to half a second, and he's right on the tail of Simone Iezza. Oh, round two is about to start between these two. I didn't get much action in round one. Let's see, down the long back straight with a lot of kinks up towards 12, 13, and then the hairpin at 14. If you can follow through nicely, if you've got your car set up just right, been able to follow through here, you can definitely set yourself up for some good overtaking opportunities. Taking a massive chunk out of the inside there was Miato as well. Simonietza, well, he lost a chunk of time through turn 14. Miato gained in massively, but then through this high speed section, you can see he's already bridging that gap again. So maybe a bit more confidence through the slower speeds for Miato, but when it comes to the high speed, Simonietza's got it absolutely nailed down to a T. So we do follow this battle then for the lead as we come through the Rio Complex 4, 5 and 6. Up towards the back straight we go then. Don't get your track limits warnings there. Some nasty sausage curbs as well. Simonietza under pressure from Miato for the battle for the lead early on in this 12 hours of Misano. The race winners last time out lead the way here as well in Catalonia, but they've got a bit more pressure on the tail. The number 62 Porsche currently being piloted by Andrea Miato for the GTWR Academy team. What do you think of their sort of game plans as well? Just noticed Clyde Barney, he's being a bit hugged from the back there by Jack Alexander as well in the 715. So the positions for the podiums do have some battles going on. It's a lot better than last. It's got some action early on. Just because you're close to the back doesn't mean you're going to go for the overtaking. If you were, say, Alexander or Miato here, Ryan, what would you be thinking of? What would be your game plan? Do you stick behind, just be patient, or if you know, especially in Jack Alexander's case, where we've seen he's miles quicker than Clyde Barney right now, you try and risk it and go for the move and because if it goes wrong, you could be looking at damage, penalties and stuff. But if it goes right, you then you're unleashed. You're a quicker driver. So with 12 out, with it being a stupidly long race, what would you be thinking of here?
I think if I'm Alexander, I think maybe just try and stick with Barney and see if you're quicker. See if you can maybe try and find out where his weaknesses are. Maybe see what corners he's weak in or what the sections he's weak in. I think Alexander at the moment, I think he ended up falling back slightly and then managed to close that gap back down to Barney. So I don't know if they've maybe just been looking after the tyres and just maybe see if they save some tyres for possibly the end of the stint and maybe try and catch back up to Barney and see if he can make a move. But I think both of these guys are pretty much equally or basically matching each other on pace. So trying to make a move is going to be difficult. But it looks like Alexander again, just watching the body language, he doesn't seem too eager to make a move or try and get close and try and make a move at the moment. Same with Lazy and Miato up at the front. I think Miato ended up falling back and then he just closed that gap back down to around about half a second. So I think Miato maybe just been looking after his tyres as well. But I mean, just checking the track temperature as well at the moment. It's 26 degrees, and it's not hot, but it's a but it's still reasonably warm. So maybe some of these guys up at the front have just been looking after the tires and not pushing too much. So I think Miato. I think if he gets an opportunity on Leslie up at the front, he might try and go for a move. But at the moment, I think first and second and third and fourth are maybe just happy to sit where they are at the moment.
Well, Simonietza still, not struggling a bit here, but he's finding a rhythm. But he does have some company with him that will keep him honest. Miato, he's there. I think Simonietza thought that he had him done. I personally thought that Ietza was going to run off into the distance here once he broke the toe. Well, Miato was going to watch Ietza fly off into the distance, but no, he's found his way back onto the rear of Simone Ietza. No, I think I have to agree that you just a bit more patient, save your tyres a bit. I mean, you do need to take these tyres a good 65 minutes for or maximum at least for the stint. If you burn them up, if you use your tyres up too much and you have to take a pit stop, with how long these are and these multiple stints, you could find yourself out of sequence and then having to take another pit stop close to the end. That's a good 40 seconds to a minute you're losing in the pits because you've got out of sequence, and that could completely throw your race. There's Van Mels picking up a drive through in the number 11 car. That is the Mode 11 racing team, currently being piloted by Bas Van Melis. So we should get information on that one soon. He's currently on track with, well, Ben McConnell, who's the only other driver to pick up a drive-through penalty so far in the first opening half an hour. As everything starts to quieten down a bit here, we're already seeing that the lead group on the minimap on the right-hand side of your screen approaching a bit of traffic. I believe that's the number 47. That's the Racing Dudes Motorsport 2 car. They are down in 26th position out of the 26 cars, so they will be the first car to be lapped probably in a few laps' time. They've probably been caught up in some instances somewhere on the track, which has caused them to be dropped so far down so early. So, what as well, if you could just get so far down, and we had it last time where there was a team for like 3 laps down that has been bullied into everything, and every bit of bad luck came their way. At a certain point, do you just agree with your team to give up, or do you just go, you know what, we're here, we may as well have a bit of a fun with the drive? Your mindset changes when you're so low down. You just go, yeah, we can just continue driving on, or do you go, yeah, we're gonna get on with our day here? I mean, what do you think's the quote unquote honourable thing to do?
I think even if you're say 3 laps down, I think you just keep going. If your car's fine and you've got no major damage, I think you just keep going. And yeah, being something like 3 laps down is not always the best feeling, but I think the way I look at it is if your car's fine and it's still able to keep going, I think you just keep going and try and make it to the finish. Yeah, you might not get a good result, but still finishing one of these long races it's still a good, it's a rewarding feeling. And also on the other hand as well, you can always treat it like a kind of like an extended practice session or test session, if you like. Maybe just try and maybe I don't do it myself, but maybe treat it like a hot lap session and see if you can extract more pace out of yourself and just see how quick you can go. But yeah, being 3 laps down is not the best feeling, but still, the way I look at it these days is if you make it to the finish, then you've done well.
That's one way to try and get rid of lapse traffic there. You try and just force them out of the way. We didn't quite see who that was. Trying to see on Svan Melis getting that's not Bas Van Melis. Bas Van Melis is a bit further up the order. Someone just came out of pit road, very close to the back of Sunietza, very close to the rear of them there. And then Miato was like, started trying to run him off the road through turn number 5. So already traffic causing a bit of problems here. Early pit stop as well. Do you think that's probably going to be damage?
It could possibly be damaged. Maybe, but if it's not damaged, maybe some teams are maybe just trying to maybe just pit early and try and get out of the way of the leaders, possibly, which is not always a bad thing to do. But as we see another but. Sorry, I was watching the stream there on my other monitor, but yeah, uh, 7 back markers pitting already. Maybe just trying to keep out the way of the leaders. It's not always a bad thing, like I say. So, but yeah, one of the back markers there coming at the pits, getting bullied slightly, like you say. So these leaders don't want to lose too much time by the looks of it.
Definitely don't want to be a. I mean, it seems weird being so eager not to lose so much time. I mean, Miato surely knows as well. He has the pace to close down to Ietza when the gap extends a bit. So don't necessarily see the need for a rush there, 'cause even if it's a back marker, you doing that can pick yourself up a hefty penalty, and well, you're a bit screwed there. So I don't quite see the necessity to be so aggressive with it, but you do you, I guess. I mean, it's not just your race you're going to be ended up ruining. Even if you ruin another team's race, you've got your team as well. So maybe a bit of patience here. It may show the sort of aggression that we could see from Andrea Miato if he does start to squabble with Simone Yetzer, who is normally a very calm and respectable driver, doesn't really take too much risks. I think if he sees Miato's a bit quicker or going to be a bit too aggressive, he'll probably let that run a bit, let him go, and then just stick behind him and get his own back. But it did seem a bit too. Just getting news in my ear, we're going to be losing the broadcast for a few seconds. We are going to have a switch, I believe. Try and fix these a few broadcast issues we have, so please do bear in mind that the weird things that we do see, as our wonderful TV director Chris Hill has said, he will be trying to fix the stream because his PC's been a bit of a nightmare and he's going to do it a bit embarrassing. It is a brilliant section there. I mean, played much ACC, but Misano very much virtually apparently is my favourite track to drive in ACC. I don't know why, it's the track I really feel enjoy driving in ACC, but ACC control is not very fun. But Misano is apparently weird apparently. Graphics have gone on there, but yes, no. Andrea Miato, Francis Howard, Francis Manuel Travel, looks like Barney being battled for further as he is under pressure from Jack Alexander, and here's a wonderful split screen that we get here, both battled for the lead, both up to the podium first one for the third. I believe there was a car working on that, that's the lap traffic, closing down on Jack Alexander as well. Check now. We count between. Actually, no, it is. No, it's not. It will be loud traffic, so I feel like might just be rated. It's a P5. We're going to some loud traffic. So roading up. And we have to try falling out of the way, but they seem to clear it out. Clearly, yes, they're a bit wide. Left the door a bit open. We have to think him over. He's got a massive run onto him now. We go through. Was that P8? Sorry, turn 8. I just said turn 14. I need to.
Yep, so it's about it's going to be the battle for the lead. We're getting really close now, and the gap's a lot smaller than it has been before in previous laps. Like, don't know, it could be a short amount of time before the lead changes possible. It looks like Miato is getting a lot closer now, and he looks a lot more eager to try and make a move. And of course, at this stage, it stands to feel better on his tyres, and the B&W with Ietza seems to be. I don't know if he's just easing off a little bit. He's starting to lose his tyres and lose a little bit of pace, but Miato, I think at the moment, he's getting a lot closer now on the braking, and I think he can get a good run here. Possibly he might be able to make a move heading down to turn 8, but gets a good exit, but again, still not close enough. But I think if he can get a good exit, header onto this back straight, heading down to Cavone Velozzi, turn 11, he might be able to try and make a move possibly.
Yeah, the mistakes definitely seem to be creeping in, though. We see Miato is starting to find a bit of pace, find a bit of a rhythm as well, getting into that quote-unquote zone that, you know, you talk about a lot in endurance racing, you know, finding your rhythm, getting in that zone. The mistakes creeping in just ever so slightly for Ietza, which is very unusual and very uncharacteristic from what I've seen from the Italian driver. But Miato's got the pace. Well, he does seem. I think if the door opens up, Miato's going to go for it. We saw with the lapped car, if it opens up, take the chance and bite the bullet there. Right, Barney as well, under massive pressure, as we see in the right and the left of your screen. Jack Alexander very close to the back, had to take evasive action to not run into the back of Clyde Barney there. So on the run towards turn 1 here, you could be seeing a move for position for P3. As Miato's not close enough, and as we're saying, Jack Alexander tucked into Stripstream, gaining. He goes to the inside there. Clyde Barney just really left that one open and tries to, you know, squeeze him on the inside. Not much done there. The best of defensive work, kind of opened the door and just left it there. It's almost like he wanted to defend around the outside, but still then got outbraked by Jack Alexander. Very easy move there then. For the 715 team, they move up into P3. It was coming for a long time, you have to think. He had pace over him right from the start, so now maybe with some clean air he can start hunting down and hope as well that he and Ietza start squabbling. So that will allow Jack Alexander to get back into it, but Clyde Barney's not budging too much yet. Clyde Barney's still stuck in the toe. Still looks a bit racy here as well. So I don't think the battle for P3 is necessarily done as down the inside. Barney tries to go Alexander deep in towards turn 10 there. Little mistake, now tucked into the slipstream, right onto the back. Can he follow through this section of right-hand kings through 11, 12 and 13 up towards 14? Could we see a bit of a Hail Mary move here? He seems to be backing off, so Clyde Barney thinks better of it, but the mistakes, they're there. Now maybe Jack Alexander's trying to push a bit too hard to bridge the gap from Clyde Barney. He just now needs to get back into the zone and, you know, moves done. Start getting your foot down and getting your pace. You don't be falling back into traps of, you know, feeling the pressure straight away from the car behind you. You want to be losing them. If you stay too focused on the car behind, you're not going to be moving towards the battle for the lead, especially when these two are going at it, hammer and tong as well, down for P1.
Yeah, I think that was a good move by the Alexander on the previous lap there. He got a great exit on the exit of the final corner and a great run heading down to turn 1 and managed to get the move done. And Barney didn't really fight it, but he didn't let Alexander go that easy. He tried to, like you say, hold it on the outside into turn 1, which you can do, but you've got to be really brave and you've got to have the momentum on the outside. But I think at this stage it looks like Alexander is just slightly quicker at this stage of the stint, and I think Barney might be struggling with tyres ever so slightly, but as they're coming up to, it looks like a back marker in front of them, and hopefully it doesn't hold up Alexander or Barney up too much. But I think Alexander's maybe just pulling away ever so slightly now, and I think Barney is probably just thinking about just making it to the end of the stint, because I think his pace hasn't dropped off, but I think Alexander's just a little bit more consistent at the moment.
Yeah, it also seems like Ietza's bridging away from Miato again, so a bit of a second win maybe for the 138 team. Early in this first in, expect pit stops in around about 15-20 minutes for the ones for Tehran schedule. Remember, it's maximum of a 65-minute stint before you have to go and take that pit stop and get some fresh tyres, a bit of fuel in and go again. Drivers can do multiple stints, however, their tyres are not. You don't want to be picking up silly penalties by just, you know, going too far over by a minute or something, so time it right, definitely. This is a beautiful shot, if I can get my words out. Clyde Barney, as we are on bonnet cam here, as we can see him following Jack Alexander through 5 and turn 6, as well as the back marker this back marker, he gets out of the way very nicely. But I was about to say, he might be able to hold up and cause a bit of problems for Alexander, and then Barney might be able to have a bit of a run towards turn 8, but that marque behaves fairly nicely there, swinging around for a bit of a late apex. It's interesting to see the different lines drivers are taking. Jack Alexander hugged the inside there, whilst Clyde Barney allows himself to run in a bit deep and then swing it back round for a later apex. So it's interesting to see how drivers are taking these different lines, and it's especially when you're not really following, sort of trying to set up a move. I guess if, you know, Alexander's hugging the inside line, the exit speed and acceleration is not going to be as good as someone who swings it round and gets their foot and can stamp their foot on and just swing it for a later apex. But the run up towards turn 9 and 10 isn't the longest for an overtake, so sort of why do the drivers take these different lines? Is it what they're more comfortable with, how the car handles? I mean, they're both in the BMWs, but setup wise, what factors in the different lines that they'll take?
I think it could be a setup style, or it could be a driving style thing as well. Some of these corners, the hairpins for example, some drivers maybe like to try and maybe take a wide entry and then maybe try and how can I say, try and cut the corner off, or kind of like treat it like take a late apex, like go wide and then tuck back in for the exit, and then try and get a good run that way. But I think it's just a driving style thing, or maybe it's just the way the drivers are comfortable with taking it that way.
Actually, the turn 8 hairpin as well, it opens up a bit, it holds on a bit, so you do have the opportunity to take these multiple sort of lines. It's not one of those ones where you can double apex it, it's not that open up, but it is certainly one of the ones where, you know, as Clyde Barney, he holds on to it a lot less than Jack Alexander, who really hugs that inside line like it's his best mate on his deathbed there. So it's really interesting to see how they do follow through with the differences, where they're going to find speed and such, and hugging what line is going to be better for the tyres in the long run.
Absolutely, I think it's a good point you mentioned about Alexander as well. He seems to, I did notice in myself as well, but he seems to hug the curb in some of these corners, and it keeps really tight. Maybe it's a bit of a silly analogy, but it's something I remember Martin Brundle using ages ago when he was doing a track guide video. That some drivers like to try and hug the curb and use it as a bit of a gully rail, or kind of like skateboards or something like that. Try and it helps the car hook round.
Yeah, definitely. So Clyde Barney is now losing time. That weird, funky Ferrari Porsche is going to be absolutely confusing and throwing me in P7. I don't. What kind of a monster wants to design that? They do it intentionally to throw us around. I swear. I mean, it was causing me and Chris Hill chaos all last round. It's going to be causing chaos all this round. Wow. It's a good livery, but not on a Porsche. They've even got Ferrari logos on the Porsche, so I think we're just trying to make up. There we go. That's a good Porsche livery. Ben Smith in the JBP Motorsport. That's, you know, a normal livery, not putting Ferrari logos on a Porsche. Do you think we're doing it just to make up the fact that there is no Ferraris in the Italian track?
I have no idea, but I can tell you one thing: if a Ferrari fan is watching this and they see Ferrari logos on a Porsche and they're watching this, they'll probably be triggered right now.
I'm not even a Ferrari fan and I'm triggered at it. I have no idea what to feel. It's confusing, but what's not confusing is motorsport battles here. Ben Smith under pressure from the number 69, the number 333. Chris Vickers, spoke about him getting into the top 10, but he's found his way, and I believe there's also a Lamborghini further back trying to close in. So back to where is Price on track? They are yo-yoing everywhere. They're now finding themselves back in the battle for P8 nearly. As Chris Vickers gains massively, then goes a bit too hot in towards turn 13 there. Very wide and deep, close to the back there. And Chris Vickers, I think, made contact with Ben Smith there, and then he had to really slam on the brakes. And then Price tries, you know, gets caught up. Van Drunen He's the biggest winner from all that, and he even find himself moving up in towards P8. Under pressure still, though, from Ben Smith. Hungry to retain that position, took them to slipstream. He's going to run out of road in towards turn 1, though. Now you want to set up the complex nicely, a bit wide through turn 1, and then it allows Vickers to get right onto the back of him. Again, as we follow through turn 3, up towards 4, 5 and 6, very tricky complex here. And Ben Smith under pressure from Chris Vickers, and Van Drunen is going to be loving this because it's going to allow him to bridge a bit of a gap. And Price as well. This little squabbling has got him right onto the back there. Oh, sorry, I've been saying Price, it's Patrick Prince. I was here last months ago and I've completely forgot. Down the inside though, Chris Vickers tries to go, and he will get that move done nicely, but Ben Smith's going to fight it all the way up towards turn 9 until he's got the inside line through the kink at 9, but holds on beautifully around the outside there. Chris Vickers, can he hold on to it very wide, and that's going to open up the door for Patrick Prince. Further back as we're going to run through the long back straight with the triple kinks at 11, 12 and 13 before heading towards the hairpin at 14. I think we're going to be close enough to get her moved on, but Chris Vickers, you can see how much he's gaining there. The different lines are taking, and Chris, he just backs off, thinks better of it, in towards 13. We saw him go a bit deep the last time, turn 14, or where all the chaos was last lap round. On through this time, and all this squabbling between 4 of them. There's a gaggle of cars further back with Charles, Gieser, and Svering. All going to allow, you know, if they keep squabbling, if they notice, if those 4 drivers further back can notice that these lot squabbling, it starts to just stop what they're all doing, start finding a bit of a rhythm. They can then close themselves onto the back of it here, and all of a sudden, a battle for P12 can turn into a battle for P8 if you start getting your head down a bit here.
I just think looking at the gap as well, back to Shaw and the Mercedes and the Giza and the BMW, it's only about 3.4 seconds now, so it's not much of a gap when you think about it. If these guys keep squabbling amongst themselves, Shaw and Giza and Zwierink as well could be joining this battle, not in the not too distant future as well. But yeah, this is a fantastic battle for the top 10 positions with Vickers, Prince and that Lamborghini. It's not the quickest car in a straight line, but it's doing well to keep up. And the winner out of all of this is Van Drunen, because he's pulled away ever so slightly, built up a bit of a gap to Ben Smith and the Porsche. And yeah, this is a fantastic battle as well. Aston Martin as well. It's with Chris Vickers behind the wheel, doing a good job to keep up with Ben Smith, but a couple of laps back, that move from Ben Smith on the outside of turn 8, he managed to get the momentum on the outside and carry that momentum and get a good exit, and managed to take that position from Chris Vickers.
Stuff we love to see here, and good racing, and you know, after 3-4 cars further back, you get onto the back of this as well. Stephen Better and Patrick Prince, well, he's falling off the back of Chris Vickers here. He could fall into the clutches of Sean and Giza. So it goes back to the yo-yo of that Lamborghini, just 1 second they're fighting top 8, next they're down, you know. Ooh, is that a drive-through penalty for Yannick Wallenberg? Have they been penalised for that awful livery, maybe?
Yeah, somewhere in your mind, I just have a feeling that you're hoping it gets a penalty for that. But yeah, it's good to see different liveries. I'm not sure I agree with a Ferrari livery and a Porsche, but anyway, that's another topic for another time. But there's a ride on board with Ben Smith at the moment, still under attack from Chris Vickers in the 333 Aston Martin with Prince not too far behind either in the Lamborghini. It's a freeway battle for 9th place at the moment, and still it's the Aston Martin not closing up on a straight line as much as I thought he would. As Vickers runs wide ever so slightly, and he's going to be under attack from Prince in the Lamborghini.
Yeah, I mean, battles absolutely everywhere right now. It's the sort of thing we love to see. Van Drunen though, blistering up ahead. He's showing some good pace right now, Van Drunen. He's got to the front of it, he took his pickings, and now he's catching up to a bit of lap traffic, which might bring him back into the clutches of Ben Smith and Chris Vickers. So far, it's a very yo-yo-y race. As back to the split screen. Just a battle for the lead by any chance. Moving away, I believe that is Simoniette, so I can just about see. Yeah, Marietta held on nicely. I mean, that gap's really not extended too much, and when it does, it gets brought back. Miato, no, doing a good job here. They're working well together as well. They're just keeping their head down, allowing a rhythm to be forming, because they also know Jack Alexander further back has got some decent pace. So they don't want to push too hard, because if they start battling each other, it then opens up the door for cars further back to lead. So, you know, it's smart racing by the two of them. They know there's a long way to go. They're just going to sit back and... Also, Miato doesn't need to push. He can just sit here and save a bit of fuel. And allowing saving your fuel, you know, you take less fuel in the pit stops. It may not be much difference, but it's saving your time nonetheless. And these sort of these milliseconds that you save, so on, throughout 12 hours, could be massive gains from the end of the race, and could be the difference between winning and not winning. So you have to try and find these things, and even if you're not getting the move done, you're allowing to bridge a gap from everyone else, which is almost securing E2 as Chris Vickers down the inside at turn 13. There, brilliant move. Ben Smith trying to find it around the outside at turn 14 with Chris Vickers. Is he going to get it done? He's going to be the inside line at turn 15, though, for Ben Smith. He's going to hold on to it, and side by side nearly cuts up Chris Vickers there. That's going to allow the Lamborghini of Patrick Prince further back to get through. Chris Vickers, well, was looking at P8. He's now down in P10. And Patrick Prince there says thank you very much. He will take that position as Yannick Valenduc has pitted to serve his drive-through penalty. But brilliant defensive work there by Ben Smith.
A great defending from Smith, and yeah, he's under attack from Chris Vickers, and I think Chris Vickers tried to hold it on the outside, heading through the penultimate corner, and yeah, he just about held it on the outside, but he just ran wide ever so slightly onto the sausage curbs, and I think he might have backed off slightly, not to get a penalty. But on the other hand, with Vickers losing a bit of momentum, it allowed Prince through it in the Lamborghini to take ninth place, and at the moment Smith just pulling away ever so slightly, but I think that gap is going to come down. It's going to come down with Prince being the slightly quicker driver at the moment, and I think the Porsche of Smith might be just struggling with tyres ever so slightly, as this battle for the lead is still going on at the moment at the bottom of your screen, and I think Miato, sorry, is I think he is quicker. He keeps falling back and he keeps closing that gap back down, but I think also as well, the first set of pit stops are not too far away. I think we're just about 5 minutes away from the first set of stops.
Definitely be seeing some drivers taking routine pit stops very shortly. I think Miato does have that pace to get past Yetzer right now, but I also think he's backing off a lot in the straights, and it may be a straight line speed issue for the Porsche, but I also think he's probably not pushing as hard fuel-wise, and probably lifting off into the turns and such, saving a bit of fuel. Like I said, milliseconds can win you the race here, so even if you can save enough fuel where you can take a couple litres less into pit stops, it's seconds that you're saving, and it's, you know, times the game here. If you can, it's the sort of things that can allow you to jump people in the pit stops. It's going to be also interesting to see, does Miato go for an undercut, or does he just follow what Yetzer does? Does he mirror what Yetzer does, try and go for an undercut? Because the undercut is going to be very powerful, especially with how long they've been running for so far. But, you know, you just copy and stick with the game plan. I mean, now going to be interesting to see what each team does. They're all coming in with a different mindset, different game plan. For the whole 12 hours, this back market gets out of the way very nicely for the pair of them. Thank you very much, no issues there. Because I believe that's Oliver Anderson in his Audi doing some very sporting behaviour there as the battle for P8, Ben Smith and Patrick Prince and Chris Vickers still continuing on as well as we approach the pit window.
Just as I suspected, Smith is under attack yet again from Prince and Vickers, and I think Smith, I think it's just his tyres are starting to drop off slightly. Maybe the tyre presses for these track conditions are maybe not where he wants them to be, but still, like I say, we're not far away from the pit stops, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if you see maybe someone like Vickers or Prince dive into the pits early and maybe try and get an undercut. But this is a fantastic battle for 8th place, and also the battle for the lead has been going on for pretty much the whole stint. It looked like it looked like the leader pulled away and just built a bit of gap in the early stages of the race, but Miasto has managed to close his gap down quite dramatically and done a good job as well, just holding that gap. And yeah, but apart from that, it seems to be the actions died down a little bit. But it's a fantastic racing for 8th in the lead at the moment anyway, and there's been a few close calls, but nothing major.
Well, speaking of close calls there, Patrick Prince trying to send it down the inside on Ben Smith, really had to slam his way out of it. He was never on the track there getting that move done. And Ben Smith just holds on to it nicely, and Chris Vickers falling off the back here a bit, maybe his sign his tyres are going on. Patrick Prince finding a almost second wind as we go on towards the long back straight towards 11, 12 and 13. We saw Chris Vickers pull off a worldie of a move here and then get the door slam shot on his face. Patrick Prince very close, going to try and go around the outside at 12 and 13. Can he get it done? Through 13, outside. Oh, he catches the curb and he gets sent sideways. Now he's going to have to rejoin the track. You don't want to be cutting there through 14 because you go off at 13. We saw someone in the chat mention earlier who's going to get disqualified for going off at 13 and cutting 14. Well, Patrick Prince, he's dropped all the way down the order there, down towards 13. Had to wait for all the traffic to go through there as well. And that was looking like a worldie of a move, and it just seemed like he lost the rear. I've got it now coming up on my second screen. You can see what happened here. He just, went in a bit too hot and the rear went round on him. Nothing he could have done there, and Ben Smith gets a bit of a sigh of relief, but not for too long, because Chris Vickers, he said, well, now there's a Lamborghini out way, it's my turn to try and show you how it's done through turn 13. Ben Smith right now is holding on brilliantly. His defensive work so far today has been absolutely big class.
It's been fantastic to watch, and credit to Smith as well. He could have tried to defend a lot harder, but he chose the line. He stuck to the line. He didn't try and weave or do anything. He didn't try and shove Prince off the track. I'll have to say, Prince as well, I thought he was going to pull that move off from the outside, but I think he just got... he lost the rear. He might have just got in the marbles ever so slightly and lost the rear, but Smith is doing a fantastic job of defending this 8th place as well, and Vickers is close but right up to the back of him now, and I think maybe Vickers, this team, the JBP Motorsport team, have maybe set the car up to be stable instead of stability instead of straight line speed, and Vickers is closing right up on a straight line now, and as they're coming for this fast section now, and Vickers is closing right up all the time, but just he's not going to be able to make a move. Oh, I thought Vickers was going to dive up the inside there, but he decides against it in the last second, and this is fantastic battling, and fantastic battling in the lower end of the top 10, and Smith, credit to him, doing a good defensive job at the moment.
Catching is one thing, passing is another, and Ben Smith is proven to be very hard to pass right now, as we've had Patrick Prince and Chris Vickers both try and get past him. Chris Vickers was ahead for a good point, but Ben Smith, he doesn't really give up. Here we are, then we have a replay of the Patrick Prince incident. Look, I'm hearing in my ear, so we'll get to another look at, what we've Patrick Prince, we can try and dissect what happened here, but right now Chris Vickers up towards turn and break. Can he go around the outside? Ben Smith's gone defensive to the inside to make contact there, very close. It looked like Ben Smith moved across on his line a bit there, nothing too much, and I think no time's really lost there. I think he admits he was a bit at fault and tried to give a bit of a time back there. Very good car control there by Chris Vickers to hold on to it very nicely. Could have ended in catastrophe, Chris Vickers had the line, and then Ben Smith sort of moved across. Here is the replay then. Patrick Prince round the outside at turn 13. You can see he's a bit later on the brakes. He's off the racing line, off where the rubber is, and the rear just goes on him. He holds that together really nicely not to send that into a monumental 360 spin. He caught that fairly well there, I have to say.
I think Prince, when he started spinning, he realised there's no point trying to fight the car, otherwise he might make it worse. And good heads up driving by Prince as well when he was rejoining the track. He could have rejoined right in the racing line straight away and got on a panic, but decided to stick to the infield and just rejoin when it was safe to do so and let the other cars go by. It means losing several positions, but still it's better to be safe than sorry, as this battle is still going on for 8th place, and Vickers again is closed up to Ben Smith, and I think Vickers might be feeling slightly aggrieved by that Ben Smith moving over it ever so slightly, causing him to run wide. But luckily there was no barriers close to him, or otherwise it could have ended up getting really bad damage. But Vickers, you can see him right now getting really agitated now and wanting to try and get by Swift as Vickers runs wide ever so slightly, and that compromises his exit, and he's run onto this back straight heading up to turn 8, and he's not close enough like he was the previous lap.
Not at all, but you also don't want to get lost in for time here, because we should really be seeing a lot of pit stops this lap, because we are approaching that 65-minute cut-off, I believe, for your stint. So you better get busy. Your pit lane is going to be red hot very shortly, with a lot of action down pit road, as well as on track as Chris Vickers again. Look how much he just gains through these kinks. He just got so much more confidence just to keep the car pinned. He's been doing that all race so far. In this opening hour, he's been absolutely brilliant at just keeping it pinned through there, following beautifully. Then we get the sort of Ben Smith defensive masterclasses. Again, Chris Vickers very close to the inside, thinks about the inside down at turn 16. Thinks better of it though, as Ben Smith just opens the door going, come on, he's trying to tempt me to go on for another lap up towards turn 1. Chris Vickers not going to be close enough for a move down here. Ben Smith doesn't budge at all to go defensive, teasing anything. Through turn 2 and 3, a bit wide. Chris Vickers, he thought about moving to the inside for 3, trying to get moved on. Thinks better of it. Try and set yourself up for a move up towards turn 8. You just start thinking it as we move through turn 5. A good exit from Chris Vickers again. And we could be seeing round 2 up towards turn 8 here. It is a very solid exit from Chris Vickers as well. Good one from Ben Smith. So fairly dead even, but tucked into the slipstream with power of the Aston Martin for Chris Vickers. He goes to the inside. Ben Smith a bit late on the brakes. Chris Vickers thinks better of it. Didn't really have much of an overlay, or much of an overlap really to think of a move. Not as close as I thought it would be going up towards turn 8.
I think Vickers is clearly quicker, but it's just a matter of trying to get by, and he's got a great exit here heading down to this fast section that we're coming up to now, and Vickers is closing right up again, but it's just a matter of trying to get that move done. He's closing up all the time. Can he get up the inside? Vickers up the inside. Can he get the move done? Yes, he can, and up into 8th position for Chris Vickers. Fantastic move.
A brilliant move there from Chris Vickers. Thought it was coming. Maybe Ben Smith's tyres went off a bit there. We said last lap through there how much confidence Chris Vickers has just to keep it pinned. A brilliant move there by Vickers. Gets up towards P8 now and see if he can pull away here. And I think we was wrong. It's not 65 minutes on the stint. Maybe it's a bit longer. Well, there is a stint cap. We'll find out shortly. As there's Dominic Gieser. Himself up a 5-second penalty as well, so no, 25 minute stint time, sorry, not 65, so we've got 10 more minutes before we get some action in the pit lane, so maybe that's why Ben Smith and Chris Vickers have been going at it. They've been trying to keep us busy, right?
Yeah, absolutely, and I can't think it was 65 minutes for some reason, but obviously, 75 is an extra 10 minutes pretty much, so these guys are probably just, I think these guys are realising now that it's coming up to, they're not too far away from the pit stop, and Vickers realises that as well and wanted to get by Swift as quickly as possible and try and get a trap position before the pit stop. But further back we've got the battle for 11th place going on as well with Gieser, who's got a 5-second time penalty, and then behind the end they've got Swearing, Prince and McConnell as well. McConnell with the 5-second penalty as well, so also I think anyone wondering why these guys got 5-second penalties, or do they have to come in and serve it as a separate penalty? Is it a stop go? No, it's not a stop go penalty, but when they come up to do the pit stop, that 5 seconds will be added to the pit stop. So I said these guys don't have to go around twice and come back in. They can just basically serve it at the pit stop, but they've got to just wait a little bit longer before they get going. It's still this battle going on for 11th place, and I have to say I do like that livery on the BMW.
I've seen in the YouTube chat from the ever so handy Mike Ambranosa that there's no stint timer here, so we're all getting told different things, and you know, we just have to wait and see what happens. So apparently there's no stint timer this round, so it's just as long as you can go, which makes things a little more interesting, because it's how long can you take the car, how long can you manage your fuel. As we say that, Miato into the pit lane then for his first round of pit stop. Hey, 5-second penalty for car 4 for causing a collision with car 12. Car number 4, that is the Team Hot Air Blue Motorsport Yellow. Currently being piloted by Dominic Giza, and the number 12 car is the Sim Racing Holland. So, penalty then. It is a beautiful livery, but it's a shame. 5-second penalty, you don't want to be running into the back. And Ben McConnell as well, something to note, he's now got himself up to P13 after dropping down to P19 from his drive-through penalty. He's doing very well. Bart Svering in the number 12 car, the car that seemed to Dominic Giza seemed to have the collision with. He's not really lost too much time, so it'll be interesting to see what actually happened between them that caused that collision. The number 33 Kroll, he's also in the pit lane down in P20, so we're starting to see the early pit stops coming through, and now Miato in the pits. Is this a potential undercut we're going to see? He's going to put on Simone Ietz.
No, I think it could be, it's a high possibility that Miato's dived into the pits now early, just to maybe try and get some clear air and maybe try and do an undercut. But at the moment, I think Miato will probably be staying in the car and maybe going for another stint, maybe doing a double stint at the moment. But still, this battle for 12 is going on at the moment with Giza just in front of the Zwiering and Aston Martin, and still this battle is really close together. Just look at the swap of cars heading into the final corner, and they're all close together. And I think this battle could be sorted out during the pit stops as well.
It's a massive train of 5 cars. Bart Svering right onto the back of Dominic Giza. It's a train of 5 cars up towards turn 8. We're gonna go there. Surely we've got to see some kind of overtake. Ben McConnell's very close on there. Ben McConnell's very quick. He's trying to have a comeback after his early drive through. Svering, is he close enough? See McConnell trying to go around the outside very late on the brakes. Can he keep it pinned as Svering tries to close down the inside? He's now got some overlap as well onto Dominic Giza. He's going to have to try and go around the outside at turn 10 though. Can he get it done? And this might just allow Ben McConnell to find the gap. Ben McConnell does try and find the gap. And he finds the gap on 2 there. You saw that coming. Svering sucks himself on the outside, leaving himself a bit vulnerable, and Ben McConnell saw that nicely, but again, Svering's not giving up. Through 11 we're going to go. Does he have a bit of overlap? No, he doesn't. He's going to have to bail out of it a bit further back. The number 43, I believe, trying to get involved as well. Sorry, it's not the number 42. Everyone's trying to get involved with everything here. As Ben McConnell now tries to find his way past Dominic Giza. They come through turn 15 and 16. Well, thought things were going to get a bit spicy with 5 cars all going at it. We weren't wrong, were we, Ryan?
Absolutely not. There's not just battles going up on the front. We've also got this battle just outside the top 10 and 13th as well. Zwiering and Hugard as well, and Prince and Val and Duke as well. So much action going on everywhere, and this further back as well. This battle going on the exit of the first 3 corners, and it looks like we've got a move going on, and it looks like we've got a change of position.
Ever number 42, Hoggar getting past Svering there. It's not over yet though. I think McConnell and Giza is running off into the distance. But is it another car just gone and joined this group? I think there's a Lexus that's joined. Someone's just gone and joined this group. It's now gone up to 6. It's Bart Svering. Everyone's fallen down the order here. Or is that Simone Ietz? I think that'll actually be Simone Ietz. I think that's actually our race leader that's just caught up onto the back of all of this lot. So that's not really what you want things to do. It is a lot of traffic, but maybe is why Matteo. Sorry. Yeah, maybe that's why Miato pitted then. Because he saw that there was approaching this massive gaggle of cars, and you do not want to be caught up in this traffic. It's not just a lot of lap cars to clear at once, they're all squabbling massively as well. Ben McConnell, he's really on a hunt to get past Dominic Giza. There's another one, Bart Svering gets lapped there by Simone Ietz, our race leader. So just trying to clear these cars as quick as you can is going to be very difficult, as you see now a few of them into pit lane there. Bart Svering, I believe our race leader Simone Ietz as well, joins him in pit lane, as well as Dominic Giza, who's going to have his 5-second stop-go penalty.
So these guys up at the front don't want to lose too much time in the traffic, and I think they've just decided now to dive into the pits now and not lose too much time. And I think that's a good decision, because it means they won't lose too much time to Miato as well. But I think Miato, he could be I think his decision to pit early might have just worked wonders because he's got clear air at the moment, and I think he might be able to jump these guys possibly.
We will shortly see when Smieta comes out of the pit lane. Clive Barney as well has joined from in for pit lane. So we'll see in about 20 to 30 seconds time what the gap is. I have a slight feeling Miato is going to have a massive lead. He's going to have a healthy few seconds at least over Smieta, because that traffic is not. Is Smieta leaving pit road then? Has he gone and been? I'm going to say, if we've got a replay of him bidding it in the wall, that would not be good. I don't think we saw that last time out, anyone putting it in the wall at Barcelona. So, Smieta has come out of pit lane. Miato will shortly see his things update as Ben Smith finally dives into the pit lane. He's very close to the wall though. Said no one's put it in the wall. Well, sorry Ben. Nearly commentators cursed you. It seems Miato hasn't got the jump on Etsa, which is... No, he hasn't.
Yeah,
bigger.
Yeah, I'm very surprised at that. I wonder if the 138 car might have underfueled slightly just to try and keep the track position.
Maybe, I'm not sure. I'm left scratching my head a bit there. Why? Unless maybe when we saw Miato before we saw Miato pit, he may have, whilst we was looking at other battles, that he may have had an off or something. Because the only thing I can think of is he had a bit of damage, that was why he pitted so early, so... Unless there's an incident that we didn't see, I'm scratching my head a bit here of how that gap is extended almost.
Yeah, I'm a bit confused, but I just noticed as well Barney's up in second place as well in the number 5 car. So yeah, I thought I'm very surprised that Miato didn't. Actually, I'll take that back. Miato's back up into second place now, but I'm surprised that Miato didn't take the lead. But the only thing I can think of is maybe Leslie underfueled slightly, just to, like I say, keep the track position. But I'm the same as you. I'm scratching my head slightly.
Have a feeling that maybe it's because of this camera angle that's slowed it down. Surely that's not going to be very aerodynamic having all this, but yeah. Gets had all that traffic to clear as well, and still is ahead. That traffic definitely slowed it down a lot. I mean, they got out of the way fairly quickly, but they were definitely going at it. So I think we're all left a bit confused here as they're all approaching Ben Smith to lap. I'm confused. Why do you think's happened there? Because unless Miato's had an incident or Ietza's on the field, I'm not too sure.
Yeah, I think Miato might have had the traffic to lap as well, so I think that's possibly played a factor as well, and Miato's maybe lost a bit of time, maybe something like 2 or 3 seconds, because when you're coming to lap up the lap traffic here, catching it in the wrong place can cost you a few seconds. As Miato yet again losing more time trying to get by a lap car.
Yeah, Patrick Prince as well in the pit lane. He has a drive-through penalty. That's going to do his strategy absolutely no good whatsoever. So, and then he's just got to stop go 30. So, drive-through penalty to Speedy in the pit lane. Patrick Prince, that's not what you want. Your yo-yo race goes from bad to worse, and I believe that's him parked up there. Please tell me you're not going to go and leave. Would be... That the Lamborghini just saw parked on the exit of turn 1 on right, seeing things.
Yeah, I thought I saw someone parked up there, and yeah, surely that can't be Prince, because yeah, surely you're not going to go and quit because you got a penalty. But I think it's just I think maybe Patrick Prince is maybe just it's maybe just the penalty being served there, and not quitting. But I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure, but he's then going to have to go through and serve his stop-go and his drive-through, and they are probably the 2 biggest penalties you could really get here. It's going to really drop him down out of the order. You going to be losing about nearly 2 minutes there just from little mistakes. So that's really unfortunate. I bet he could be for track limits as well for drive through. Imagine, you know, get a drive through for track limits. You're already feeling when you're on speed in a pit lane and you get a stop go 30. It's one of those unfortunate natures of motorsport, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. And at the moment, it's Lazy back up into the lead with Miato in second, and yeah, Miato is just about 1 second behind the leader, and it's also after the pit stops, it's pretty much all just panned out to just about the order that it was before the pit stops, but. I think Miato is starting to close that gap back down, and I think we could be back on for another battle for the lead. And I think during this second stint, Miato won't, if he gets an opportunity, he won't be messing around. And if he senses an opportunity to go for the lead, he'll take it.
Oh, talking about these pit stops, so when do we get pit stops? We're here for 6 hours, aren't we, pretty much? So we're going to have to try and work around each other and to go and give ourselves some break. Do bear with us if we start sounding a little tired. It's very it's not the easiest thing doing this for I did 7 hours last time in Catalonia, and me and Chris were trying to yo-yo when we could take breaks around each other, because you do need to stretch your legs a bit. I mean, we're going to be doing long stints when some of the drivers are today, so yeah, we need some food and to stretch your legs as well.
Yep, as the race is still going on at the moment, and yeah, apologies if you're having any technical issues. We're just getting them sorted at the moment, but yeah, still leading the race at the moment. It's Lazy at the moment in first with the BMW 138, with Miato in second in the 62, and yeah, apart from that, the race is there's been plenty of battles going on in this first stint of the race, and yeah, plenty of battles up at the front in the top 10, and yeah, everywhere we look. But it's been a good race so far, and Dylan will be back in a few moments' time. He's just getting something to drink, and as you see at the moment, just struggling with some slight technical issues, but we'll try and get them sorted as quickly as possible. But at the moment, yeah, if anyone's in the chat and is watching this race, what's been in your impressions so far, I should say. But at the moment, it's yeah, I've been quite enjoying this race, and I think Dylan's in the same boat. And as I say that, Dylan's just came back.
What have I missed?
Yeah, just struggling with just having some slight technical issues at the moment, but like I said, they're going to try and get him sorted as quickly as possible. But as I was asking the chat, Dylan, what's your impressions of the race been so far after the first stint?
Ben Smith is a brick wall. Simple. That man's been mightily tough to pass, hasn't he? He's been mightily impressive, and I think we are nearly back here. But yeah. My internet decided to go and kick up a stake. I don't think he was having fun. It's not as bad as last time. My laptop died midway through a race. Good here. We are on board with Oliver Anderson, I believe, in his lovely. That is looks like wrapping paper, that livery. Do you think they blew all the budget behind the car and had to just go and get some wrapping paper from the local shop to wrap it with?
I was just thinking that as well. I wonder if it looks like wrapping paper. You. Oh, it's beautiful.
You know what he's fucking doing? Yeah, a load of pieces for a livery.
Well, at least think of it on the bright side, and I'll probably get lunch for saying it. At least it's not got pineapples on it.
That would be absolutely awful. I mean,
I've said it all the food, but Yeah, as you see, we're just having slight technical issues, but yeah, it's going to be back up as quickly as possible or soon as possible. But yeah, it's been, I have to say, my first commentary gig or commentary on an ACC race has been rather good fun. I have to say, I look forward to doing more in the future. And yeah, well, we'll just waiting for the race to come back up. But yeah, how did you get involved in ACC commentary? Just out of interest, Don.
Oh, I just did commentary and got roped into it. I'll do anything.
Yeah.
I just want to commentate. It's fun. I don't care what game it is. But ACC, it's a beautiful game. I mean, you look at the cars. It is because I mean you get these realistic. You know, you get your iRacing and your R Factor and stuff. But they're really realistic in the handling. But they all come across with the graphics. It's never really big up there in the sim world because it's you can play it on a controller perfectly fine. So it's not really massive.
Yeah, that's what I like of excuse me. On SEC, you've got leagues. You've got leagues such as Low Field Motorsports or Low Field Motorsport, where you can just jump into a daily race and it's basically just jump in whenever you feel like it, or like I say, when you've got the time. Gran Turismo, I've never really played. Well, I have. No.
Gran Turismo was brilliant. GT7's been enough.
Yep.
Yes, we can.
Nah, so no worries. I just basically posted in the excuse me. I posted in the stream chat just you were having issues, but it's just in case anyone's wondering.
This is it's all fine. Oh, hello. Are we there? I have the stream up. We're getting there. Let's see. I think we're back. Are we back? It's all brilliant. Hello. Yes, we are back. Hello, everyone. Sorry about that. We had some extreme technical difficulties, you could say. And what have we missed? Well, Clyde Barney's in second. Very interesting. The 715 shot down into fourth. The 212's come from nowhere. What have we missed, Brian?
We missed that position change for second with Barney moving up and Miyato falling down to third. So yeah, I don't know if Miyato's made a mistake or made a mistake somewhere, but still the 138 BMW leading the race with not Barney, it's Leitz at the wheel, and pretty much being in command of this race so far, and just gone by a couple of back markers there, but it's pretty much Miato's. I don't know if Miato's made a mistake or not, but Barney's up into second, still 20 seconds behind the leader, so it's all starting to just spread out ever so slightly, but I have to say that first stint with the battle for the lead was great stuff, and then that battle further back in the top 10 going on as well, and plenty of battles going on everywhere throughout the field.
Number 69, the CBSR, now being piloted by Horst, moved themselves right up the order in 6, and then the 212, that is the Green Moose Racing, has come into P5 out of nowhere, so we've missed a lot apparently, it seems.
Yeah, there's been plenty of teams making progress through the field, and some of the teams further back have made great progress up through the field, up sitting inside the top 10 or just outside the top 10. And yeah, I think plenty of teams plenty of teams, or most teams, have not made a driver swap, and it's yeah, just watching the track temperature as well. That track temperature is up to 30 degrees now, so I think it wouldn't surprise me if some of these teams have made maybe tyre pressure adjustments during the pit stop to compensate for the track temperature going up. And the track state at the moment is optimum. It's optimum seems to be was the leader or second place car. I was just watching the stream on my other screen. The second place car slightly had the contact with a back marker and Aston Martin, but still it's been a great race so far, and the track temperature is going up, and I think as the race goes on, that track temperature will start going up and up and up to a degree before the halfway mark in this race, I think. And then I think some of the teams, like I say, probably adjust the tyre pressures to try and help with that.
I'm more surprised at the teams that have made a pit stop. I mean, or that have done a driver swap. I mean, because you've got a driver that's now starting to find a rhythm. I don't know why you would then pull them out, because it then kind of, you're also going to be losing a bit more time if you're constantly changing your drivers. I guess they might want to break and stuff, but I'd at least make them do 2 stints at least, just because they have that rhythm. And I feel like, even if they tire a bit, but having that rhythm and already track knowledge is a lot better than constantly bringing in a new driver and they've got to spend about 10 minutes relearning the track and getting back into that rhythm. So I'm more surprised at the teams that have, and why do you think they would have gone and made that swap so early on for drivers?
I think I can understand if because some of the teams are only running 2 drivers. I can understand why they would make a driver swap at the first pit stop. Maybe get the driver out and put a fresh driver in, just to try and help make sure the driver doesn't get too much fatigue. But I think the teams that have got maybe 3 or 4 drivers in this event, I'll probably try and keep the starting driver in as long as possible. Maybe try and see if they can do 2 stints or maybe even 3 stints. But I think with the teams that have got 2 drivers, I think it makes sense to maybe just do a double stint, or maybe change drivers at every stop.
I just made a good point in chat. Maybe the constant driver swaps to the heat. I mean, we've got real life conditions affecting sim racing. I always find that really funny that, these outside the game things factor into real life, and it's the joys about sim racing. But yeah, do an hour and a bit, do a driver swap and go get in a nice bath off something cool on, because it is absolutely sweltering here. It's difficult for us as well because we can't really have fans on because it will then affect the sound, so we've kind of got to just find a cool room and not try and suffer too much in, especially here in the UK. What is some, we're British. Anything above 20 we start crying about. But we'll go on holiday and completely cheer at 40-degree temps. It's quite funny to me.
Yeah, totally. And some people that have never done sim racing say, "Oh, it's only a game or whatever. Why are you so exhausted?" And they don't. This is the thing with sim racing. They forget as well. It can be mentally draining, especially with, like you said, Dylan. We've got warm temperatures at the moment in real life, and some parts of the world have got something like, or in Europe anyway, they've got maybe between 30 degrees or even up to 40 or 41 degrees, like I was reading about last week, and that can be absolutely exhausting after a stint as well, and you can be absolutely drained in sweat, which is not a pretty image, but it gives you a rough idea of what it's like for some of these guys that are going on a long stint, maybe doing 2 stints, maybe even 3 stints. But I think, like you say, someone mentioned in the chat, it's because of the hot temperatures as well, or warm temperatures, that drivers will maybe want to get out and have a bit of a break for maybe an hour or so.
Now, I'd also like to point out, please ignore that Bob has put. She's gone and ransacked that chat. Ignore them. Don't have a clue what that is, but please. If you see any links put by them, ignore them. We do not want any problems with your technology like we have. So please ignore the bots. I think we're all smart enough to know that. But yeah, but then you could also make the argument of getting a bit tired, but maybe, if you make them do 2 hours instead of the 1 hour, it then gives them a longer rest. Because it's the longer your stint, the longer the rest you'll get. It's kind of, what would you rather have? Because personally, I'd rather do 2 hours and then get a 2 hour break. And you said, I mean, if some drivers are doing the full 6 hours, I would much rather do 2 hours and have a longer break sort of thing as well. But it's all down to personal preference, I guess, and what you want and what your team go in and plan. Because I'm sure before the start of the race, they would have gone and had a game plan, and they would have probably all sat down as a team and go, this is what we're going to do, this is what we think is going to be quickest, and they probably tried to stick to it as best as we can. They also probably, hopefully, if depending on how serious we take it, the multiple strategies, because, you know, plan A, plan B, plan C, anything could happen. They probably take into account that, you know, you could get rammed at turn 1 and, you know, need to take a pit stop early on. All these things can happen. Now we've got a bit of a battle continuing on, new names in, but it's the same cars. We've got number 12, number 38 and number 42. They're all going at it again, Ryan. Even though, you know, we've had these issues, new drivers, same story, I guess.
Yeah, we've got this battle just outside the top 10 starting to shape up, and we've got Frans van der Hunden and 13th currently being followed by McGee and 14th from Johansson and the Van der Kraan and 16th, and yeah, this battle's been shaping up for quite some time as well now. These 4 cars are all together, and the Sim Racing Holland team, they're running the Aston Martin, and the Aston Martin, probably one of my favourite cars in ACC. I find anyway, from my experience, it's such an easy car to drive. It's nice and stable, and it's not like, say, the Porsche, for example, where it's on the edge all the time and you've pretty much got to wring the neck out of it to be really quick. The Aston Martin seems to be, it's a bit of a comfort-friendly car, if you like. It's nice and easy to just jump in and just drive straight away.
Very stable. Always there is a very optimistic move there by the number 38 Lexus, try and send one down on Van der Linden in the number 12. That is the Sim Racing Holland team. That was being piloted by Bart Svering early on. There it's all being caught a bit lacking there by Johansson. Is the number 38 car for Lexus. It's one of those things that we've seen. It's been a bit of a trend so far. You go for a move, you don't get it done. The car behind you is going to eat up into you. And as we're seeing that now, the number 38 under massive pressure there from Johansson, and then the number 33 car as well is getting into things here. Around the outside is going to try and go for Lexus, kind of parks for Boss there on the apex, and it's all a bit of a car park down at turn 8. Number 40, the number 42 can't really get much further on, gains massively though up towards turn number 10. Round the outside, try and think, just don't have the momentum, and now focusing on a good exit and a run all the way up to 11, 12, 13 and 14, where we've already seen some brilliant battles so far as we ride up on Donington. This is going to be brilliant through this high speed section, through the Kings. Let's see how much he gains when into the braking zone at 13. Very wobbly a bit there is the number 42, that is Chris Johansson in the DGTL racing team. Seems a lot more comfortable is Maggie in the Lexus on the exit of the Hep. They're just able to get the throttle on a bit better. A lot more confidence in the car, it seems.
Yeah, the this as well. It's not the quickest car on ACC these days, or it's the DLP doesn't seem to be as friendly towards the Lexus now. But the Lexus, when you get it set up right, it's a comfortable car to race, and it's one of my favourites. And it's just a shame it doesn't seem to get used that often now. But still, McGee doing a good. As I said, I was about to say McGee's doing a great job as he's under attack from Johansson, and Johansson shows the nose up the inside there. They just trying to unsettle McGee, and I think if Johansson would get a great run here, he might be able to get the slip machine and get a run on Johansson as McGee runs wide over the sausage curbs.
I must say, just noticed something on the back of the number 38's livery. Where the number plate would be on the car, it says drive better, and I'm just focusing on that as he goes and does that and catches a bit of air. You think that's a little bit of karma for having a bit of, you know, that on your car. As the door opens up there for the number 38, is the number 12 Sim Racing Holland car. Goes a bit deep in towards turn number 10, not much really going to falter with it, but you can see the drive better sticker. I just find quite ironic that you was the one that made the mistake, but nonetheless it's still quite funny. I don't know, sorry, the Sim Racing Holland team was one ahead for number 42, Chris Johansson. I can find it. Yeah. So I just called the Team DGTL car the Sim Racing Holland car, so I do apologise. That is the team of Casper Hoggard and Chris Johansson. They were brilliant last time out in Catalonia, gave us some very interesting battles in the top 10, but Alex McGee out the outside at turn number 1, he tried to do it as the inside line, but the door slammed shut there. Now is he going to be vulnerable from Van der Kran? Further behind him, the number 33 car, it goes back to you, go for a move, you can't get it done, and the way the track's set up, you're then vulnerable further back, but Chris Johansson's all over the back of the Sim Racing Holland number 12 car, and Van der Linden just is going to be a bit under pressure up towards turn 8. You have to feel tucked into the slipstream then. Is Johansson the run up towards the turn 8 hairpin? Probably the best overtaking spot on track. Not quite close enough though. Really getting moved on, focusing on the exit. A good run out of here, and he's absolutely nailed the exit of turn 8 here. He could be all over the back of him up towards turn number 9 and 10. Goes for the racing line. He peers a move in towards the King. Just trying to keep Van der Linden guessing a bit here about where the move's going to come from. Try and force a mistake from the car ahead.
Yeah, Johansson's is definitely close now, but I don't think it's close enough to make it move. He's come through this fast section, the fast right-handers, and like I said before, one of my favourite parts of the track, and Johansson closes right up under braking, and I think it seems to be Johansson can close up under braking, but Van der Linden just seems to be able to nail the exit and pull away slightly, but this is probably the most difficult corners on the track, because you want to do, this last corner invites you to carry more speed, but if you carry too much speed or overdrive the entry and the exit, you can run wide and clip those sausage curves. So it looks like Johansson's got a great run heading down the home straight, heading down to turn 1, and can he try and hold it on the outside? Johansson's going for the move on the outside, can he hold it? No, he can't, but good effort.
Yeah, you were saying that it's a really tricky final corner, and Johansson practically nailed it there. And then goes on to go very deep in towards turn number 1. The move was on there. If he just braked a little bit earlier, he probably would have been ahead. But then he was under pressure from McGee further back. Van der Kran is just picking onto the back of it, barely. I think all the squabbling just keeping him just in touch here. As we approach the 2-hour mark into this race, there's Johansson there, peering another move down the inside. Door slam shot from Van der Linden. He opens up a bit here, and now Chris Johansson with another good exit. Could be looking at another move up towards turn number 10 here. As we go, he's going to try and go around the outside through the kinky. It nearly makes contact. This is going to allow Alex McGee to get into us. We've seen this one before around the outside at turn 9. He leaves himself a bit vulnerable, and Alex McGee is going to be side by side with Chris Johansson on the run up towards turn 11, and he may have the inside line. Doesn't give the overlap though, no. Johansson with the slipstream is able to defend that position fairly nicely, very close to the back, has to pull out to the outside to not make contact, but Alex McGee is going to take that one up towards turn number 13 there, so some poor decision making from Chris Johansson on track has just left him very vulnerable. And Alex McGee says thank you very much, and now Van der Kran is up onto the back of this battle once again.
Yeah, that was a good opportunistic move by McGee there. He saw the opportunity, he saw that Johansson made a mistake, and took the opportunity to pounce and pick up position back up to P14, and I think he might be able to close that gap down to Van der Linden in front of him, but this is fantastic stuff for 13th place. But Van der Linden doing a great defensive job to hold on to that 13th place at the moment, but McGee doing a great job about Lexus as well to keep himself in this battle.
Doesn't matter if it's the P4, P1 or P13, we're all fighting the heart out no matter where it is on track, making every battle, every position count here. Right now Johansson is going to be hungry to get past Alex McGee. He's going to feel a bit mugged off surely after, you know, the door's really there. And again, Van der Linden very wide through turn 8. It's a very weird line, it just leaves him a bit vulnerable, but Alex McGee's not quite close enough where he can put under pressure here. Look how much through turn number 9 at the King for Chris Johansson just got so much more confidence in the number 42 there to gain up on anyone. And very wide in the background is Van der Kran. You don't want to be doing that too much, or track limits will be creeping your way. We go up towards turn 11 again. I don't think anyone's really close enough to give us any sort of drama or interest right now, but you know, set themselves up for the next time round. Drama's not, action's not too far away there, as we say, for Alex McGee very close to the back of Van der Linden, has to slam on his brakes there, and Chris Johansson nearly closes up, and the door nearly opened up again, but down at turn 14. So it's all about making the most of the opportunity, and this we spoke about it a lot, how difficult it is to overtake around here, and it definitely seems like the car third in the train is the one getting the moves done, because the car in, trying to get to the lead of the train can't quite get the moves done, and then leaves them vulnerable. And we've seen a lot where cars are taking 2 in 1 as Johansson gets past McGee though relatively easy through turn number 3, but McGee's going to try and fight it round the outside at turn 4, but Johansson just stays ahead. And as we say that, he leaves himself vulnerable, and Van der Kraan has gained massively there, nearly had a run through turn number 5, but tucked into the slipstream is Alex McGee. Is he going to be closer for a move up towards turn 8? We shall see. Van der Kraan is looking in the background to take the pickings down to the inside. Alex McGee is going to go around the outside, then Johansson's going to try and defend. Hugging the inside is Alex McGee, but I think Johansson has done a brilliant run then. He's going to the inside line through 9 and 10. We've seen how good he is through turn 9, but he's having to take the title line, which is probably what leaves him a bit vulnerable. A bit of a switchback attempt there by Alex McGee. That's going to be brilliant. You think he's got some overlap here, and Johansson's not really got much of a slipstream that he had last time this happened to pull ahead. But he still holds on to position here. P14 go up to the inside for the King, and then gets some more technical issues. It's just typical, isn't it, Ryan?
Yeah, there's so much going on at the moment, and this is a fantastic battle between 14th, 15th, and it looks like 16th as well, and fantastic battle, and up ahead as well. It looks like I was going to say Van der Lunden's actually managed to pull away and build a bit of a gap, but these 3 cars behind them start scrapping away amongst themselves, and not too far behind as well. We've got it looks like we've got an Audi not too far behind as well. That's I'm trying to think who that is. Hoffman Arvidsson as well, by the looks of it.
That's the number 101. But Stephen Hoffman Arvidsson, his Oliver Anson's teammates, they've made some solid progress from starting down in P20 V101 garage team. Johansson, it seems Alex McGee did get past him there, so Chris Johansson tucks right back into the back now of Alex McGee, trying to retake that position, and these two are just going to continuously be scrapping, and the biggest winner here is going to be Van der Linden, who's just able to bridge a gap now ahead and start running off into distance. As we slowly approach the second pit window in about 10-15 minutes, we'll probably see him. And again, when he is that normal racing line, Chris Johansson just gained so much through turn number 9. Van der Kraan is just holding on here, and Arvidsson is just gaining slowly in the background to make the battle for P14 a 4-car battle here. So it's all starting to get very interesting as we start to really get into this race here as we approach the opening 2 hours. We're an hour and 55 minutes and change into this race. It's been very interesting so far, hasn't it, Ryan?
It has indeed, and yeah, McGee is still under attack from Johansson, but it's been a fantastic battle either way, nevertheless. And the battle up at the front's probably just died down a little bit, but this battle further back in the field has been great to watch. And Frans van der Linden has just pulled away from McGee ever so slightly. They've got a gap up to about 1 second now, but still Johansson just can't do anything about McGee, and McGee's done a good defensive job as they come through to this tight twisted section, the double right-hander, and then this left-hander heading onto the straight, heading up to turn 8, and Johansson needs to try and get a good exit here, try and carry that momentum onto this back straight, or onto the straight, sorry, and it looks like he's carrying that momentum, he's getting closer in the slipstream, but I don't think he's going to be close enough heading down to turn 8. He needs to try and use this hairpin, try and set up a run, and maybe try and take a late entry, but again, not close enough.
He seems to be gaining on Van der Linden as well, but yeah, you make a point that even though the battle for the leads died down a bit, with Clyde Barney getting past Miato, we've still got battles where, as long as we've got something on track to keep us entertained. Rightly so, this has been a brilliant battle. It reminds me very much of Chris Vickers and Ben Smith trying to go at each other. It's like it's a sprint race sort of thing, even though there's 10 hours to go, they're giving you their all straight away. And Van der Kraan is just holding in there, and Arvidsson is slowly gaining as well. So we could be looking at now a 4-car battle as McGee right on the back of Van der Linden, and this goes back to when there's a 3-car battle. one that's probably going to be the biggest winner is the third in for train as McGee tries to go round. The outside gets very close, very early on the brakes, whereas Van der Linden, but he now leaves himself vulnerable from Johansson. But Johansson, the door's a bit slammed shut there by McGee, but he's vulnerable from Van der Kran. So, you know, it's one of those circuits where if you can't get the move done, what you need to be looking in your mirrors, because all of a sudden there's a car on your rear trying to get past you. As Johansson trying to take a bit of a wide line, trying to set himself up for a good apex there, get that swing onto V-back straight up towards turn 8 to get that acceleration. And defensive goes McGee. He knows Johansson's there, he knows the pressure's there, he moves back onto the racing line, and McGee tries to get very close to the back of Van der Linden. Not quite going to work, then he's vulnerable from Johansson further back. So it's all yo-yoing, you don't really know where to look and where the move's going to come from, but it's going to come from someone, and it's going to come very soon, very late and optimistic. We've said Johansson's very good through turn 9, and very late on the brakes, he gets the move done at turn 10. That was brilliant there by Chris Johansson. He's got enough overlap, he's going to have the inside line for the Kings here up at 11 and 12 before turn 13 and 14, but side by side we go through 12. Now at 13 we approach. Who's going to get the move done? And it looks like Johansson's going to be able to hold on nicely. I thought he may have just been a bit too hot on the brakes there, but no, nicely done there by Chris Johansson, and he seemed to catch Alex McGee sleeping a bit there.
He did indeed, and that was a great move by Johansson. He managed to make a move up the inside of McGee, and McGee, he actually caught him off guard ever so slightly. He managed to get a great run, and Johansson took the opportunity when he saw it, and they managed to make the move stick. And McGee now under attack from who's that behind him? It looks like Van der Kran by the looks of it, and I think the Lexus, as strong as that car is in a straight line, it's not always the strongest car over a whole stint, I've noticed. And Johansson now is actually already closed back onto the rear of Van der Linden, so I think Johansson, don't be surprised if you see him trying to go for an opportunistic move like he did the previous lap for McGee, and wasn't already closing up to the rear of Van der Linden, and maybe trying to do a switchback. And I think Johansson might try and set up a move on the exit of turn 9 and 10 of Tramonto.
It's really cool to see the onboard there through turn 9, just to see how much Johansson gained. Because he's just got so much more confidence through there than anyone else. He just gained so much. He had to take evasive action going up towards turn number 10 because of how much he then gained. It's like almost a bit of a curse sort of thing. It's not helping him as much because he gained so much. He's then on the rear and kind of gets hampered in towards turn 10. But through turn 14, right onto the back, through 15, forcing Van der Linden to go a bit defensive here, and a good run out of turn 16. Van der Linden's going to be very under pressure, taking a lot off the curve on the inside line. We've seen him do it before. Chris Johansson, very good through turn 16. Van der Linden's already gone defensive. We're going to force Johansson to go round the outside. Johansson tries, he goes a bit deep, and that's a lot better than what he did last time, where he went very hot and nearly went off the track there. Switch back inside line now for turn number 3 for Van der Linden, but Van der Linden's not going to be able to hold on. He's going to be a bit vulnerable from Alex McGee as well. He's going to have the inside line up towards turn 4. Can Chris Johansson hold it round the outside? I don't think he can, and now Johansson's going to be a bit vulnerable from Alex McGee, and Alex McGee's almost teased going a bit free wide there. Johansson goes a bit wide through turn 5 to defend from Alex McGee, but poor run there. He's going to lose 2 positions here, it seems, as Van der Kran is now side by side with him up towards turn 8. Alex McGee's already got the move done, but Van der Kran holds the inside line. Can Johansson get the switch back? No, he can't, and we've seen the first bit of action from Van der Kran now as well. And that goes back to what we were saying. Looking at a move, you're then going to be very vulnerable from anyone else when you can't pull the move off. He was looking to go to the head of this group and take P13. Well, now he finds himself down in P16. An unfortunate time there for Chris Johansson.
So Johansson, he was making progress, and he was on the field, on the rear of Van der Linden there. But yeah, I think Johansson, his over eagerness might have just cost him ever so slightly. So McGee again gains a couple of positions now, or a position, sorry, up into P14, and not too far behind Van der Linden, and still McGee as well. It seems to be the case. He falls back, loses a couple of positions, and then all of a sudden, just out of nowhere, manages to regain them. As we've got another battle at the bottom of the screen. the battle for 8th and... Sorry, Dylan.
No. Battle for 8th and 9th, it seems here then. As that is the number 16 and the number 992 going at it. So, if I can look, that's a long way down. The number 992, I'm looking through, that's the JBP Motorsport. Rated P17, but they're going at it as well, so it seems wherever we're looking, we've got a bit of a battle going on, as now Van der Kraan trying to get involved as well and gets past the number 38 car, and then Johansson gets past Alex McGee as well, as we're trying to look at the battle for P8 and 9. Van der Kraan gets involved in a bit of contact as well from Alex McGee and Chris Johansson up at turn number 10, and well, we said the first action from Van der Kraan, now Van der Kraan's getting his elbows out fully. He moves up into P14, and the guy who's going to be loving this the most is going to be Van der Linden, having a massive sigh of relief, but Chris Johansson tucked into the back of Alex McGee. We've seen this happen quite a few times in the past 20 minutes or so. It's getting very spicy, and we've got 10 hours to go here, Ryan.
Yeah, these guys are pretty much treating it like a sprint race, and we've still got like basically 9 hours left in this race, and these guys are pretty much treating it like it's a 9-minute sprint race, but still it's a fantastic battle going on between these guys, and I think again this battle will probably go down to the end of the stint, and probably it could be decided in the second set of pit stops, but still it's been a great battle nevertheless, with Van der Linden still in front, and Van der Linden looked like he was pulling away from this battle at one point not too long ago, but I think he might be struggling with tyres slightly. I'm just looking now, the track temperature has went up another degree, up to 31 degrees track temperature now, so this it looks like the track is going to get hotter and hotter, sorry.
9 minutes or 9 hours left on the clock. Nonetheless, we've got battles raging on like they're fighting for their life here, and we're all here for it really, as Johansson down the inside of McGee in the background there. They're still going at it, and then Van der Kraan's got a nice run on Van der Linden here. So all of the vans round the outside at turn 9, Van der Kraan tries to go, and then Chris Johansson tries following as well. It's all going to be a bit boxed in, and Van der Kraan is going to be a bit vulnerable from Alex McGee here, but Alex McGee's been a bit boxed in, and has to just hook into the slipstream here, would have been vulnerable from Chris Johansson further back. And it is a massive train, and it's even better as the variation of liveries we've got as well. It's so easy to distinguish who's who, and they're also brightly coloured, but down the inside Alex McGee tries to go in for Lexus, and it makes contact, and he loses the rear and takes out Van der Kraan with it. It was an opportunistic move, it was never really on there, and Alex McGee, what were you thinking?
Yeah, that was a bit. I think it. In McGee's defence, he did end up getting sideways in the middle of the corner there, and just lost control. But yeah, I think that was a bit. I don't like to apportion blame to anyone, but I think if that was me, I think it would just be. It was hard racing, but I think it would just be a racing incident. But we'll wait and see what the stewards decide.
I'm sure Alex McGee's going to argue that Van der Kraan didn't leave him for space. Well, I mean, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. Chris Johansson's going to be saying thank you very much, but it kind of ruined what we were having. That was brilliant there. With four-way battle. Now Johansson and Van der Linden going to be at it, and now Van der Linden doesn't really have the protection from the battles going on further behind him, but he's going to have his full attention on Chris Johansson now, who's been shown to be very racy. He's very wide. There goes Van der Linden, and watch through turn 9. How much did Chris Johansson gain? Van der Linden just has to park it on the apex to make sure that Chris Johansson can't find that gap through turn 9, because if there is the gap there, Johansson, we know, is going to be taking it. But now all the way up towards turn number 13, we're going to be seeing Van der Linden a bit vulnerable here, as confidence Johansson's got through these high-speed sections, whether it's him or the car or how the setup is. Nonetheless, that car is dangerous through there, swinging it around for a late apex at turn 14, trying to get the run at turn 15. We've seen Van der Linden be forced to go a bit defensive through these final 2 turns from Johansson, but now Johansson's got no one to worry about behind him. Again, another corner of Chris Johansson is brilliant. The exit of turn 16, the final turn, is going to have a massive run tucked into the slipstream with straight line speed. Here we go, up towards turn 1. Is he going to be close enough? I don't think he is. Van der Linden's gone on the normal racing lines. Don't think about going defensive, because we've also seen if you do go defensive, invite Johansson to try and send it around you outside, and Johansson's probably going to be more prone to doing that now, as he's not got to worry about anyone else behind him. But Van der Linden goes defensive up towards turn number 4. What can Johansson do up towards turn 8? Trying to set up a good run here. There's going to be a side bit of a toe, it seems, but Van der Linden might pick up. Is going to do very little to help, though, as Dominic Gies has picked up another drive-through penalty, but a very good run from turn number 6. Then Van der Linden goes defensive round the outside. Chris Johansson's going to try and go here up at turn 8. Late on the brakes as you like. Can you get it done? He seems to be holding it nicely. That's only Van der Linden's line round the outside. And now it's going to be the inside line up to his favourite turn number 9. And Van der Linden's just a bit of a sitting duck here as Chris Johansson walks all over him.
That was a fantastic move by Johansson. He set that up on the exit of turn 6, heading down to turn 8, and he went right the outside, and they managed to keep it, hold it on the outside to get a momentum on the exit of turn 8, and they got the move done before heading down to turn 9 and 10. And fantastic move from Johansson.
Definitely makes up for all the technical issues we've had so far, but Van der Linden definitely struggling with his tyres, it seems now, as it seems Chris Johansson starting to bridge, and we are in that sort of area now where we're going to start seeing a few pit stops coming into the race, and as everyone's thinking about taking their second stop, and as you said, track temperatures going up, tyre pressures will be going up, and it's all these things we need to be thinking about as a team. What's his sort of game plan, as Johansson's left Van der Linden in the dust there almost. He's already flying ahead, so Van der Linden definitely struggling, and you have to say Van der Linden was only being held together by all the battles going on behind with Van der Kran and Alex McGee, which will be interesting to see what the stewards pull out of that incident and what they believe is responsible. But another thing I've noticed, down in 24th, Matt Tubby, that was Patrick Prince earlier in the Lamborghini, so they've fallen right down the order whilst we had those technical issues. Number 990, the Snack & Sons Racing, but they've fallen right down the order, so it'll be interesting to see what's happened with them.
I was just wondering what happened to them, because they were right up there. They were doing well, but maybe it's just a case of maybe the second driver in the car maybe not being as quick and maybe just falling back slightly, unless if they've made some, or they've made a few mistakes. But yeah, I'm not sure what happened today, but still, looking at the 24th place car right now, and yeah, they're still going anyway, down in 24th, so maybe not right up there, but they're still going on track at the moment. And yeah, even if you're not up there, still going on the track and still just keeping it going is not always a bad thing.
No, but he would have been in that battle that we've seen with Van der Kran and Van der Linden, Johansson and McGee. So I think they may have had a few penalties as well that's probably put them down here, so it's a tough one to call. We'll probably find out at some point from someone in the team in the chat. We'll have some information for us about what's happened. There's a bit of contact down at turn 10, as I think they're unlapping themselves there a bit. I don't think that was an Audi behind them. So, it'll be interesting to see what's happened to them as well. They'd it was a 990 that had the drive-through and then the stop go 30, so that was the one that got hit over the head with a frying pan, it seems.
Yeah, I was wondering why they were so far back. But that explains it. But yeah, they're still going. I think they're about 5 laps down now at this point of the race. So I think it's just a case of just trying to keep going and trying to make it to the end of the race and just see where they end up finishing.
Well, there's a long way to go, just under 10 hours. I mean, anything can really happen. Because, in all honesty, of how endurance races can turn out, you can still probably find yourself on a podium from down here. You're a long way back, but if they are quick drivers here in the 990, they were fighting for podiums in Catalonia, they can definitely make their way up into the top 10 with instances are bound to happen. People get damaged, make mistakes, get penalties. Things will happen, and the race is still relatively young as well. So, with 9 hours and 47 and a bit minutes left, you can definitely find your way right up the order. And if you're in this position, with an hour to go, yeah, you'll be a bit disheartened. But it's depending on your mindset, you can really find your way up and score some solid points in the championship here. So, no real complaint. You can obviously complain about the penalties and stuff, but you can definitely get your head down and definitely at least climb up in towards a top 10 position, especially with what we've seen with the chaos in the time that the midfield will be losing with all of these battles and accidents that they're having.
Indeed, is it? Yeah, it looks like it looks like we've had the fastest lap of the race so far from Miato up in third place at the moment in the 62 Porsche. But yeah, I think it looks like all the battles have settled down a little bit, and there's not much going on at the moment apart from Tubby being lapped down in 24th. But apart from that, the action's all settled down at the moment, Dylan. It's been well, the first couple of stints have been pretty hectic, but it's all settled down now. As it looks like we've still got about probably 9 hours 46 minutes remaining of this race.
It's all quieting down after Alex McGee and Van der Kraan decided to come together. We was very much we was very much enjoying that battle. I can't think of the word. I'm trying to think of some fancy word that makes me sound smarter than I am. Yeah, it's tip of my tongue. It's not gonna. We'll find it in an hour or so. But this is Tony Etzer onto the back of Chris Johansson, who's absolutely left Van der Linden in the mud now. He may have made a pit stop somewhere down the line, potentially, because he's absolutely flown by. But Simone Etzer looks like it's a battle for position on track, but no, he's just trying to find his way through the backmark traffic, and Johansson not getting out of the way. Does he know that I'm surely going to be getting blue flags. You're going to know he's there, so I don't know why you'd be holding him up so much, because it does risk penalties. Surely up towards turn 8, he should let him go. We hope. There we go. Etzer takes the slipstream. Thank you very much. Bit of door-to-door contact. That's not really what you want to be having, but a little bit of stress, but Ietza flies back. That 138 team so far is going to be enjoying their time almost as I predicted at the start of the race.
Yeah, they're probably having a great time up at the front at the moment, and they've pretty much been the class of the field so far, managing to pull away and build a bit of a gap up at the front. And I think it's still surprised in a way that Miato didn't manage to jump up into the lead. But I think Miato would have took the lead after the first set of stops, but just traffic cost him. But still, he's still sitting there in third place in the top 3 position, and it's the top 3 at the moment are pretty much just in a class of their own. They up at the front, and they've pretty much got the top 3 at least anyway. I've got pace over the rest of the field and laughing so much quicker, but it's still a long way to go in this race, and anything can happen. You never know. One of the top 3 could have an issue, and one of the teams further back, round about the top 6, anyone in the top 6 could potentially be up into a top 3 position. But still, I don't like to jinx teams, so I'll keep my tongue very, very or mouth very shut.
Now the timing screen is telling me that we've got a little Porsche battle, bumper to bumper, the 992, currently being piloted by John Doe Germany and Tim Nybo in the 488. It's that 488 Porsche. We know exactly which one it is. There we go. You need no introduction. It's an absolute mess. But it's a Porsche battle here. It's the one that was being piloted by Ben Smith, now being piloted by John Doe Germany, the 992 JBP Motorsport, which is a handful to say, I must say, and then the 488 Team Rocket Scuderia, which is a handful to look at. So it's a Porsche battle that likes to give us a bit of a headache, but as long as it's a good battle, who's going to complain, Ryan?
I won't complain, at least anyway, because yeah, it's a Ferrari livery on a Porsche, and I do like that livery, but it just feels weird seeing it on a Porsche with Ferrari badges. So, but still got this battle going on at the moment for 9th place, and the car that was piloted by Ben Smith earlier on is currently being driven at the moment by Doe Germany. Again, under attack from this team behind in the Ferrari livery, and the 10th place Porsche just runs wide ever so slightly. That'll compromise his entry and exit onto this back straight heading up to turn 8, but still it doesn't seem to compromise him too much. So as they head up to turn 8 and he's getting closer in the slipstream, but I don't think he's going to be close enough to make a move. He kind of junked to the left thinking about it, but decides not to do anything silly.
Well, just seeing something from Patrick Prince in the chat. Actually, we'll get back to that in a minute. As side by side, it seems to be the 2 Porsches up towards turn number 11. Tim Neibauer really wanting to fancy a move up towards turn 11 at the King, but yeah, Patrick Prince. So it was him that was parked on the exit because the car, it didn't let him pit apparently, or it didn't let him drive because he ran out of fuel. So that will explain why the 990s had some problems. So our eyes weren't deceiving us. There was a Lamborghini parked on pit exit. So there's some news for that as Van der Kran is into the pit lane as well. Sorry about this technical difficulties, Mr. TV director. There we go. Back to this beautiful battle between the two Porsches. JDG seems the easiest way to say John Doe Germany. It doesn't roll off your tongue the nicest, but Tim Neibauer, who cares what their names are like if they give us a good battle? And Tim Neibauer was absolutely brilliant last time out. Fancies to move up towards turn number 4, tries to squeeze the gap, and he's actually made John Doe Germany forced to leave the gap there, but he's going to have the inside line through 6. Round the outside, Neibauer's going to have to try and fight it. It's going to be a drag race up towards turn number 8. Who's got the straight line speed? Little Kink at 7 has the inside line for Doe Germany, but up towards turn number 8. A bit of a switchback fancied for Neibauer, but Doe Germany just parks it on the apex. Now, Neibauer fancies move up the inside of turn number 9. He finds it. What's it with red cars? And they make contact, and Neibauer comes off worse. I was about to say, what is it with red cars fancying a move up at turn 9? And the gap was there. He went for it. He just couldn't get the car stopped in time, and there's a drive-through penalty for Van Horn, the number 18. That is the Astro Racing team, currently being parted by Carl Van Horn. That's a drive-through penalty for him, probably for track limits. That's very unfortunate. But Doe Germany, he can breathe a sigh of relief there. As Neibauer, that could have ended a bit worse than it did, though, so a sigh of relief for everyone involved there that it wasn't a bigger accident like the likes of Alex McGee and Van der Kran.
Yeah, that could have ended up being a lot more worse, and I think that was good heads-up driving from Do Germany to leave some space there, because I think he had a feeling that something like that was going to happen, so he left a bit of space and, excuse me, managed to survive that incident and managed to get away with it. But yeah, that was a bit of an optimistic move there. It was it was one of those moves. I can understand why the gap was there, but that was just a bit of a bit over eager for my liking. But just looking at the penalty list as well, the incident between cars 33 and 38 on lap 77 has been decided or deemed as a no further action.
That's what you thought might have happened, but we currently see the pizza livery. That is Arvidsson and Oliver Anderson. That's the 101 car. That's the Audi up ahead. We see some lap traffic. This isn't the Audi we're on about. This is the 404. If I can find it, that is the Gary. That's their team. That's their sister car. That's the Gary. That is the 404 Garage Rip 101. That is the Garage 101 sister team driving the 404. Right on track with their sister car, and it's a very good run there as Advidson seems to struggle a bit here, and now Stewart might be able to unlap themselves. Wave to your teammate goodbye as Advidson, with his Pete's livery car, brakes really early. Do you think they've run out of fuel there?
I don't think it's a matter of running out of fuel. I think the sister car is probably just letting them buy to unlap themselves when they realise that the 101, or not the 101, the 404 is just probably just a little bit quicker and decide to let him go and unlap themselves because they realise that the 404 will probably just pull away now.
Teamwork at its finest. We are very much approaching the second pit windows. We see a lot of drivers piling into the pit lane. So 404, yeah, fine away. It may also be tyres are going as well on the 101 car because I'm very surprised to see them so far up the order in P13. They're normally hovering about the P17 area right now. So barring there's been a few instances as well. Yes, as you can see, into the pit lane. Yeah, I think they were struggling for fuel and tyres a bit. So on cue into the pit lane as we see a lot of cars starting to make their way into the pit lane as well as we ride with the Garage Rip 101. very weird name, but it's the 404 garage car, currently being piloted by Stewart down in P22. Have a 212 car, that is the Green Moose Racing, that is currently being piloted by Vincent Glazek. Currently running in P4, they've come really out of nowhere in this race, and is that a battle? That's just a lapped car they're passing here, I believe. So they've really come from nowhere. They started in P8, now in P4, so they've really made good inruns so far in the first 2 hours of the race.
Yeah, they were at one point in the race. They were kind of like probably further back in the field, probably just outside the top 10 or towards the rear of the field, I think. And they've had a good run so far. It's been a quiet run for them, and they're up in fourth place at the moment with Walshek at the wheel at the moment, and they doing a good job and just doing their thing, and it seems to be working so far because they're up in fourth place at the moment, and they're having a great run, and they Walshek as well. Just looking at his pace, and his pace hasn't been too bad. Maybe not as quick as the front runners, but still the best time in the race so far has been 1:36.2, and that's only I think just under a second off the leader's pace at the moment. So not doing too bad.
It's been a quiet and a patient race for them, but it goes back to just these long endurance races are going to be won by the team that lets the race come to them. And right now, the 212 car is letting that happen straight away. The Green Moose Racing team, I believe they were involved at the incident at the start of the race at turn 4. I believe there was one of the cars that may have been punted as well, actually. But I'm sure it was a green car that got absolutely rammed off the road at turn number 4. So it would be impressive if they were the victim of that and still pulled their way through into P4. So they've got really good pace, but Clyde Barney into the pit lane then from P2. I believe we've had a driver swap as well for the number 63 car. Sorry, the number 62 car. Yes, we have. Alessandro Catricala is now in. So we've got rid of Andrea Meato. So maybe he was starting to get a bit tired as well, and it was reflecting in his sort of speed as our race leader as well into the pit lane. So again, it's that undercut from the number 62 car, but it's really not worked. They might have Clyde Barney here, as Clyde Barney's exiting the pit lane. We'll see, and I think number 62 car has then got the jump on Clyde Barney here. So I think second time round the number 62 car will retake P number 2, and there's confirmation on the timing tower on the left hand side of your screen. Number 62 car retakes that position there. And actually, has Simone Ietza got nearly a lap on these guys as well, actually? I've just realised because he's in the pit lane as well, and he should have jumped Ietza in the pit lane. So Ietza's got quite a hefty lead, nearly a lap. So that's mighty impressive from the 138 team. So we are 2.5 hours into this race. We are slowly finding the second round of pit stops here in the SSRi 12 Hours of Misano. Currently being led by the 138 team that's being piloted by Simone Ietza. They dominated Catalonia. They're so far dominating Misano as he leaves pit road. It's been an interesting yo-yo battle between the 138 and the number 62 car. The GTWR Academy car, Andrea Miato, teased moves but couldn't quite get it done. Now being piloted by Alessandro Catricola. So, not close enough really to get them jumped on, but it shows the lead that Ietza had. Nearly a lap on some of these guys. But I think we have a driver swap as well in the number 5 car. Yes, Ben Mullard, I believe, is now piloting that. So another driver swap. Yes, the race leader as well. We've got a new pilot in the 138 car, I believe. That is Grappolini. Indeed, yes. So, the top 3 all swap drivers now. So, this is kind of goes back to what I was saying. Would you rather do 2 hours and get a 2-hour break sort of thing? So, it's interesting to see how the drivers, because we saw some do early swap after 1 stint. So, how it's swapping after 2 stints, Ryan?
Yeah, I think most of these teams up at the front are probably trying to go as long as possible. Maybe just try and stretch out the stints as long as possible. Maybe do long stints, and it means if they do a longer stint like we were talking about earlier, it means the driver that started the race gets a long break, maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hours, depending on if they're running, maybe if they're running three drivers or four drivers. So yeah, most of the top or the top three anyway have done a driver swap, and it means the starting drivers will probably they'll get a long break now. So yeah, they'll probably hand it over to. They're probably doing something similar to what they do in real life in the endurance races. Put the quick drivers in for the start, and then maybe put their not so quick drivers, or maybe the gentleman drivers, if you like, in for the middle part of the race, and they do their stints, get their stints early, and then put another quick driver in for their stint as as the race goes on.
It's very interesting though, because what we've seen, the 138 team doesn't really have any slow drivers. They're all as good as each other, but I guess it comes to when you're choosing your selection of who drives when. If you're all at the same pace, who's better dealing with, the start and the chaos and being cool on the pressure like Simonietza is, then say who's better at clearing the traffic as quick as possible and stuff, and just finding where everyone's strengths are. If you all have similar pace, it's then your strengths on track with, how the race will evolve and how if the track evolves was the track will get hotter as we approach midday, and then it changes who's better at dealing with that sort of change. It's all of these different factors that add up into the challenge of sort of multi-driver racing in these teams.
Yeah, so it could just be a case of, well, yeah, you've got three really quick drivers, or yeah, three really quick drivers, or for the teams that have got four drivers, maybe they've got three really quick drivers, and then maybe just one that's not as quick. Maybe they'll hand over to the drivers not so quick, but is maybe better at just keeping the car on track and keep it out of trouble. And I think maybe some of these teams, it wouldn't surprise me if they've got a strategy plan set up for with regards to the drivers, like who goes in when. Like one driver will do the start, one will do the middle part of the middle part of the race, and but it's good at dealing with the traffic and not losing too much time. And then they'll stick the third driver in for as we get through to by maybe towards the end of the race. It's maybe just like I say, good at keeping it on track and just keeping out of trouble. And then for the finish, they'll probably hand it over to the quickest driver.
So it's all different. It also depends on like what you're comfortable with and what times, because as well with how long it is, certain drivers may drive better at certain times of the day because I don't know, you've got to wake up a bit earlier to do these sort of things. So who's going to be more alert at the start of today than someone who might take a bit longer to wake up? So it also everything factors into it, and it's very it's very difficult up perfectly. Also, they would have done this before. It would be very similar to what they had because it was a Yetzer that started in Barcelona, I believe. So if you also do these sort of races consistently in the same team, you also then get a bit of a rhythm and a schedule of who goes where, and you sort of find the balance. Do you know what I mean? It's what you get used to, and it's if you set a set schedule, you know what really who goes when, and it helps with a rhythm before you even get on track of knowing when you're going to be in, and it allows your body to be more ready if you have that sort of schedule and pattern going on.
Absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things in endurance races as well, but especially with like these long races that end at night time. I don't know why I like jumping in at night time because I don't feel quick, but I feel more focused, more alert, and more just having to watch what I'm doing and making sure I hit every corner, every apex, and just keeping the car on track. But I have to agree with you. It's some drivers are different. Some drivers like to go on for the start because they like to like maybe try and gain as many positions as possible, and they're probably best to stick in for the start. And then you get some drivers that don't like to do the start just because they get nervous in case they do more mistakes, or maybe just take someone out by accident. But all drivers are different.
Yeah, I know me what I'm normally doing the later stint because I'm in the middle of no man's land and there's no one really to bother me because I'm a tool. So you don't really want me doing the start because I'm going to put it in the wall. So, you normally just stick me at last because hopefully it's going to be the quietest thing, normally put the, I know when I do it, we put our best driver first, who's normally a bit more racy and has the better speed, and we go work it down to the slowest. But people might prefer having their quicker driver at the end, knowing that most teams will have their slower driver at the end, so you can gain more time. There's also a lot of drive-through penalties being picked up here now. I'm starting to see. So drivers really starting to push for track limits 2.5 hours into the race here. It's all we're starting to really. I think after the second round of pit stops, we're all starting to find a bit of a rhythm and what really on track as these gaps are. Oh, hello. There's a moving chicane in the middle of the exit of turn 3. It's not something you're really wanting there, is it, Ryan?
Yeah, especially on that section of the track as well when you're getting up to speed and I just saw the replay as well on my end and I don't know what happened there. It was just was that it looked like an Audi in the middle of the track or a BMW or something like that. It just maybe someone just tried to get back in the power and just lost it. But it's not something that you want to see when you're on the exit of the first few corners, and especially when you've got a car behind you and you're in a battle.
Yeah, it's not. It's also a bit scary when you come through a corner like that. If it's just a car there. It's probably going to be a little daunting for it's there, but I believe we've got a bit of a battle going on here. Car number 4 and car number 12. So that is the Team Hot Air Balloon Yellow that is being piloted by Valentin Korkin, and then very close to the back there is Bart Sverinkin, the number 12, who's back in the car. He took over from Van der Linden, who took over from him at the first in. So Bart Svering back in after a short break, but he's gonna have a bit more track knowledge than Korkin, who's just jumped into the car here. So back with an interesting battle. The number 4 car, after serving a drive-through penalty as well, they've not really seemed to have lost much time. And the Sim Racing Holland team has gained a fair bit. And an interesting point, these two started in this order on the track. They started next to each other in P15 and P16. They've moved their way up into P12 and P13, but have relatively stuck together. So after 2 rounds of pit stops and 2.5 hours of racing, nothing separates these two at least. And they're moving up as there's yellow flags on the exit of P8 where we're approaching here, I believe. I think someone's just gone and had a bit of a spin on the exit of P8, which is probably because they've ran too wide on the curve. There we go. There's the culprit of that one. So we'll see how this battle evolves then with Svering and Korkin and see if they can sort of everything we look at as well. The number 12 car recently has always been in some form of battle no matter who's piloting it.
So Zwierink's jumped back in, like you say, he's jumped in, took over from his teammate, and at the moment it looks like Zwierink's slightly quicker than the Corkin as it stands, but just again, it's just that case of trying to get closer in a straight line, and it looks like the BMW, but the BMW from my experience racing on ACC is absolutely rapid in a straight line, and trying to make a move on it can be difficult. But again, under braking, the Zwierink is closes right up under brakes, and he gets really close. But just as soon as we get onto a straight, that BMW just seems to have that extra bit of oomph.
That's it's a fun way to put it for an extra bit of oomph. I do like that analogy there. More yellows on the exit of turn 13. We can almost guarantee what someone's gone and done there and probably sent it into a bit of a spin. It's so easy to lose your rear through there. So, what have you making? This is your first race on ACC commentating. What do you make of it? What do you make of the game and the racing in general?
We were talking about it earlier. I do love racing on ACC. It's probably my favorite. I don't know what you would call it, sim game or whatever. I know some people say it's a sim, some people say it's a game, but we'll leave that debate for another time. But I do enjoy racing on it because it's got everything. It's got everything I think you want on it. It's got good force feedback. It's good. It's got good characteristics. The setups are not as difficult to do as I thought they would be coming over from something like iRacing, but ACC I enjoy racing in it. There's so many leagues around for it. So if you're looking for leagues to do an ACC, you won't be at a loss. But commentating on it has been good fun so far. My first broadcast at ACC, and I look forward to doing more of the same in the future.
Don't get me started on subs. I'm so clueless. I have no idea. It's really weird commentating and not having an idea really about setups because they're like, oh, tire pressures for right. I'm sitting going, can you explain this to me? And it's kind of like teasing into the viewers, like, oh yeah, explain to the viewers, and it's just really explain to me. I have no absolute clue what you're on about. I just hear and talk about people going side by side. Don't get all technical. I'm a bit clueless when it comes to that. It's a good learning experience as well for me because, and you know, you talk when you do these long races, and setup is an absolute massive key in it, and how you set your cars up to handle these long races, and you know, it's going to be a massive part of conversation, so it helps me learn as well. And it's part of the fun of doing the commentating, I guess. As it seems that Corkin is pulling ahead from Zverink a bit here, as Zverink seems to be being hunted down by an Audi further back. No, sorry, it's just a lapped car. Advertson is getting quite nicely as well. That's the 101 car that we saw that was struggling a bit and went into the pit lane and hasn't actually lost too much time there in the pizza liveried car. I wonder how many pizzas are on that livery for Advertson. I mean, when we thought it looked like wrapping paper with a lot of red polka dots, that must be a lot of pizzas on that car.
Yeah, I'm interested to see what topping of pizza or toppings on that car as well, unless it's just a plain pizza. But by the looks of it, it does anyway. But yeah, my favorite. We were talking about this earlier. But my favorite topping on a pizza is pepperoni because my mind that's all you need, nothing else.
Uh, I'll pass on the pepperoni. I mean, I don't mind it, but I personally just classic margarita. You don't need
Uh,
to ruin it. You don't have to ruin it. It's why ruin what's
oh,
already perfect.
oh, sorry, I was just watching the I was watching the live stream on my main monitor, and I thought there was going to be contact there because someone was so slow into turn
Oh,
one.
yeah,
But
yeah, I've just seen that.
oh, that was so close.
We've
That was
got a
a
bit
hard.
of a delay here because we've got more technical issues, so we do apologise for the rambling filler. We are trying to get things sorted as soon as we can, and when we get our stream coverage back, we'll have a lot better. But we it's fun conversation. It's normally happens in endurance racing anyway. You normally get a bit off track because in these endurance races, we've pointed out a few times, it can get a bit dull sometimes, as you know, especially when pit stops. Not always guaranteed constant battles. You're not even guaranteed constant battles in a sprint race. So I guess it's one of those you just have to take it as it comes, and it's a part of this rambling waffling. It's how you do it, I guess. But as we watch Corkin through turn number 9 and 10, it's interesting to me how wide a lot of drivers are going through turn 9. They just completely miss the apex to set themselves up better to carry more speed on the exit of turn 10. And to me that seems really weird. You'd want to be taking the apex, but no, they go a meter and a half, 2 meters wide of the apex, so they have that better lineup to take it more like a 90-degree at turn 10 than a proper hairpin. And that seems to be what's quicker for the drivers. And I mean, if it works for you, it works for you, I guess. I mean, you want to do what's going to gain you the most time. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, absolutely, and yeah, it's one of those things as well. One of those things is it's like you mentioned that some drivers are they've got that each driver's got their own way of driving, like driving style, like how they take corners, for example. Especially, say for example, up at turn 8, you'll see some drivers trying to hug the curb on the inside as much as possible. You might see some other drivers take a wide entry and then maybe try and square the corner off just to try and get a better exit and try and carry that momentum. But this battle between Corkin and Zwierink's been going on for quite a while now, and not too far behind. Looking at the gap as well, I thought that the Audi was closing these two down, but the gap to Hoffman Adverson, is about 5.6 seconds now. So that gap's went out, stretched out a little bit. So that's pretty much these two all by themselves. And Zwirek, he's closing up. He closed up on the slipstream as well, but he wasn't able to make a move. But still, it's been a great race so far, and if anyone's got any questions in the chat that they want to ask us, feel free to go for it. Something like what's their favourite tracks, or how did we get involved in commentating, like me and Dylan were talking about off air earlier on today. Yeah, something like that. If you want to ask any questions, feel free to ask in the chat.
Yeah, I think looking back at most of the recent SSRi streams I'm in them, so I'm becoming a bit of a familiar face or sound, let's say. On here, I'm looking. Oh, hello. Hey, we're back. This is so fun. So, Yorkin and Zverink down towards turn 8. I don't think Zverink's very close right now. We didn't see much action from Zverink, to be honest. He seems very quiet and patient driver, very much like we saw from Miato earlier on at the start of the race with Yetsa. He's just going to sit behind you and not really do much. There's a 10-second penalty for the 720 car down in P8, down in P18, so it's interesting. Zverink very close to the back though on the exit of turn 10. Can he sit in the toe all the way up towards turn number 13 and try and fancy move down through? They seem to have backed off a bit in towards turn number 11. Now he's gaining up towards turn 12. He peaks a move down the inside. Schneider's picked up a drive-through penalty as well. Just noticed that one up towards turn 14. He's taking a very different line. He's trying to swing it in for a late apex. They're trying to put the pressure on it up towards turn 15. We saw cars doing that when Van der Linden was in the car, so maybe that Team Racing Holland Sim Racing Holland trying to repay the favour of that one, and Schneider instantly into pit lane. You can see there to serve his drive-through penalty. Very unfortunate indeed, but Kolkin very much under pressure here from Zverink.
Seems to be Zverink. He's getting closer and closer, but just by the time he closes right up in that slipstream, he just can't make a move, and it's too late. And still, we've got this battle for 13th place going on at the moment. And as you see right now, you've got the bonnet view on the top, and the bottom screen showing from the helicopter view, as I like to call it, showing both angles of this battle. And Zverink just, I don't know if Corkin's maybe just maybe running lower wing by possibly, and just he's got that straight line speed advantage possibly, but still it's a great battle between these two. It looks like one of the Aston Martins in front of it just runs wide. It looks like a back marker.
Yeah, that is Chris Vickers' team, I believe. That is one of if I can find it. Team Abbey Racing, I believe. Is that? Yeah, it is the 3 for 3. They are actually up in 6th. They've made massive inroads there. So it is a back marker. It's the Team Abbey Racing, and it is currently being piloted by Fabritori. So they've gone from what? He started P10, started race, dropped down to about P12, and now they're up into P6. So they're having a brilliant race as well there. As Fabritori is in the car, and Chris Vickers, well, he kind of ran off into the distance there and left himself in a bit of no man's land. But Zverink has been a bit left in the dust here by Corkin. So we're just patiently waiting again then for something, but I'm mightily impressed there. It's a beautiful livery as well on the Aston Martin for the 3 for 3. But they have made some brilliant inroads, I must say, up into the field.
Yeah, I was going to say that. Yeah, they were just on the fringe or just outside the top 10 at one point, and they're up into 6th place, and it's been a good run from them. And Chris Vickers had a great stint in the first half of the race, keep doing a good job just outside the top 10, and they're up into 6th place now. So having a steady race so far, and they've not been involved in any incidents or nothing major from what I remember. So having a good steady race up in 6th place, and as I look at the 3rd place man of Ben Miller, currently running in 3rd place, And yeah, Ben Mullard, a name I recognise from another ACC league that I race on, and a really quick driver. And yeah, I had a great race with him in the Thursday night league that I race on, and he put me under huge pressure and didn't let me have any rest for a second. And yeah, by the end of the race, I was basically how can I say, a sweat box.
Yeah, Ben Mullard, I've heard he's a very talented driver, but unfortunately, whenever I seem to catch him when I'm commentating, he always seems to have not the best of fortunes. I mean, in a prior league I've commentated, he was really quick, and then I think he got pile drived in towards turn 1, and it was completely in for him. So I never really seen him have the best of luck. It can kind of that trend can kind of continue today, I guess, with how the start of the race, when I know he wasn't piloting, it looked like Barney got absolutely mugged off at the start on that one, and their pole position turned into P3 and have not really moved anywhere since, made any inroads. So very unfortunate for the Odyssey Racing team. So they were down in P4 at some point. So now, like, Barney did find his way back in and briefly was in P2, but they have not really moved anywhere. And Grappellini, well, he's continuing Simonetti's trend of just flying off into distance in that 138 car. So far, they've been practically untouchable today.
And this is a battle for second place as well between the 62 GTWR R8G Academy car of at the moment in second place, and Ben Mullard in third place, not too far behind. So that 62 car, they were doing pretty well up at the front at one point, and they were challenging for the lead. But it just seems to be that 138 has just pulled a magic trick out of the hat with regards to the strategy. It gave them a big lead. So at the moment, the leader all by himself, and the battle for second place is going on. As it looks like this battle further back is at the bottom of the screen is still going on as well.
Yeah, multiple battles going on track now as Ben Mullard is really just kind of there by himself, and it's a beautiful livery by Odyssey Racing team. It does really fit the name Odyssey, kind of thinking space. It's very spacey sort of livery there. So one of my favourites I've seen today, definitely not what the 488 has. That is Crime Against Humanity. Multiple battles on track now, starting to form as we're getting towards the middle of the stint where these battles are starting to form, as everyone's starting to find each other on track again, finding their best mate, and we get into what we could call silly season almost, as we've got the battle for second and the battle for 12 going on. So the number 5 and the number 62, it's the Odyssey Racing versus the GTWR for second, and then the battle for 12, I believe that is Corkin and the Sim Racing Holland that's being piloted by Bart Svering right now. The two excellent battles going on, and it's kind of silly stint again. It's this like silly season. You know, you've got what people say when it comes to transfers, but it's where all the chaos and the battles come from. I guess you could kind of pull it as that, where they got all the action piled into one section of the stint.
Yeah, absolutely. This battle for 12 at the bottom, and the battle for second up at the top. The battle between the second and third still going on, and Mullard is a lot closer than it has been before. And if he can get a good exit here, heading down to the run, heading down to turn 8, and he's getting closer ever so slightly in the slipstream, but just not close enough. And I think the Porsche might not be the quickest in a straight line, but it seems to have it's got a really good handler, and yeah, especially on the exit of corners, it can get on the power so well, and especially with that engine being on the rear, that helps with traction as well. But Mullard takes a late entry into the hairpin here, heading out to this back straight, and again just can't get close enough in the slipstream.
Yeah, indeed. On board with Ben Mullard with his helmet cam, wonderful shot. You always probably see on board going through these fast sections. It's a bit wide there for the number 62 car. So Ben Mullard, very deep there in towards turn 14, so deep you can actually swing back for a late apex, and there's Corkin drifting a bit wide there in the number 4 car, and the number 12. The Sim Racing Holland is going to be all over the back of him as they run down the back straight. Ben Mullard taking a bit too much curb in the left hand side of your screen, not getting the best of exits from turn number 12. or turn number 16, sorry, but the Sim Racing Holland makes light work of the number 4 car. They were really struggling a bit there, it seemed, as Corkin, few mistakes, decided to creep in there, and Bart Svering will say thank you very much. But up towards turn number 8, we're going to go on the exit of turn number 6. Ben Mullard, it's not over yet, sorry, Corkin is still trying to go around the outside up towards turn 1. Can he get the move done? Bart Svering covers the inside line, but Corkin's got a lot of confidence to run around the outside. Bart Svering, they nearly make contact, but brilliant car control by the pair of them to hold it together inside line through 3 for Svering. Holds it together then for the Sim Racing Holland team. And the number 4 car just can't quite get close enough. As Dow Racing are looking for Team Hot Air Blue Motorsport yellow car. Corkin surely on the run up towards turn 8 is going to fancy getting himself a move at some point here as we run up towards turn 8, not quite close enough to fancy himself doing anything here, and I think he can just breathe a bit of a sigh of relief.
Yeah, that was a good move by Zwerink. He managed to hold it. He managed to hold it on the inside there, and then hold it on the outside for the next corner. And yeah, there's a few corners. He managed to hold it and get the momentum and get the run. And yeah, managed to pull away slightly now. And I think Corkin. Yeah, I think he's on the back foot in a way because Aston Martin in a straight line, and he's got a good grip as well. So. Yeah, Zwerink managed to hold it and get the move done.
Yeah, it was a brilliant move there by Zwerink, definitely making the most of the number 4's mistakes, as we still have that onboard helmet cam from Ben Mullard as they approach the back straight up towards turn number 8 here. As both battles here, but you see on your screen, approach straight at realistically at the same time, so it's kind of hard to manage and juggle the sort of when to commentate what battle, but right now I'm really enjoying this shot that we've got of Ben Mullard as the number 62 drifts a bit wide on exit of turn number 8. Really tricky as the hairpins open up. I really despise them because it's the radius, it just kills you there trying to find the right line. But now we get to watch the battle for the P12. They can go at it this time. I don't think Corky is close enough at all to fancy a move. The Bart Svering can just breathe a sigh of relief, and there's another helmet coming. That is a very weird shot there. That looks really far back in your seat there for what I believe is Corkin.
I was like,
yeah, I'm gonna say, how tall must you be? You look miles away from the windscreen there. Ben Muller's got his face right up to it, but wow, okay.
yeah, that's a good top, a good debate or good quick thing you bring up as well. That some drivers, when it comes to field of view or stuff like that, some people use like triple monitors. So the field of view, they might adjust the field of view for triple monitors, or if you're running something like VR, for example. I don't think, I could be wrong, you don't have to adjust the field of view. You can basically use VR whatever it's set to. You don't have to make any adjustments in the game. So yeah, some people, I guess it's just a comfort thing as well. Some people like to run a massive field of view, or some people like to run a smaller field of view just to be closer to the wheel or dashboard or anything, or something like that. But yeah, I was thinking about that myself.
My choice would definitely rather be with the Ben Mullard has. I mean, I'd much rather be close to the screen. You can imagine trying to spot your apex with like that tiny box that you've got there. Yes, you can see more, but everything feels miles away. That's because I use body cam, because I play arcade games. I can't really talk when it comes to this sort of all fancy high-tech sim racing, because I don't think I'm qualified enough to speak there. Ben Mullard again, a bit deep into turn 14. Seemingly being a bit of a weakness of his, that part of the track, not really able to find the braking going through, but is it a sign that maybe his tyres have already gone off a bit, or is it just driver error?
I think it could just be driver error, or maybe Ben's just trying a little bit too hard and just outbraking himself slightly. But still, he's still managing to keep up with the 62 Porsche, but just can't seem to be able to get close enough to make a move. And the Porsche, I think it seems to be here at Mallard seems to be doesn't seem to be able to get as good of an exit as that 62 Porsche heading onto this back this straight now heading up to turn 8. That I think both of these cars are as it stands. It looks like they may be running the same sort of downforce possibly.
Yeah, it's very interesting. There's not much that separates either of the two battle. The two cars in either battle, not much needs to separate either of them. They very nothing, no gaps forming. Nothing really is extending too much. It's all very samey, very similar lines, very similar lap times. Nothing really separates when it comes back to one of those. It's probably going to be that's going to really be decided in the pit lane next time round. So we've got a long way to go, about half an hour probably, until we see next round of pit stops. At least half an hour to 45 minutes, I'd say, is that pit window that we have. So we'll see when it comes to it right now, but no, nothing really is budging free from. It's just about, if you're the car behind, trying to force the error, I guess, and just poke and prod at the car ahead, just force them offline, force them into mistakes, and eventually the move will come to you if you're patient enough.
I think as it stands in this battle for second, I think Mollard's just going to have to hope for a mistake from the second place Porsche, because as it stands, they're both evenly matched on pace, but it looks like Katrakawa, it just seems to be doing a better job of defending at the moment, and Mollard, it's just Mollard doesn't seem to be eager at the moment to try and make a move. I think he's more than happy just to sit behind at the moment.
Yeah, Catracola just come out into the sort of race here. I mean, and he's found his rhythm really nicely. Same with Ben Mullard, to be fair. I mean, Bart Zverink, he's already driven one stage, so he's going to have a bit of knowledge with it. And other than that, he's moving on fairly nicely. I mean, the two battles we've got going on, only one of the drivers has driven prior, and it's the one that's made the move. So you have to think, maybe say if it was Clyde Barney instead of Ben Mullard in the car, if the Aussie Racing team would have got past for number 62, who knows? But again, still early, only about 30 minutes into the stint, which there should be enough to get into a zone now, but who knows, the track also evolves over time, and yeah, also the moves aren't really going to come. We saw some massive battles going on, but I think when it's that massive bigger group, you kind of have to sort of get your elbows out a bit there, because track position will be so much more vital than if it's just two of you. You can do what we saw early on. They can just sit behind and be a bit more comfortable following another car and not take too many risks. I mean, there's still 9 hours left in the race, so it all goes back to patience and stuff.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that's what I was talking about with Mullard as well. I think he just needs to just be patient and not do anything too rash or not be too eager. I think at the moment we've still got a long way to go. I think we've got about, like you say, we've still got half an hour of the stint left, and he might be able to. You never know. He might dive into the pits early, maybe 1 or 2 laps early, maybe try and get an undercut in the second place Porsche. But at the moment, I think he's just more than happy to sit where he is.
Yeah, well, I mean, we've seen the undercut not really work so far. I mean, but I'm still left scratching my head about what really happened with that one. How number 62 got lost time with an undercut, but nonetheless, the battle's still going on fairly nicely, and these two helicopter shots are brilliant because he's just following really well right now. These helicopter shots are beautiful. They're so easy to just spectate, especially going through turn 8. I've noticed when we've had a massive 5-car battle that we had earlier on in the second stint. It's so easy to follow. It's like tabletop, like it's bird's eye view, tabletop view. You can see absolutely everything that's going on. It really, yes, you know, trackside cameras are brilliant, but you really get a full idea of the battle and the lines we're taking, and it's a lot more better to watch with, at least from my opinion, with these sort of camera angles that you can see. Just over 9 hours into this race. Just over 9 hours left of this race. 3 hours into the 12 hours of Misano. The 1:3:18 Racing Point lead. Smonietza had a brilliant opening stint. Now he's handed the car to Andrea Grappellini, who's again not put a foot wrong. The battle for second, the number 62 ETWR Academy team. It was opened up by Andrea Miato, is now being driven by Alessandro Catricala. And we are under a lot of pressure from the pole sitters for number 5 Odyssey Racing, as well as the battle for P12. That is the before Hotel Blue Motorsport Yellow, which you can see at the bottom right of your screen, and then the Sim Racing Holland, which has had a lot of camera time today. We've always been in a lot of action. And Frans van der Linden and Bart Svering. They've both been driving brilliantly well and getting number 12 car stuck in right now. They are in P12 ahead of the number 4 car, which they just prodded at them for a bit, forced a mistake from the number 4 car, and things really evolved since, has it, Ryan?
Yeah, pretty much. The axes died down a little bit, but still we've got this battle for second and 12 going on at the moment, and yeah, apart from that, there's nothing else really going on at the moment. It seems to be it's all settled down, and still just checking the gap to the lead at the moment. The gap to the leader is about 26 seconds by the looks of it. So sorry, my bad. 20.4 seconds. Sorry, as I get my words out.
Oh, hang on. Oh, there's a bit of a move there. A bit deep into turn 4 is the number 4 car. He nearly gets to move on there. The inside line at turn number 6 really open up, nearly forced off the number 12 car, a bit wide onto the gravel. So they're going to lose a bit of momentum, and a bit of an optimistic late braking move has actually accumulated into a chance down the inside at turn 8 we go. Can the number 12 car hold on around the outside? I don't think it's really going to do it. It's got too much overlap then. And they're just going to have to sit back into the slipstream. They're not going to be able to take the inside line at turn number 9. It's shown to be a bit of a risky move. Think about it. Gains massively, swinging round for a later apex. A bit deep goes the number 4 car again. Actually, to be tucked into the slipstream all the way around then. And towards turn number 11 we go, sorry. Getting very confused. We've got so much action going on, I'm losing my corner names here.
Yeah, that was a good move in the battle for 12, and I'm still watching the battle at the top of the screen, and still Moore is still keeping close, but he just can't make a move. Is it still this battle for 12? It looks like there was going to be a change of position yet again in the battle for 12, but it looks like they decided to settle on once again. It looked like I was just watching the replay from my end as well, and I thought there was going to be a bit of contact there in the battle for 12, but it looks like everyone survived. But still, I think Muller's just watching the body language of his car as well, his onboard, and he doesn't seem to be eager to make a move. He's not doing it. He's not overdriving or trying to do anything silly. He's just maintaining position by the looks of it, and just maybe waiting until the pit stop to make a move. But still, it's been a great race so far in general, and I've been really enjoying it. And there's been driver swaps after the last pit stops, and some drivers maybe for a longer stint. Maybe it wouldn't surprise me in the slightest if some drivers try to do, or some teams try to triple stint their driver.
Yeah, indeed, the number 12 car not shying away from any action whatsoever. I was on about earlier. How much camera time has that car had? I mean, they're not camera shy, are they, in the Sim Racing Holland team? They're definitely like getting their elbows out and going, hey, look at us, we're scrapping here. But it's definitely fun to watch, I must say. And we've not even had John Beaton step into the car yet either. So it'll be interesting to see when he does his first stint in the car, how he's going to play out, and if he can bring the same action and drama that Svering and van der Linden's been bringing us.
Yeah, you never know. It could be just watching that team as well. Zwierik has done a great job so far. He's kept that car in 13th place, and this battle between him and Corcoran, it's just not. It hasn't died down one bit. These guys have pretty much going at it since the last set of pit stops, and I think Zwierik, I'll be interested to see if his teammate can keep up that same pace, and you never know, it could happen. And yeah, the number 12 car, the next. I'm trying to think who the next driver will be. Are they running 2 drivers, or are they running 3 drivers?
For which car?
Zwierik, the 13th place car was Zwierik. Yeah.
They're running 3. They've got John Beaton yet to start, I believe. Sorry, I was busy trying to ban the bot, but been invading our chat for a good few hours. At least they've been keeping us company, but I don't think we want their company.
Yeah, I was going to say, I think the next driver to step into that car will be John Beaton. So I think, I believe, was John Beaton the starting driver, or was that Frans van der Linden?
As Veering started, then van der Linden took over, and Veering went back in. It may be one of them when we bring John Beaton in later. Then
yeah,
I was calling off of it, so...
Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if they're leaving John Beaton until maybe later on in the race when it starts to just kind of quieten down a little bit, and maybe just stick John in for the quiet parts of the race. But saying that, there hasn't been a quiet part of the race because there's been so much action going on.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see the different patterns that every team takes, especially if every team just has 3 drivers, the different patterns they take, stint lengths and such of how they rotate the drivers. It's very fascinating to me and trying to understand the psychology behind it and why the teams are thinking that sort of order in the drivers. Again, it's kind of, what floats your boat, I guess. I mean, you can't really decide on what they do. It's what's the most comfortable with, because we could see back and forth constant, Sverring, Van der Linden, and then just Beaton for the rest of it. It's also about who's busy later on in the day as well, so it's unique for whatever team and whatever they fancy, I guess.
So I think maybe John Beaton, or maybe the 3 of them beating Zwierik and van der Linden, maybe they've just came up with a strategy plan with regards to the driver lineup, like who goes when, like maybe they'll stick John in, and I think maybe they decide to stick with Zwierik and van der Linden for this part of the race, maybe try and just keep the pace up and try and gain some track position, and then stick Beaton in for, like I say, later on in the race when it's quieting down a little bit. But I think Beaton, sorry, will probably have the pace to try and keep up with the top 10, or maybe just stay outside the top 10. But still, at the moment, it's been a great battle with a great battle for 12 between these 2 cars, and basically they've provided great action.
Yeah, it's definitely been something. By any chance, do you want to go take your pit stop and just go and give yourself a bit of a break for a bit?
Yeah, I was about to say I need to go and have a bathroom break anyway, but yeah, I'll be back in.
You go take 20 minutes off, and then you can come give me a break at some point. So, like we said, as much as the drivers need a break, so do we. We're here for all 6 hours, so we'll let Ryan go have some food, go have some relief, and can be stuck with me for the next 20 or so minutes. So I'll see you later, Ryan.
Alright, see you in a bit.
Hopefully. Oh, anyway, we've still stuck with these 2 split screens, which is getting a bit confusing here, because Ben Mullard is just losing touch a bit here, it seems, from the number 62 car, but the Sim Racing Holland team is all over the back with the Team Hot Air Balloon Yellow. So it's all kicking off here in Misano. 8 hours and 48 minutes remain here. Race, we're only a quarter of the way through, and we still had non-stop action. It's still being led by the 138 team, the Team Racing Point, currently being piloted by Andrea Grappolini. What a name that is. You don't get more Italian team than the Racing Point 138 team, I must say. But then, bottom right of your screen, the battle really heating up here, as I believe we are going to go pan to it. Here we are then. Oh, there's very wide, as we're saying, it's about to heat up. That is not what you're wanting to be doing. That is the Team Racing Holland boys. Well, Bart Svering very close to the back then of the number 4 car. Nothing will do unless that is a replay, because we don't seem to have a timing tower. We should have that fixed shortly, hopefully. Bart Svering, he's not lost too much time actually. His tyres are not going to be liking him at all one bit here. Nonetheless, he's held on fairly well there, I must say, and he's already closing in on the back of the Team Hot Air Balloon car again, and Corkin just breathe a sigh of relief for just a slight bit, but I'm sure it's not going to last long, because Svering has on his tail all stint so far today, and he will be very hungry, definitely. Gonna get onto the back of him and start racing and hard fought battle straight away. So, Svering fan, this battle for P12, I believe, is really going, really kicking off here. We've seen it. We've seen it all race pretty much. He's now right on board with the number 12 car. This is a brilliant bonnet shot here. Just trying to find out what's happened with our timing tower. It's very confusing to follow, so if you're just tuning in, we will have that sorted shortly. There we go, right on cue. Thank you, Chris. What's Svering then? Ooh, both drivers there as the Lexus loses the rear a bit, catches the sausage curb on the inside of 15, and has allowed Bart Svering to get round to the back here. It's a brilliant exit from P16 as the number 4 car running very wide over the curbs. Inside line for Bart Svering, but the Lexus seems to have a much better top speed than the Aston Martin up towards turn 1, and just able to defend themselves very nicely. A bit deep there for Bart Svering into turn 2. Is going to give a bit of breathing room then to Corkin, who takes a huge chunk out of turn 3 as well. That's something you're going to have to be careful of. You don't want to be getting track limits violations very deep again than is Bart Svering, but it allows him to try and square off the corners and set up a better line through turn 6 and an exit. But it's really not paid off, and a massive breathing space now is being built up for Corkin, who can just put his feet up and relax for another lap at least, as Bart Svering really blew a chance there. Again, you can see he's pushing massively. He's going a bit too deep into all of these hairpins, and he just needs to take a step back, look in the mirror, and have a breather, because he's really pushing. He's being really aggressive here as he swings around brilliantly then, though, through turn 10. But a bit too much quarter pop on the inside curb, slows him down a bit. Barfin, the number 18, gets a drive-through penalty. That is the Astro Racing Jan Barth. Oh, that's probably going to be for track limits violations, and the Lexus, you can see up ahead, is really unstable right now through this final sector. Really twitchy, really unstable, struggling a massive amount, I must say. And it's a wonder how Bart Svering's really not over the back of him, but when Bart Svering does get onto the back of him, then starts making more the Lexus's top speed is just too great. I mean, it could be different fuel modes, but Bart Svering is trying to save a bit of fuel as well, as we're about 15 minutes away, 15, 20 minutes away from the established pit window. But we're starting to see form here, but gaining very nicely there through turn 1, 2, and 3. It's a lot better line than what he took last time, as this bonnet cam is broken. We're just able to follow around the lap here to what is the closest battle on track, as Ben Mullard's really lost touch with Catracala. So down towards turn number 8 we go again. The number 18 into the pits for a drive through, and the number 720 still not served for a 10-second stop. That 10-second time penalty will be served in their next pit stop, which should be being taken fairly shortly. But the Lexus looking really unstable. Svering gets close to the back of him. It just slightly, when he gets close enough, he's either making these mistakes or he's missing the apex by going a bit too deep, or the Lexus's top speed is just too great. And it's looking like it's going to be one of those moves which is just going to have to be pulled off in the pit stops. And it's just going to have to be a bit patient from Bart Svering and let it come to him a bit here. Dan Lenzen, I've just noticed in the 488, he's made massive gains up in towards, he's P7 now, so it's brilliant work from that 488 Team Rocket Scuderia. We saw him brilliant performance last time out in Catalonia. The prior round is, had a bit of a screen freeze there. Next thing you know, there's been a bit of contact. So speaking of Dan Lenton, he's just gone through. So that's just caught me off guard here. We'll try and see what's happened. There's getting a bit of issues with the stream here. What happened there? Just seemed to be a bit of contact. at the hairpin. See, seen on the replay on my screen there. So up towards turn 14, just veering tagged Corkin a slight bit, and then did the sporting thing and waved him through. But surely there's still going to be a penalty there as Svering very deep into turn number 14 again. Svering has just been unlapped or lapped by the Porsche, I believe. I believe he's been the car just unlapped himself on him. That was a very interesting mistake there, as you can see. Bart Svering really forcing his way back through as this is a brilliant shot on the rear wing of Valentine Corkin's car in number 4, Team Hot Air Blue Yellow. It's a very fun name as well. It's probably the best livery on the grid that we've seen as well. It's Corkin. It just seemed to be that nothing too major, just a bit too early on the throttle. Svering caught the rear of Corkin, was accelerating a little slower and just set him into a spin, but did the sporting thing, let him back through. There's an Audi further back that's getting involved here as well. It's a lapped car, just letting everyone through. The battle here is Corkin and Svering in the battle for P12, and into the pits actually then goes Valentine Corkin. So if contact with the barrier there as well, it's something you don't want to be doing here. You don't want to be. I've had a few people complaining about the pit lane here. You don't want to be picking up any drive-throughs or just any damage in the pit lane in general. It's a bit silly, these things you don't want to be doing, so just be a bit more patient. We do see Corkin dive into the pit lane then for what I believe will be his third pit stop of the race. We said was approaching the predicted pit window. Maybe he's also picked up a bit of damage as well from the contact with a Svering. This now is the number 11 car. That is the Mode 11 Racing, currently being piloted by Sander Vale. Currently running P14. That is a brilliant livery. Again, it's almost like a mix of milk and white chocolate around those fancy swirls you see. Very expensive indeed in the Aston Martin, I believe. So running in P14 on the back of the number 101, that is the Garage 101 car, currently being piloted by Ardveson. So in the next pit stop, probably going to be handing back over to Oliver Anderson. So a brilliant battle brewing up right now then. Audi versus Aston Martin in the battle for P13. It seems that Sander Vale has got past Ardveson. So we ride through turn 13 up towards turn 14. Just snuck past there, the number 11. The Team 101 car was a bit of a sitting duck, and off far up the road is Bart Svering either. There's our race leader, I believe, going past. That was Simone Ietza. Sorry, not Simone Ietza, it is Andrea Grappolini, who should be pitting fairly shortly as well. We are 3 hours and 20 minutes into the race, and it's been royally dominated by the team that started second on the grid, the 138 Team Racing Point, who the only time they've not led this race was to the 2 seconds at the start where they were behind them. We've got an absolute flying start. I've not seen a start that good for a rolling start ever. I mean, just had the launch over Clyde Barney towards turn 1. Bob, your uncle, moves done, and they've just flown away to the distance ever seen. So that 138 team, the Team Racing Point, absolutely dominant, unstoppable today so far. Is Sander Vale hunting down Bart Svering now as Newman in the 992 Porsche is starting to scrap away with Ardveson as well further back. We run down one of the massive straights here at Misano. It's heavily, there's a lot of long running straights, but yet it's still such a tricky circuit to overtake. As we run through the 11, 12, 13 complex up towards the hairpin at 14, it looks like Newman has got to move on Ardveson. His tyres are probably starting to go off the cliff a bit here. Wouldn't surprise me if we see that pizza liveried Audi into the pit lane very shortly. There's Bart Svering now into the pit lane as well, as we ride past for another lap then. Sander Vale up into P12 now as Bart Svering starts falling down the order. We'll see where he comes out. We should be seeing, if I can find it, the number 4 car has had a driver swap. They now have Pascal Eckstein in the car. They are down at P16, so we're interested to see if they've got to the undercut on Svering. See what that gap's behaving like, as we have a wonderful shot of the driver Pascal Eckstein. First time we've seen him on track today, so he will start getting into a bit of a rhythm here. Then if Svering comes out just behind him, it will be very interesting, because Svering, if we don't make a drive, it's gone to Van der Linden actually. We said it seems like we're going Svering, Van der Linden, Svering, Van der Linden. It was yo-yoing a bit here for the number 12 Sim Racing Holland car. But Van der Linden has driven prior today, whilst Eckstein hasn't. So your money would be on if they come out side by side, which I think they might just be able to hold on here. Here's where the exit is. You can see there is a Sim Racing Holland car. There's a lapped car between them, but surely Van der Linden, a bit more knowledge of the track, a bit more warmed up, should be able to get the jump. At least start to close down on Eckstein, whilst he's still trying to, get used to the temperatures, get some heat into the tyres, and start getting a feel before he gets into that rhythm and the zone that is so often talked about in these endurance style races. Pascal Eckstein, he's lucky there's a car as well. He's got a healthy buffer. The undercut definitely helped bridge a gap, as in a few minutes time we should be seeing the majority of the grid start pulling through as well now. Ben Mullard still in P3, not made any moves on the number 62 car, which started to leave him in the dust last time we saw him. There we go, and no, he's right onto the back of him once again. So Ben Mullard, the quick, stable and high-speed BMW versus the slower top speed but brilliant through the corners Porsche right now in the battle for P2, which has been going on for the best part of an hour now, as our pole sitters, Ben Mullard versus Catricada in the number 62 car towards turn number 8. No gains being taken, but there's a lot of Astro strip and curbing being taken there by Ben Mullard, really trying to maximise the track width and take as wide of an entry as he can in towards turn number 8, trying to just swing it in for that later apex. As it's a brilliant camera onto the rear wing again of Catricada's rear wing, as we can just see bonnet versus front bumper versus rear wing. Last time we had this cam, we saw someone take a bit of an incident here. So it's interesting to see. Let's hope it's not a burden that we get the bumper cam versus rear wing cam that leads to a bit of contact. We'll follow on with Ben Mullard, who may start to think, oh, I'm not getting past on track, I'll dive into the pits a bit earlier, try and get the undercut, but at the same time, you say that like it's a sprint race, and well, there's still over 8.5 hours left in the race, so you may as well just stick to your game plan for now. You don't have to get past them now, because at the end of the day, if you jump them in the pit lane, Clue isn't probably going to catch up to you anyway. You're not going to gain too much, so it's about really what risks you want to be taking and where you take them. Timing them right. If it was an hour left, I'd see why you'd take it, but if you want the track position, you may as well go for it. But you're not really losing or gaining anything right now, especially when you're on such equal pace. There's no point really going for anything dramatic or over the top here. So, as we ride on board once again, a bit of traffic coming up as well through turn 9. Does the car let them go? That is Sander Vale, who actually is going to hold Ben Mullard up here quite a fair bit through turn 9 and 10. That's not really the place where you're wanting to be catching traffic here. He's got the inside line through the kink, and Vale then lets Mullard go. But it's cost him a good second or so just through those two turns. It's really not a place you want to be catching some traffic here. Really a thorn in the side of it. Really going to struggle a bit, and now Ben Mullard's got to really push there. And again, you can see going a bit deep in towards turn 14. Really trying to push and make the most out of it now. just start to think, is it time to maybe go into the pit lane here? I thought about it for a second, but the tyres are really going to start to be feeling it now. We've seen a few people dive into the pit lane. We're approaching that pit window. Hopefully I'm approaching my pit window as well. Cannot wait for Ryan to get back and take me off here, because he's getting a bit lonely here as well. Nonetheless, we are joined by these brilliant cars on track. I think we still have all 26 runners as well, if I'm not mistaken, so that's good. We've not seen any retirement so far. We saw one fairly early in Catalonia last time, but nonetheless, we still have this race running very good, with action all over the track and good battles, especially this battle for the minor podium spots for P2 and P3, with Bollard who's close. Bollard is close. I'm just hearing we have lost one of the cars, so we've only got 25 cars left from the 26, so that's still fairly good, having one retirement out of 26 for so long. It didn't take us long in Catalonia to get our first retirement. Granted, I believe they had a lot of technical issues. It was nothing intentional, but nonetheless, these things do happen. Back to the battle. Ben Mullard gained a bit through the first sector, and he's lost it all again. You can see he's just going a bit too deep, carrying too much speed here, and it's just allowing Cacciacala just to bridge ahead even more and just start to pull ahead bit by bit. It's just Ben Mullard being too aggressive, pushing a bit too much there. And I was about to say, Ben Mullard probably should think about going to pit lane there, but no, Cacciacala decides to, instead of back markers approaching, and maybe that's why Cacciacala has decided to see a gaggle of back markers up ahead. Well, there's no point sitting behind them trying to pass them, as I believe this is the 101 car, which is, yes, it is indeed the 101 car, which I'm trying to see who's it being piloted by. I don't think we can see it's being piloted by Arvidsson, running in P13. We are back to just the single camera shot, and now you'd have to think that Ben Mullard's really going to be left in the dust here, as Cacciacala's got the undercut whilst being the car ahead. He's avoided all this traffic as well that Ben Mullard's going to have to pick off, so Cacciacala's really made the best decision here as we now onboard. That is a lot of pizza. I've just seen. We should really have a charity game where you just whoever guesses how many pizzas are actually on that car. But there's so many pizzas, but look more like little wagon wheel sort of crisps or something. That must have taken ages to make. I feel sorry for the guy who had to make that livery. That is, it's almost as painful as having to put a Ferrari livery on a Porsche, but nonetheless, Arvidsson is running in P13, bit of backmark traffic clearing as well. And Newman in the 992 Porsche is 10 seconds up the road. They were together on track a bit, but Arvidsson much slower there. He was struggling on his tyres a lot, and Newman was able to flow past him for 992. That is the JBP Motorsport car, started P7, dropped down to P12, so it's interesting to see how their race has really gone downhill. It goes back to what we said right at the very start though as well. Consistency is key. You may be brilliant over one lap, but what you really need is someone like the 138 team. Consistent all over, consistently quick throughout the race, and strategy's been brilliant as well. Nothing, you know, you could have one lap qualifying pace, but you want what the 138 team has, and it is just consistently quick. Lap in, lap out was the number 33, Alexander Delure, in the Lock Driving team. We've not seen any of them today so far. That is a very funky livery with the blue and orange. So they make their first pit stop. That's one of the Lexuses. It's the first time we've seen this Lexus, I believe, all race. So they will make their pit stop, and Burns serving his drive. I think Burns has just got a drive-through penalty there. I'm not too sure, and I think he's serving his drive-through. So in the number 720, we've not seen much of them, but when it has the Team Hot Air Blue Motorsport Green, it's because they've had a penalty, but it is a very nice livery of that as well. It goes along with their sister car, the Team Hot Air Blue Motorsport Yellow, which is using one of the Lexuses, I believe. Oh, sorry, one of the BMWs, sorry. So, and the NordVPN sponsorship as well. It is brilliant. I love that livery. And he's glitching around the place. There are two McLarens on track, two brilliant McLaren liveries. That is, if I can find it, I believe that's the Team RNE that they've caught up onto on track. It is the 169 that's currently running in P number 9, currently being piloted by Fabio Soares. So, clearing lap traffic fairly quickly there, nothing too much. And Burns also then still has about 10-second penalty to serve. So it's very similar to what we saw with the 990, having a penalty and then picking up more penalties throughout. But I believe what happened with the 990 is they went to go refuel because they ran out of fuel, but they came back and they went into the pit lane and forgot to turn off the drive-through and serve the drive-through instead, because it's what automatically goes on, and then ran out of fuel because of it. They had to do another lap on fuel, and that's really what's put them down there, as well as them picking up a stop go 30 for speeding in the pit lane. So the 990, definitely been a race to forget for them, but the 169, which picked up penalties early on, down in the 20s, has made the way up massively. And this is something we said earlier about the 990. No matter what happens, the race is so long and things can happen. You can pick yourself up the order massively here, and that's what the 169 has done. It's been a brilliant recovery drive so far, and there's still 8 hours, just under 8.5 hours to go, as Burns pits again, and I believe this will be a routine pit stop. He will serve his 10 seconds, get some fuel, get some tyres, and potentially a new driver in the car. So, we are in that pit window then for the third stop so far. Still no one's challenged a 138. Currently being piloted by Grappellini. They are yet to make their third pit stop, I believe. You can see on their times it's going down a bit here, but Andrea Grappellini, he looks a bit like the Stig there, as we've got the shot of the driver. You can just see the little brake marker board flying through the window for like a split second. Very funny. It's like Chris Hill at wonderful TV riders putting little pop-up stickers to troll us a bit there, but no, he's not being mean. It's just the brake boards. But he looks so much like the Stig there, just so calm, cool, and collected. Just looks like he's on a Sunday drive. It's been 133 laps, and the 138 car has barely been touched by anyone. A world of its own, unless they have actually made a pit stop and they've just been that far ahead. We've not noticed it. 17 seconds is the lead between Grappellini and Mullard, which would make sense, I would believe. I don't think Mullard's yet to pit either, so we'll shortly see if anyone from the 138 team can clarify if they've taken their third pit stop or not. Schneider in the number 63 car down at 21st has come out of pit lane just ahead of Burns, who's had all of their penalties and conundrums sorted out, I believe. So for 138, beautiful livery, brilliant drivers so far. First, well, just over a quarter of a race gone, untouchable indeed. This is now Ben Mullard in P2. The pole sitters yet to make their third pit stop. Are on an on-track battle as Eckstein has not long been out on track. He's picked up a drive-through. Arvidsson into the pits as well. He said he should have been in a good 20 minutes ago. He definitely seems to be struggling for his tyres. There's a lot of traffic for Ben Mullard, and this is probably why Cacciacala pitted so early on than he did, because he knew the traffic was coming. This is something that Ben Mullard's going to now be stuck in, and it's going to really cost him to bleed out a lot of time here. Cacciacala is probably, as soon as Ben Mullard pits, are going to looking about a 5-second gap at least, or something along those lines. So if I'm Ben Mullard, I'm diving straight into the pit lane as soon as I get the chance, because I'm not wanting to be stuck behind that group of cars. And Cacciacala seems to be gaining fairly nicely as well on Ben Mullard. On track as well. 16 into the pits to serve his drive-through straight away. I'm probably 4 track limits. Yes, Ben Mullard into the pit lane finally. Not wanting to waste any of his time with all of that lap traffic further behind. An absolute pain to be behind, losing stupid amounts of time. This is Nikolai Schroeder in the number 222. That is, if I can find it, it's the Green Moose Rookies car that's being piloted by Nikolai Schroeder. It is one of the Audis in the field as well. It's always nice to see the Audis in the field. It's a brilliant car. Currently stuck behind it back though with Matt Tubby for position then, as the Lamborghini's had its fair share of mishaps today, but nonetheless not giving up one bit at all, and absolutely fight, and is still going on for position, not really giving an inch up yet. So it's Matt Tubby trying to find some recovery drive here. It's good to see you've still got some heart to fight and race despite all of the instances in the time loss that the Lamborghini had are still going. And right onto the back now of Nikolai Schroeder. I believe Ryan has returned.
Hello.
How was your break? What food did you get?
I did. Yeah, I didn't have food as such. I know it's during the afternoon, but I had a bowl of Frosties.
Had a bowl of Frosties. Get your cereal in. To be fair, to be fair, I wouldn't put it past a lot of the drivers, especially in real life, after they've done best in going out for a bowl of granola or something in the team camera, because it's something that's quick and you can eat it quickly and then go have a nap or something. So I see a lot of people at Le Mans probably having a bowl of something like that. They're not going to be pulling out a bag of KFC or fried chicken or anything like that. They're getting their Frosties on. Take a note out of Ryan's book.
Yeah, I mean it's true in real life. In 24-hour races or long races, that drivers don't tend to have any heavy food or fatty foods or oily foods or anything like that, like hot dogs or burgers or anything like that. They just seem to have light food, like pasta for example, just because it's not fatty food, but it's more just light food. And yeah, but just basically I guess it's just the way, the part of their fitness regime.
Good bit of scran, man, you better, of course.
Yep.
Which I think is what I'm going to probably go and do now, if you don't mind. I need to go and stretch my legs because, yeah, I'm an old man trapped in a 16-year-old boy's body and my knees are killing me. So I'm going to go stretch my legs. Not much has really gone on. We've just had a round of pit stops, to be fair. That's all that's really kicked off, to be fair. So,
yeah.
not much to inform you about, so I will leave you for about 20 minutes and I'll be back shortly. I will see you all later.
No problem. As yeah, Dylan goes off to have a break for now, and yeah, just having a look at the leaderboard, and it looks like it's Ben Maher that's leading at the moment in the number 3 BMW. But actually, I take that back because he's actually went into the pits now. But yeah, the pit stops have started to just basically cycled through, and there's not much action going on track at the moment. But still, it's been a good race so far, and there's been plenty of battles going on in this race, and not just up at the front, but further back in the field. And as I look at the 138 BMW coming out the pits now of Alessio Del Dottore coming out the pits now, and yeah, it feels like he'll rejoin back in the lead. And this team's pretty much being in command at the moment with a good strategy and a huge lead, and no one really threatening them apart from the early stages of the race. But still, they've pulled that gap out, and at the moment it's still them leading the race at the moment. But the battle for second place has pretty much been close together since the previous pit stops with Patrick Allen and Ben Maher, the second and third battling for the top two positions, and pretty much nothing to separate them. But still, it's been a great battle nevertheless, and there's been some incidents, but nothing major. There's been drive-throughs and penalties and time penalties, but yeah, apart from that, it's been relatively clean so far. I'm just looking at the YouTube chat as well, and talking about me and Dylan were talking about food and what I had when I was away, and I had a bowl of Frosties, and anyone in the chat that wants to talk about it, what do you guys have during your breaks and these long races? Anything in particular that you have? Let me know in the chat. As we look at the second place, GTWR, the R8G Academy car, currently second at the moment, and this car at one point was challenging for the lead, but it just ended up falling back because that 138 is just pretty much being at the command of the field. But plenty of battles still going on, but not very much at the moment. But still, it's been a great race, like I say. As they look at third place, Ben Miller then in third, and Ben's one of those drivers that I was talking about earlier that I was racing against on Thursday night, and a really quick driver, and it looks like he's not too far behind the second place, the R8G Academy Porsche by the looks of it. So Ben doing a good job so far in his stint, and keeping up the pace. As Adam Bent in the YouTube chat says, when they do the endurance events, he has a pot noodle for a ready meal. I like your choice, Adam. That's a good choice. What flavour of pot noodle, just out of interest? Because I'm just looking at the track temperature as well, and the track temperature went up to 36 degrees, so that's about probably 3 degrees more since I've been away. So as the track gets hotter and the race goes on, these drivers are going to have to adapt to the changing conditions. As you see as well, the track state is at optimum, so pretty much the track's at its fastest at the moment, and the times are still really quick. And I think one thing I found in these races as the track temp gets hotter is you have to adapt your driving style, you have to adapt the way you drive, and it's always never ending, if you like. Keep just having to change the way you drive and adapt and just watch the track conditions, because when the track conditions go up, your tyre pressures start getting messed up a little bit as well. But this battle for 8th place as well going on between the Fabri Torre and the 9th place Bogard in the 42. This battle's been going on for a few laps at least. So the Aston Martin, this is a car that was driven by Chris Vickers earlier on, I believe, and they've still been doing well sitting inside the top 10, so still doing a good job at the moment in the top 10, and they've just been keeping out of trouble. They were involved in a little incident earlier, but it was nothing major. They managed to keep going and still running inside the top 10 in 8th place. As I say that as well, it looks like there's some more pit stops taking place now, so it looks like Torre is up into 6th place now, so a good race from this team, and up into 6th place at the moment, slowly getting through the field. And it looks like someone in the chat, Mike Abronhoz, has just said that not a battle, but it looks like his team's just made or they're about to make a pit stop after this lap. So but it looks like more pit stops taking place further back in the field, and there's plenty of different strategies taking place. As our director just said as well, it looks like Mike's about to jump in and drive as well by the looks of it. And also, since there's not much else going on at the moment, if you want to talk about it, how did you get involved in ACC or sim racing in general? Post away in the chat how you got involved, or basically how long you've been racing for, just some stuff like that, and I'll take a look when I can. But still, as I still looking at Torre as well, and the team Ivy racing the 333 Aston Martin. Yes, going around to complete another lap, and this corner here, well, basically turn 1, turn 2, turn 3 is probably one of the most difficult sections to get right around here, because you try and get back on the power, but there's a bump in the middle of that corner, it can unsettle the car. By just looking throughout the field, I'm trying to think who the driver of the race or the team of the race so far for me would be. But as Mike says in the chat, Fabry just pitted. I will take over in about 2 hours. And okay, so just anyone that's doing a two driver lineup in this race, I have to say respect to you, because especially in real life with the weather conditions being really warm and hot in some places, some parts of the world, or in Europe at least, it's probably not the most probably not the perfect day to do any racing in warm conditions, and probably your racing rooms or PC rooms or whatever you use are probably feel like a sauna. But I know my computer room or gaming room is like a sauna right now, and that's only probably 22 degrees at the moment in Scotland. So yeah, I know what everyone's thinking. It's never warm in Scotland. It always rains. I'm just looking at the gap back up at the front as well in live time, and the gap between first and second, according to live time, is only about 7.7 seconds. So that gap is not as big as I thought it would be after the pit stop. So it looks like that the 62 R8G Academy car is managing to claw that gap down slowly but surely, lap by lap. So managing to drag themselves back into it slowly, and it's been a good stint so far from Catricala at the moment. So it's setting a good pace, and his best time was probably, or from that car at least, the best time was a 35.2. So they're still doing a good job, this 62 car. And Ben Mullard it looks like Mullard's fallen back in third place ever so slightly. The gap is about 14.6 seconds. I remember hearing about this R8G Academy team as well. They're quite, for anyone that's not familiar with them, they're quite a famous team around the sim racing scene, and thinking about it, they've not been around that long, probably a year or something like that. I'm more than happy to be corrected, but they're quite famous in other competitions, such as SRO esports, for example, quite famous on iRacing and other platforms in general. And they started to grow bigger and bigger, this team, and at the moment they're doing a good job in this race, sitting second. And I think the team overall, or probably the teammates, are watching before the SRO Esports America, the competition that takes place race later today at Laguna Seca. So they're probably watching, and happy to see the team do well. As I say that, they actually jump up into the lead as the 138 car makes a pit stop. And actually, it's not a pit stop, it's a drive-through penalty. So it looks like I missed what happened to this team during the race, actually. So I would need to take a look at the penalty list, which is bad of me for missing it, but in my defence, I was away at the time. So I was just watching I was checking the penalty list, and it looks like I've just had it confirmed in my ear by the director that it looks like that 138 car got a drive-through penalty for, it looks like pretty much a track limits violation. So that's the thing with the ACC. If you go off the track too much or take the mickey with the track limits, you'll get punished on ACC, and it will give you a drive-through penalty after a certain amount of warning. So the 62 RHG Porsche has benefited from that and is up into the lead. This car that was pretty much nearly half a lap or something at one point behind the 138 car. It's managed to drag itself back into the lead, and Ben Mallard in the number 5 BMW has fought his way back up to second place. Okay, as it looks like we might have someone to interview us from the 101 RIP car. Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson joining us now. And Stefan, good afternoon.
Afternoon.
How's the race been going so far for you and your teammates in the 101?
Well, it's just me and Oliver this time around, so we know a bit about the team. We're all usually in the top 25, not the P13, so it's a new territory for us. Surprisingly well, we had a shitty start with a spin, but yeah, recovered well.
Yeah, I mean, we were watching, me and Dylan were watching you at one point during the race, you and your team, and you were further back in the field, and like you say, it's you're up in, I believe, 13th place at the moment, so you're slowly getting through, coming back up through the field, so it's been a good race from you guys so far.
Yeah, it's mostly about the consistency, not really the pace, because we're not the quickest in the field, and we know that, but we can avoid issues. Our sister car is the 404. It has gotten nothing but issues this race, so it's the tale of two worlds right now.
Yeah, I mean, what was the plan from you and the team heading into this race? Obviously, with it being a 12-hour race, we're only. Let me check how much time we've got in this race, or how far we're in. Almost 4 hours into this race, so what was the plan? Was it just stick to a plan and stick to a pace that you were comfortable with, or just let other people have trouble and just pick up positions that way?
I think the key was is to not pick up the track limits or penalties. I'm sure I'm gonna jinx it now, unfortunately as well. But as you know, you can lose like half a second if you play it safe around the track, but the consequences with the drive-throughs are a bit more time-consuming if you want. So we're just trying to keep the car on track as good as possible.
And obviously, with it just being, if I'm correct, it's just you and Oliver today. So,
yeah.
What was the plan with the driver stints? Were you trying to go as long as possible and try and maybe split the race into, how can I say, split the driving duties between you both? Maybe do a long stint, or is it just do a driver change at every stop just to put a fresh driver in?
We do a bit of both. Also, the heat today in real life is it has to be bearable to do a double stint. I just did a double, it was alright. I just had to case. But yeah, a bit of both, like shuffling a bit and do a couple of doubles. We do have a stint plan, but you know how it goes if you get some issues or whatever, which we usually do. So fingers crossed, not this time, but really surprises.
Yeah, you mentioned the real life weather as well, with it being really warm as well. Do you and Oliver do anything to help with that? Do you, say, for example, keep hydrated before your stints and after your stints, for example?
Yeah, it's important in this, because you can easily lose focus and state of mind if you don't keep it up, especially if you do the doubles. Also, we have some fans around. I know Oliver. I mean, the team has fans, but also like air fans. So we're just trying to do the best we can. An air fan was actually the reason why we got our name in the first place, so we were a bit scared to use them, but necessary these days.
Just looking at your livery on stream right now as well. Me and Dylan were talking about it earlier on, and what was the idea behind it?
Delivery?
Yeah.
That's because maybe they can. But yeah, delivery is full of every pizza that Chris owes us at this time. That's why they're so small, because it's so many at this point. And so we're gonna remove like a pizza for every pizza we get from Chris during the season to keep it up this way.
I like that idea. That's brilliant.
I almost suspect that the car is going to get fuller and fuller of more pizzas.
Yeah, that's true. I couldn't fit any more in there. Maybe we should next time we use the second car as well.
And then before we let you go, Stefan, is there anyone that you want to give a shout out or thank you to, or to anyone?
As of traditions, I have to say, Edit Niklas. Yeah, that's basically the shout out. But also, of course, thanks to Chris and the company and the rest of the community for running this. It's always a great pleasure to be running in these.
Great stuff. Well, thanks for joining us in the commentary booth, Stefan, and we wish you and Oliver the best of luck for the rest of the race.
Cheers, buddy. Thank you for doing the commentary. Enjoy. Also, you, Chris.
That was Stefan Hoffman Arvidsson joining us, and yeah, good to see them running well up there in 13th place at the moment. Proof that you never ever give up an endurance racing. The 13th at the moment, but as we look further up the field as well, we look at the 488 car of Yannick Volenduk at the moment. Currently sitting in 7th, and this is the livery that Dylan hates, or I don't know, I wouldn't say hate, but it seems to trigger him all the time every time we look at it. So yeah, hopefully if Dylan's watching this, he's getting triggered right now. So I do like this livery.
Do absolutely despise that bloody thing. Absolutely despise it.
As I say that, Dylan joins us again, and yeah, how was your break, Dylan? Just as I mentioned that livery, and you being triggered, you jumped right in, so caught me by surprise.
I'll patiently let you finish the interview. My break was alright. I've still got some of this water that tastes mank, but yeah, I had some food, put my feet up for a bit, and now we're back here. We got 2 hours left. What's been cracking? I see you've got a new race leader.
Yeah, the race. I'll say it again. The race lead changed when the 138 car, or 138 BMW, got a drive-through penalty for what we believe was too many off tracks and getting a drive-through for track limits. So it's promoted the 68 or 62. Sorry, I can never get it right. The R8G Academy car up into the lead. So at one point they were pretty much they were half a lap back, as I was saying earlier. I think so to drive themselves back in and back into the lead it's been a great job by them.
So the Tory's coming to a car then, and he's blown the lead a bit. I'm sure they're not going to be a bit too happy with that one, but nonetheless, what else is anything else gone on that I need to be informed of? Who's been making any moves, or has it been a little quiet?
It's been a little bit quiet, to be honest. There's not really many battles going on, and apart from watching this, Team Abbey Racing Aston Martin, the 333, just sitting in 6th place at the moment, doing a good job, and it looks like they've caught up to the Mercedes in front of the name of Telhorst, in 5th place, and they could be about to possibly get another position.
The CBSR car started P11, Team Abbey Racing car started P10. We saw both these not fighting each other early on, down outside of the top 10, and they've made their way up quite brilliantly, I must say, towards now going to be fighting for a top 5 position. So Fabritor to the back straight, then very wide for Terhurst in that number 69 Mercedes. Not too much momentum going to be lost there, so it's just about trying to get your way onto the back now, finding your rhythm. Yannick Volenduk, he's 27 in that awful car. Taking 22 seconds back, Yannick Valenduc. Familiar with him, very nice guy, I must say. Fairly quick driver as well, but you know, you don't deserve anything with that, I must say. Absolute crime against humanity. We're in this battle for P5 and Fabritori and Hurst in the number 69 CBSR car. How's this battle really been going on then? Has it been a fairly quiet one like we saw with Ben Mullard, or have they been absolutely going at it together?
They've been close together, but I wouldn't say they've been going at it. They've kind of been, the gap sometimes will increase and then it'll decrease, and it just seems to be this triple free Aston Martin just can't seem to get close enough in a straight line to make any moves. But again, this triple free car, they've just been kind of just, apart from that little, well, when they were in that pack and there was a little bit of an incident, not with this car, but they kind of just got away and built up a bit of a gap. They've managed to just keep out of trouble and get closer to the front, and they're currently the sixth place at the moment, but could be fifth possibly if this Mercedes in front makes a mistake. But on a straight line, this Mercedes just seems to have that slight edge on a straight line, and again, it looks like Triple Free kind of just pulls out and shows that he's there, but he's just trying to intimidate the Mercedes in front of him, but still can't make the move. That's what I was talking about earlier with that turn 8 hairpin as well. The Triple Free Aston Martin just went right over that curb on the inside and just trying to maximise the exit as much as possible.
Yeah, the Team Abbey racing cars slowly been making their way over the order, I must say, in the 4 hours that we've had of racing. So, we're patient about it, but they've been making the moves, and they've been getting way up, so just under 8 hours to go, they can definitely be in on the shout, especially with Del Toro proving that even the untouchable have their weaknesses in getting the drive-through penalty and dropping them out of the race leader down into P3. So anything could really happen, and you must say that Team Abbey Racing Car, the pace that they've definitely been showing, and the depth they have in their team, it could still definitely be in for a fight for a podium here, and depending on how everything goes, they're still one of the cars at this point in the race where you could say could still win this. I think after drop the top 6, I mean Valenduc, Reuter, Johansson, with things maybe kicking off, if there's anything drastic, they could sneak a podium if they're lucky. But I think this is the cut-off now, where things permitting, win is still potential at this point in the race. Because you may say, oh, you're completely ridiculous, but 8 hours is stupidly long to go, especially with the pace that the Team Abbey Racing's been showing and the way they've been moving up the field gradually. In my eyes, they still are in the running is definitely for a podium, especially with, you know, the Odyssey Racing and the number 62 car still have drivers that haven't gone in yet, so they're still going to have to come into the car and get used to everything. If you can just find a rhythm, if Fabritori can get past Hurst, they can definitely start making a climb up to Duma and Del Toro.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking about that 62 R8G Academy Porsche, and I think the only driver not to have been in that, been in that car so far is Sergio Piperata. Has not been in that car yet, so he's still to jump into that car. So you never know, you might see that 62 drop back, depending on the pace, but I think that 62's got a strong lineup. Same with this Triple Free, they've got a strong lineup as well. So can this Triple Free get onto the podium? Well, still on time remaining in this race. You never know.
I must say, I would have to think that they definitely could. I mean, speaking of which, Chicala, this is exactly the sort of thing I'm on about. It's endurance racing, these sorts of shake-ups, anything can happen, and our lead car, for the second time in 20 minutes, the lead car has got a drive-through penalty. First Del Toro, and now Chicala, with picking up drive-through penalties. So this should promote Ben Mullard into the race lead after the Odyssey Racing had some misfortune at the start, just getting absolutely swamped. They might have a turn of fate now themselves and have their good luck come back. But it's really this is the sort of thing that I mean, which is like Terhurst and Fabritori, they could still find themselves on the podium or even fighting for the race win. Because we don't know who they've still got yet to come out with, who's got the quicker pace. They still may have a secret weapon hidden that is absolutely quickest driver out of everyone. We don't quite know. These unpredictabilities, you could have instances with back markers, you could come up to a massive group of 5 cars traffic and you get slowed down, you lose a few seconds, these penalties, driver errors. There's so much time, as Terhurst kind of proves there, that you could have instances with back markers very close to the back of one of these lap cars that does get out of the way. Hopefully the Abbey Racing car can follow through as well without instant. Yes, they can. But there are so many factors in endurance racing, and the race is so long, especially with how much we've got left. Every car is guaranteed to come up with, almost guaranteed to come up with some sort of issue. You're not going to have a flawless race for 12 hours. It's just weird to think that you can go 12 hours without a sort of penalty by drifting off to the track a bit more, not a bit too far, or not having an incident with the back marker. So everyone's going to have an issue at some point. It's like in real life racing as well. You go to Le Mans, you've got 24 hours. Each car is guaranteed to have some sort of technical niggle, whether it be major or minor. Just you hope it's for minor sort of things and it's not going to take too long to fix or something. You're all going to come into these issues at some point, and it's just, that's why I believe that with just under 8 hours to go, these 2 cars we're seeing now could still be on the podium at the end of the 12 hours.
Yeah, you bring up Le Mans as well, and Le Mans you could have something like a 2 or 3 lap advantage or 2 or 3 lap lead, and it can just something could happen. It's like you could have like a technical issue. You could be pinged for track limits and have to do a drive through, or you could have something like for example, you could just have a big lead, and then all of a sudden you've got something like a blown tyre or engine failure or something like that, and your lead your 2 or 3 lap lead at Le Mans, for example, could just all of a sudden evaporate. And unfortunately, the 62 that 62 RHG Corsa moved into the lead, and we just saw what happened there. And they were building that gap, and then all of a sudden they've got a drive through for track limits. So it's still got a long way to go in this race. Of course anything can happen, but getting something like that while you're in the lead is it's not ideal.
It's another thing to factor as well. It's a fairly tricky pit lane. We've seen that as Catricala comes in to serve that drive-through penalty, and Ben Millard instantly passes them. Don't want to be getting a drive-through penalty for tracks. You could get a drive-through penalty for track limits, and depending on where your track extend, you actually lose time as well. So you could just gain a 10th, and then you ended up getting a drive-through just because you pushed the track limits too far and didn't really gain much from it. And then you're a bit too late on the brakes, and you've then got to stop, go 30 speeding in the pit lane. Which again, you gain a 10th or 2 by just going that little bit over. But these little mistakes that you gain very little from, and sometimes even lose, you're then giving you these massive penalties, which we saw from the 990, sending right down from a top 10 fight, which we could be seeing with the CBRS, or the CBSR and the Team Abbey Racing car, because we were in that gaggle of cars that were with them, so they could be with them right now in the battle for P5. They're down in P20 because of things that have gone on, but Catricala in the number 62 comes out in P number 3, as there's the Team Abbey Racing car making a move on the number 69. The CBSR doesn't really fight it too much. You don't want to be making too many mistakes. Probably feels that Tori is the quicker driver. If you fight it too much, at the end of the day, you're going to be losing the time here. They've probably heard us and gone, well, realistically, with what's going on, we still could be in a fight for something here. No point just sitting here and fighting each other now and losing time when I could just sit behind the quicker driver follow you when, well, I followed you to a podium sort of thing. So it's, again, all about patience and letting the race come to you.
Yep, absolutely. And as we look back now, there's battle for 5th place going on still, and Tory is up into 5th place now, and they're starting to pull away slowly, but yeah, it's like you mentioned that if any more issues start happening for these front runners up at the front, especially either any of the top three, this could possibly or potentially allow this triple three, the Abbey Racing team, to possibly move up into a podium position, even though we've still got pretty much 7 hours and 47 minutes left in this race. It's still a long way to go, but still, it's like the old saying goes, was it slow and steady wins the race, or basically, as I like to say, slow and steady gets you through the field.
Yeah, I think when it comes to sort of things like motorsport, you can't necessarily be slow, but cautious, patient, conservative. The gap between Fabritori and the number 212 is being piloted by Duma is 30 seconds he needs to find, and Fabritori right now, he's on a bit of a roll here, so is all of the team Abbey Racing. With it really, they've had a very good race. They started P10, moved away up brilliantly. We've seen Chris Vickers and Fabritori, and then don't believe we've actually seen, speaking of a secret weapon, Mike Ambranosa. He was the only guy, I believe, in Catalonia that really could challenge the 138 team, the only one that seemed to have the pace to close them down. So Mike Ambranosa, we've not even seen him get in the car yet, and he'll definitely pull something special out when he gets in. Blistering driver, really quick, exciting to watch. But when he gets in the car, you can definitely see them making inroads on the 212 car, and then hopefully pushing on to try and fight for a podium there. As there are 7 hours and 46 minutes left, I have to think Mike Ambranosa is at least going to be doing 2-3 hours of them. It's a lot of time for a really quick driver to be making inroads on the podium positions.
Yeah, I remember that. I remember that race at Barcelona you were talking about with when Mike. I was watching the broadcast at the time as well, actually, and Mike jumping in, and he was absolutely lightning quick.
He's brilliant to watch as well. His racecraft and everything, it's amazing. I mean, had him in after his stint and was like, mate, you've just fixed the field. I was like, yeah, it was alright, wasn't it? Really quick driver, brilliant racecraft, and if needed to defend, he can defend as well. So he's definitely someone you want on your team. And it's all about secret weapons. Look over at the team sheet, and it's like, Mike Ambranosa's racing for him. Well, they do have a bit of a secret weapon, to be fair. You know, that Team Abbey Racing car, Fabritori, trying to pull away from Terhurst right now. Really putting up much of a fight. This is Alex Crawford in the 990, hunting down Jan Barth in the number 18 car. That's the Lamborghini's really not made too many inroads on their comeback. After, you have to say, was pretty sloppy, well, not sloppy, but pretty unfortunate time in the pit lane. They ended up losing probably about 2-3 minutes, to be fair. Just noticed someone in the chat. Hello, Steve Proudly. How are you? Oh, love Steve. I'm surprised he's not actually popped in to say hello, to be fair. So he's in the chat. He's asking how I'm seeing things wrong. But yes, this is the battle for P19. Alex Crawford, first time in the car. Do you have any idea how long he's been in the car for? I don't know. He's probably made it. He probably swapped whilst I was disappearing.
I believe Alex has actually not been in the car that long. I think I'm not sure exactly how long he's been in the car, but I don't think it's not that long anyway. So I think he probably took over about 30, I'm guessing half an hour ago.
So we at least have some form of a rhythm. And Jan Barth, he's been in the car for a good few hours now. I mean, the number 18, how many drivers they have? They've got 3. They've had Carl Van Horn and Jan Barth. I've seen Jan Barth for a long time, to be honest. So he's surely going to be getting a bit tired as well. So I'm sure he's waiting for the next pit window. Hopefully he'll be hopefully he'll be getting out and get himself a bit of a break there. Alex Crawford, part of the Snack and Sons team, which definitely should be a lot higher up in the order. Not a lot quicker than they are, but unfortunate circumstances. It's it's motorsport, it's sim racing, these things happen, the door opens up, Alex Crawford's trying to find a way down the inside at turn number 10. Not quite got the run needed, but he does take massive gains from the mistake from Jan Barth, maybe showing a bit off-tidiness creeping in there. No, Steve, I am not struggling to read, I am perfectly fine when it comes to it, my friend. Yes, this is the battle for P19, it's like we said earlier. No matter where we look, there's at least a good battle. Was again very wide for Jan Barth, trying to just cover off now. Turn number 15, trying to go a bit defensive here, running a bit wide over the curb. You don't want to be doing that. Get yourself up a track extension. They're just swinging it in, trying to square off the corner a bit. There is Alex Crawford, so he can try and get a good straight line speed, good run, good exit out of turn 16, going on to the red paint bar. Both cars trying to just maximise the track which we have. Alex Crawford just in the 990, the Snackenson team, trying to make as many inroads as they can, and they've just been really hampered. We saw the 169 team be able to make good comeback drives after their early mistakes, but this, and now, I mean, the 990s, it's like their spirits have been dampened a bit and just are unable to make those inroads needed.
Yep. Yeah, it looked like they were quiet when it came to battles, but it looks like we've got this one that's been going on for a few laps now, and Crawford, it keeps getting closer under braking, but it seems to be that same old story. As soon as we get in a straight line, Barth runs a little bit wide on the exit of the hairpin there. It seems to be Crawford gets closer in a straight line, but as I say that, he's actually closer this time around, and just can't seem to get close enough to make a move. As he's getting closer and closer and closer, and he tries to go to the outside, maybe trying to do a switch back, but yeah. As Barth runs wide ever so slightly, Crawford loses it slightly.
Closer is the key word. Catching is one thing, though overtaking is another, and well, that is brilliant car control by the pair of them. I do not know how Alex Crawford's not been sent doing donuts. Brilliant work there by the Snackenson driver to hold on to that one. You convinced that Jan Barth was going to get overtaken as he ran wide from turn 13, but Alex Crawford decided to show him how it's really done, how to make a mistake there, but holds on to it. But we've seen a lot of brilliant saves through turn 13 as well, haven't we? I mean, we've seen a lot of people completely lose the rear, but we've not seen anyone do a full spin. So the level of car control these guys have to know, and also knowledge to know when the rear's gone, to step off the throttle and sort it out. It's quite impressive that we've not seen any real major accidents. We've seen contact down there, but nothing too dramatic, especially when you lose your car on your own. We've seen some quite brilliant saves down there, haven't we, Ryan?
Yeah, there's been plenty of good saves, and plenty of good saves, but some minor incidents through there as well. And the incident with I can't remember who it was.
Was the hot air balloon team, and I can't quite remember the other one. And it was, oh no, you continue with that one. I'll go and find the names because I'll remember them eventually.
Yeah, I remember we had that incident through that fast double right-hander with I think it was the Lexus that lost it and got sideways and ended up clipping another car, but yeah, it got ruled as a racing incident. But yeah, there's not really been any other incidents apart from that. Maybe the little spins or whatever, but nothing too dramatic.
It was the number 33 Lorp driving was Van der Kran, and the 38 slip and grip Lexus with Alex McGee. Though was it too? So it was Alex McGee that spanned Van der Kran. There we go. Just done a bit of digging and found it. Aren't we clever? But back to the racing then. Alex Crawford still P20, still unable to get past Jan Barth. He's gaining back onto the rear of him though after that little scare down at turn number 13. Excuse me, he's held on quite nicely. Bit of traffic approaching now as well. Could really do some wonders here. This could allow Crawford to just get onto the back and start thinking of a move onto Jan Barth. As again, we're about 10-15 minutes away from that pit window that we so often have been talking about here, as having to quickly move out of the way, whereas Jan Barth, and gaining so much now as Alex Crawford. You have to think, if he just gets a good run on him, he's going to have the move done, but he seems to have gained the most out of turn number 10, you can't really pass down through 11, 12 and 13. You might be able to get one down at 13, but it's very tricky nonetheless, so it's about trying to find your way through here and manage it as best as you can. And Alex Crawford, especially with everything that's gone on so far for the number 990 Snack and Sons car, he's definitely going to be frustrated in that car. But all credit to them with all the things they've been through today. 7.5 hours to go. They're still in the car, they're still here, they're still racing. Brilliant sort of will to keep going and push on, and you can almost say sportsmanship for not giving up there from that team. So this battle still going on. We do have a replay coming up. Here we go. Let's see what is this. Oh, it was the replay of the instant. And it's did brilliant there to slam on the brakes and not ending up T-boning the number 18 car. So brilliant car control there from Alex Crawford as he lets the Odyssey Racing team, that is our race leader I believe, still being piloted by Ben Mullard, through. The two other race leaders have gone and picked up drive-through, so Patrick Carla now down in P3 and it should be Del Toro in P number 2, but Alex Crawford now up into P19 as I believe when people pit further along. So they move up the order a bit here. It's a sign that we are approaching that fourth pit window, Ryan.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. We're up to pretty much coming up to the fourth set of pit stops, and this race has just flew by. It wasn't too long ago we were getting this race underway, and they're coming up to this fourth set of pit stops, and we've got about 7 hours and basically pretty much 7 hours and 36 minutes remaining, and this race has just flew by so far.
It's been brilliant nonetheless, and I've certainly enjoyed it. How are you finding your first race on ACC? What's been your highlight so far?
Yeah, it's been good fun. Like I mentioned earlier, I've done plenty of races on ACC, but I've never done any commentating stuff on it. But it's good fun. Been good fun so far, and I've enjoyed it, and I would be up for doing more in the future. But this race so far, it's had plenty of battles, plenty of dramatic moments, especially some teams up at the front getting drive-throughs for track limits. But overall, it's been really good. It's been great racing throughout the field, and clean, respectful driving.
Well, if you're up for more ACC racing at the end of this, we've still got 2 more rounds of the SSRi Endurance Championship, the next round being in October. That is the 10 hours at Donington Park, 10 hours in my back garden effectively, so I'm really looking forward to that one. So hopefully you can join us there, because it's always going to be fun here at SSRi, especially doing ACC, because it's just a fun game. As we can see, Alex Crawford and Jan Barth approaching a lot of traffic now. Granted, one of them is the race leader, but you know, you don't want these things behind you, or in front of you, sorry. As Jan Barth having to slow down a bit more towards turn 9 and 10. And Alex Crawford again, hunted right onto the back of him, and you just have to think, coming through turn 13 and 14, see how much Jan Barth is closing in on these back markers, as they do let them through here, but slowing down Jan Barth slightly. Alex Crawford surely needs to take an opportunity now, going down towards turn or something, just to get this move done. Because that 990 team is not back-end midfield team. They are definitely have the pace to be up there fighting for top 10s, and I'm sorry, Catalonia fighting for podiums really. So it's a real shame that they're stuck down here and that they're struggling to get past the way it is. It's a slower team. So I'm guessing my money's literally on the motivation after I think it's just almost been cooked. I mean, you drive-through penalty, then stop go, running out of fuel. It's going to, as much as you want to stay positive, it's really going to kill your mood, and it's going to affect your driving. And Alex Crawford, credit to all of the 990 team for still sticking it. But in my opinion, Alex Crawford should have left Jan Barth in the dirt at this point. But it's a real shock to see him stuck behind him so far, and maybe if you're getting a bit frustrated, thinking, well, how can I get him into the pit stops as he's the door opens up a bit there on the exit of turn number 10. There's a bit of a mistake there by Jan Barth. We ride on board with Alex Crawford. Jan Barth goes defensive as we head towards the kick at turn 11. That's going to put him offline a bit here, and now we might be seeing Alex Crawford thinking a bit of an opportunistic move up towards turn 13. Is he close enough? No, he's not, but Jan Barth's holding a slightly defensive line, going a bit more offline. That's going to affect his run here and allow Alex Crawford to get right onto the back of him as we run through towards 15 and 16, the final 2 turns. A good exit here from Alex Crawford at turn 16 can really set him up. As trying to square off the corner is Jan Barth to maximise the exit, and he's done that a lot better. He holds a defensive line, but it's really not needed because Alex Crawford's not going to catch up before turn 1.
Yeah, I think Crawford's trying everything to get by, but it's just the Aston Martin in a straight line. That car just seems to have a little bit or slightly more straight line speed and more power, but Crawford's doing everything to try and get by. As always, he tries to show the nose there on the inside of turn 2, but can't really do anything there. So Crawford, I think at this point, he might be getting slightly frustrated, but he can't afford to do anything silly. Always, he closes right up under brakes and just about. I thought he was going to run into the back of Barth there, but manages to get it slowed down just enough. As he needs to try and get a good exit here, heading down to turn 8, and he gets a good run, a good exit, and getting closer and closer. But again, it's just not close enough to make a move.
Yeah, you feel it's coming here at some point though for Alex Crawford, but Jan Barth holding on for now. The brick wall of the number 18 car, as it's showing to be, taking a note out of Ben Smith's book here. You shall not pass, says Jan Barth, and Alex Crawford, well, he's clearly struggling a bit here. And one thing I'm sure the 99 team needs is an overtake just to leave them in the mud, so they can fly ahead and move on and get these sort of moves done. And they need that little bit more motivation, because if they have that little motivation, they have an absolutely stacked driver lineup. Really could be fighting for podiums and stuff, and just it's not the nicest to see a team that really should be up there lacking a bit here, and probably down to motivation because of the prior instances. Because we've seen teams like the 169 have these problems, but then pick themselves back up and fly ahead. So Alex Crawford again. See, he's a bit frustrated, a bit late on the brakes, nearly goes into the back of Jan Barth there, holds onto it nicely, but a good exit here out of turn 6. Does he get it? Kind of. Fairly even on the acceleration up towards turn 8, so Jan Barth can breathe a sigh of relief. No pressure is going to be on him whatsoever for now, and you're not going to get a track limits warning for how much you take out of the inside of turn 8 there that Jan Barth's just done.
I think you can get away with taking some of that inside curb, but I don't know if I think as long as you've still got 2 wheels on this track, I think you should be fine. I think if you go right over that curb onto that red part of the track as well on the inside, I think you might get a track limit warning for that.
Not sure. It didn't seem like he had 2 wheels on the track. It seemed like all 4 of them were on the curb or on the inner red bit. Someone's pointed out in the chat we might be seeing a little battle for P12 soon, as the gap's now 2 seconds between the number 12 car, that's Van der Linden, and Oliver Anderson, who's in the car. So we know Van der Linden likes to get his elbows out once again. It's that number 12 Sim Racing Holland team. They've always really been in the camera today. Always been in a good battle. We know Oliver Anderson, we said earlier, very talented driver, in whatever he picks up, whatever sim, whatever car, he can do it. So it'll be an interesting battle for them as well. Oliver Anderson getting that gap just under a second between himself and Frans van der Linden. But right now we are with the battle for P18, Jan Barth and Alex Crawford. Alex Crawford struggling just to get past Jan Barth here, and as we approach the pit window in the next 5-10 minutes, you start thinking, have they started thinking about not on track but getting the move done in the pit lane here? If you were now in this situation, what would your thoughts be going into this ride?
I think if you're stuck behind someone, before the end of your stint, coming up to the next set of pit stops, I would maybe say it might be worth putting maybe 1 or 2 laps early. Just try and, if you see traffic up ahead, it might be worth putting early, just so you don't lose too much time. As Anderson, let's say or basically gets lapped, and let's say the other car through doesn't try to hold them up too much. But I think if you're stuck behind someone, it's maybe worth taking a gamble and putting a lap or 2 early.
Definitely. I mean, that would be my money. Is Oliver Anderson hunting down the Racing Sim Holland, currently being piloted by Frans van der Linden. He's currently a couple seconds back, I believe, and showing some pace, gaining it down. Yeah, that gap's around about 1.7 seconds. You can see him up ahead. There's traffic. I believe that's to 169. The Team RNE are ahead of them. That splits them, and he should soon get. Sunderland should soon get lapped, and then there'll be an open gap. Anderson will have a bit of clean air just to get past, and having to let the RNE car through, it will also mean Van der Linden loses a bit of time, and then we can start rubbing our hands together and get another good battle going on between, as we say that, I believe that's Van der Linden into the pit lane. So, there's our plan there. So Van der Linden into the pit lane then, and Oliver Anderson quite happily take P12 very easily then. So back to the battle for P18. Alex Crawford and Jan Barth. Still nothing separates them. This is the first of the people taking their 4th stop. Is the number 12 car. Eckstein follows through in the number 4. Now Alex Crawford right onto the back on the exit of P14. You have to think up towards 15 and 16. Loses a bit of time in towards turn 15, and he appears to move into 16, but it loses him time having to go offline here. But he's still got a very solid exit there, tucked into the slipstream. Can he gain enough in towards turn 1? He stays on the left hand side of the track. Doesn't think of a move one bit. Very close though, swerving a bit is Jan Barth, trying to throw Crawford offline a bit, try and make him keep guessing which way he's going to go, which way he's going to defend. Very close to the back again, very deep in towards turn number 4 is Alex Crawford in that 990 Lamborghini. Up towards turn 6 we go. Try and push it as hard as he can, but not running over the curb, picking up a slow down or a track limits violation. A fairly good exit from Alex Crawford as well, gaining and gaining not enough though to get an overlap and think about a move. Now focusing on exit, it's very good exit, power on very early there for Alex Crawford. He's got a bit of a run here, a good line through turn 9. We can be seeing side by side up towards turn 10. We've seen some people do it before. He's tried to hold it round the outside at turn 10. Can he hold on? Not quite, but that's what I mean. If you can have the confidence through turn 9, which Alex Crawford seems to have picked up a bit more motivation here, send it round the outside at turn number 9. You can hold on for turn 10. Through 11 and 12 we will follow. The next overtaking opportunity really comes up at turn 13, but defensive going then is Jan Barth, and they both follow each other wide, both hold on nicely though, no spin whatsoever, a bit deep into turn 14 for Jan Barth. Alex Crawford is now trying to move around the outside at turn number 15. Can he hold on to it? He's got the run, he's got the confidence. He breaks a little earlier in towards turn number 16, has a good run on the outside though, and Alex Crawford, what a move that is then. He's absolutely mugged off Jan Barth there round the outside at turn number 16. Wow.
Yeah, I have to say that was a great move by Crawford there. He set that up well before, and credit to Barth as well. He could have ended up running Crawford wide and off the track there, but he left him plenty of space on the exit of the final corner, or the final couple of corners I should say. Gave him plenty of room, and Crawford managed to make the move stick and they pick up 18th place.
He's done brilliant. That was very thought out, well thought out from Alex Crawford. I think it's the motivation that our 9's car needs. Of the moves of the race so far then from Alex Crawford, and now let's see if we'll have the speed to put in some good laps before the next stop for that Lamborghini Snack & Sons racing team. But either way, that whole lap was absolutely brilliant, and it really set up from having the confidence to just floor out of turn 8. Because he then had to run up towards turn 9, was able to get side by side and then put the pressure onto Barth to then force him to go defensive. Started forcing these mistakes to come out of him. Well thought out move there by Alex Crawford. Really hustled it, I must say. This is Robbie Hulman in the 169 car, but what was on about earlier, having a good comeback drive. I believe there's Oliver Anderson in the background as well. Just trying to see, there's Reuter behind him. The 169 car currently running P9. In battle with the number 16, yes, that is Reuter, the BMW behind us. Now the battle for... No, yeah, this is the number 16 car running a bit deep in towards turn number 10, and he's got Oliver Anderson right on the rear of him here. I think, is that one of the out? Is that on track battle as well? Yeah, it is actually. It is the number 33, that is Tim Kroll. So this is a battle for position. Kroll down the inside at turn 12, will have it comfortably done for turn 13. And then just up the road is Hulman in the 169 car. And this little battle ahead might allow just pull ahead. John Doe Germany not too far back in that blue Porsche that we briefly saw come into the camera shot. So this is now looking like we could have an interesting battle for P11. Oliver Anderson flying on track right now, hunting down Pullman for hunting down Reuter, I believe. No, Kroll or P number 11. Yeah, he's confusing. I'm just trying to use the live timing to see. Oh, was that for position there, Ryan?
I think I was what.
Yeah, pit wall lies thrown me here.
Yeah, I was about to say the pit wall just confused me as well. I don't think that was our position.
It says he's only a second behind a car, but then there's the car ahead. I'm just looking. We'll try and get some information on that one for you with 7 hours and 20 minutes left in the race. It's Ben Mullard is your race leader in the number 5 Odyssey Racing team. So Oliver Anderson, P12. He's a long way back from P11. But P9, the 169, is 3 seconds ahead of the number 16 car. That's that's Reuter. So that's probably where we got a bit confused there, seeing they are all around about the same position on track, I believe. So that's probably why it got a bit confusing there. There's everyone's least favourite car in the world. There goes Porsche. And here's our race leader, Ben Mullard. It'd be number 5 Odyssey Racing, and thank you, Chris. So here's Yannick Valenduc, who's the only driver I've actually seen. We have seen Dan Lenton and Tim Nightboa in the 488 as well. It always seems that when we pan to the 488, we've got Yannick Valenduc on. Brilliant driver, very nice guy as well, running P7. Gap between Tori and Duma, actually, that's something we haven't checked in on in a while. That gap is coming down. It was 30 seconds last time we looked at it. It's now down to just over 20 seconds. So Fabritori is really hunting down on Duma here. Here goes the number 333 Team Abbey Racing car. Still believe that they're in a chance for a podium. Started P10. They're having a brilliant drive so far, Ryan.
Yeah, they are indeed, and they're having a great run. And Fabritori in 5th place, and yeah, I think I'd probably say if I was voting for a team of the race so far, just for keeping out of trouble and doing a good job getting through the field, I'd probably say this triple free Abbey Racing Aston Martin team are probably my pick so far.
Yeah, if it comes at the end of the 12 hours and they're on the podium, it would not surprise me. They've been absolutely brilliant. And it's out there again, Mike Ambranosa yet to get in the car. He may be the next driver in, actually. There's Brian Clancy and Mike Ambranosa yet to hop in the car. 7 hours and 18 minutes left. There's Oliver Anderson on track again, I believe, in the Matt Day. We got an onboard shot of that earlier. It is like thousands of pieces. I feel sorry for Fakai that made that livery, but Fabritori laps in with relative ease, not holding on too much. And Kachikada is the first of the top 3 drivers to dive into the pit lane then. and get their 4th stop on the way. Ben Millard has an 11-second lead over Del Dottore, who's really trying to make do for his mishaps at the start of his stint about 40 minutes ago, picking up a drive-through penalty, which dropped them down the order from the race lead, which they'd had a pretty flawless race so far, but in these endurance races, we'll pick up these penalties. It's gonna happen. I mean, track limits, you can't go 12 hours without cutting the track too many times. News from Mike Ambranosa, it's Brian Clancy in. Then we've got the little secret weapon, Mike Ambranosa, dropping in the car. So, some news there for the Team ABBA racing car as Alessio Della Dottore, all over those sausage curbs you warned us about earlier, Ryan, nearly sending the car into a bit of a spin.
Yeah, and that's the thing we've got to watch this track as well. The sausage curves, some parts of the track you can get away with them. You can get away with taking. You can take some of them, but you can't take all the sausage curves on the exit, because otherwise it will unsettle the car. It will launch you, and it can possibly launch you into a spin as well. And I've seen some drivers make mistakes taking those sausage curves, and luckily it's not ended up in disaster. But still, it's around this track, such as Misano, you've got to be really careful. And but most of the time you don't want to go too wide around this track, because we've saw several drivers getting drive-through penalties already for abusing the track limits and pretty much going over that incident limit that ACC gives you. ACC, it only gives you a certain amount of warnings, and if you go over them, you'll pretty much just get a drive-through around here. In a 12-hour race, especially at this stage of the race, that can cost you. And the drive-through penalty for the 62 R8G Academy Porsche, for example, I could possibly cost them in the long run.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen a lot of drivers going a bit ahead one over the sausage curves on the exit of turn 6, but style points don't win you this race, but consistency has, and the team that's really been the most consistent was the 138 before Del Dottore. The nature of the race, surely every team is probably going to pick up a drive-through at some point, to be fair to them. So, at least some form of bad luck, which in number 62 has now got their 3rd and final driver in, Sergio Piperetta. So they are the last driver in for the number 62 car, so now they've used up everyone has got a stint in the car. So just before the halfway stage, Sergio Piperetta in the car then, in P3, even close to being overtaken by Duma on track, so it's really those 3 cars right now are the ones you need to be looking out for. But Del Dottore just over 10 seconds away from Ben Millard, and we could, at the end of this pit window, we could be seeing a bit of a fun close-up between Del Dottore and Ben Millard. That would be a fairly exciting battle to see the Odyssey Racing team and the Team Racing Point 138 car going at it for the lead of the race. We've not really seen a battle for the lead in nearly 5 hours, have we?
It's settled down a little bit, and there's not really, well, the only battle we really saw was that one with Barth and Crawford, and as the 62 R8G Porsche is not hanging around trying to get by. The Ferrari livery Porsche, that triggers Dylan all the time for some reason, but but Mazis.
Jan Barth has also just picked up a drive-through as well then. He lost his best mate Crawford and has got sad and tried cutting the track a bit and has been rewarded with ACC's automatic drive-through penalty. Keep it between the white lines and you'll be fine. If you don't, well, you'd saying low team mechanics down pit road for a brief second. Sergio Piperetta trying to move up the order after his team got their drive-through penalty and knocked them out of the race lead. So without everyone sort of, and yeah, that's the sort of thing that's going to be giving you a drive-through, Jan Barth, drifting right on the exit of turn 8 there. Keep it between the white stuff and you'll be, keep it on the black stuff, you'll be fine. Drift off of it too many times, well, down pit road for you. Sadly, that's where Jan Barth's probably going to be heading very soon, and X-Lean, I believe that's his 2nd drive-through just this stint alone for track limits, so watch out for that one. Anthony Terhurst in the pit lane then in the number 69 car. That is the CBSR car. We saw Briatore in the Team Abbey racing car get past not too long ago. And he's in for his routine stop, and we are well and truly approaching that pit window, and here comes Jan Barfen to serve that said drive-through. You want to speed him and get yourself a stop-go 30, which he does not do. Pit limiter on, down pit road you go. Bob's your uncle penalty served there.
Yep, so I think I think he'll be feeling slightly frustrated with that drive-through, but it's so easy to get an off-track around the Misano. It's so easy to get a drive-through as well, but it looks like 15 places to serve the drive-through as well, or just about to serve the drive-through at some point. Actually, he goes round again, so I take that back. So it's drive-throughs are so easy to get around here. I've had them in the past myself, and that's the thing about Misano as well. You've got to be really careful. You want to try and extend the exit of some of these corners and try and gain as much time as possible, but if you run too wide and push too much, you'll get drive-through penalties like several of these drivers are getting.
Yeah, indeed, it's a real shame for that number 4 Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport car picking up so many drive-throughs. They were teetering on the top 10 position fight, and Pascal Eckstein's come through, and he's had good pace, but he's just not been able to keep it on the track, and he's been picking up a lot of penalties for it. I must say, we were speaking on this earlier, we'd probably talk about this a few times. Has to be one of the best liveries on the grid, don't you think?
I do like that livery. It looks kind of cool. It looks simple, but it's got that kind of, I don't know how to describe it. It's just got that kind of, it looks super cool. It's hard to explain it.
It's got zazz to it.
Zazz to it. That's the word I was
It's got
looking
some
for.
flair. It's got some flair.
Or I was going to say it's got a bit of a finesse to it.
It's got character. I mean, you see the car ahead of it. It's solid green. It's got a bit of a design to it, but that is it now comes in service drive-through. Its sister, I prefer its sister liveries. It's the number 720. It's got it in green. It's also because it's on a McLaren, so I'm going to like it more anyway. And the number 63, which we've not actually seen any of the number 63 car. That is the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport blue car. They've probably got similar liveries as well in different colours. It's just kind of same design. What's your favourite colour? Sort of pick it through. But Aaron Van Drunen is back in the car for the number 69. He has just taken over from Anthony Terhurst. There's only those two actually driving. It's Van Drunen and Terhurst. And this is a battle for position here, I believe. This is Chris Johansson, who he gets past with relative ease, fresh tyres. Chris Johansson can't really do too much. That number 42 is making massive inroads. This race, it seems like everyone's making an inroad and gaining positions, but no one's going backwards. So where are they gaining these positions from? It's quite confusing, I must say.
Yeah, I'm amazed myself. It's just so many teams and drivers that went up at the front and the other sides of the race have just been getting slowly through the field, and they've been gaining heaps of positions, and they've just been keeping out of trouble as well. That's the other thing as well. They've been getting through the field and up into the top 10.
Indeed, hard work is definitely paying off for a lot of these teams, and a lot of teams for getting these penalties are falling down. And Oliver Anderson actually into the pit lane. That seems fairly early for Oliver Anderson. He's not been out that long. He's been relatively quick as well, I must say. He's not been out for only about an hour, and you can about 10-15 minutes longer than that, so I'm quite confused why Oliver Anderson's pitted, especially when it's shown he's had such good pace. That's him ahead of this group actually, where Aaron Van Drunen is. Bit of lap traffic to pass, and then he'll catch him onto the back and then lap Oliver Anderson. There's Van Melis is also in the pit lane as well as we approach the 5-hour completion mark with 7 hours and 8 minutes to go, and you'll be approaching our final hour here, Brian. So we'll be handing over to the two Adams for the second half of the stream, where the broadcast will restart because obviously of how YouTube works, and it's not being very fun of having streams longer than a set amount of time. Me and Ryan depart, we will have a new stream, so just a heads up, an hour warning for all of you if you wonder what happens there. But as we approach our final hour in commentary box, what has been your highlight so far, Ryan?
That's a tough one. There's been so many great battles, and yeah, so many great battles going on. Good hard racing, and yeah, we've had some incidents, but not big incidents. Just maybe people getting sideways, making mistakes. But yeah, especially up at the front as well. At one point, it looked like the 138 BMW was away and gone at one point with basically nearly a half a lap lead, but they got a drive-through penalty, and then the 62 RHG Academy Porsche got a drive-through as well, and yeah, the only person up at the front wheel that's kept out of trouble and not had any issues is that the number 5 BMW currently being driven by Ben Muller. They're not in second now. They've actually done a driver swap. Ben Muller out, and it's James Mead in the hot seat.
First time James Mead. We've not seen him today, and he is now in the. He's now in the car for the first time. I think your highlight of the race has been winding me up about the 488, hasn't it?
Yeah, pretty much.
You find it, me and Chris last time were just, we nicknamed it the Euro car or something like that. We had nicknamed it something stupid because it's an Italian, it's a British team with Dutch drivers, a German car, Italian livery at a Spanish track, so.
And as we're talking about that, our director pops it up on the screen.
Doing it to wind us up, that's why. It's Chris Hill. He knows exactly what he's doing. He knows exactly what he's doing, but it's all fun and games. To be fair, it's a lovely livery. It just belongs on a Ferrari, not a Porsche. I realise I sound like Jeremy Clarkson when I say that. It's just not a Ferrari.
Well, what about if they took the Ferrari badge off the Porsche and they replaced the Italian stripes with the German stripes?
If it was an Italian team, it would be fine, but if that was just the livery, brand new, as the team is, fine. But it's because we also know where that livery's from, so our brain instinctively sees that and goes Ferrari because we know that. If it was like if they had come up with that, and like, yeah, it'd be fine, it'd be weird, like, but I think it comes down to more, we know where that livery is from, and that's probably why it bugs us so much, at least bugs me, so it, usually seen on like a low riding, a bit wider sort of mid-engine Ferrari as Luke Scholl is all over the back of Jan Barth. Jan Barth, the brick wall he's shown to be, is under pressure once again. Let's see if Luke Scholl can get past him in the number 63. We said the number 63 has not been shown too much. Well, here it is, side by side up towards turn number 11. Should have this move done fairly easily, and Jan Barth just very wide on exit of turn 11. It's leaving a space, and then there's what that one has to be. But going to my highlight of the moment, or highlight of the race, is I believe that's the Odyssey Racing, piloted by James Mead. Gets past Jan Barth as well and laps him. That's Alex Crawford's move, I must say, was an absolute beauty, and they're up into P16 now for 990, so starting to find a bit of momentum for them. We did say once they get past that one car, once they get past the number 18, they'll have that momentum and start having a bit more motivation to go for it. And they have. This is Steve Allen. We've not seen him at all today in the number 73. That is the THRC. They were actually fairly high up in the race last time, but it currently yet last of our runners on track, but they are still here, they're still in the running. That's what we're here for. You'll not be winning any prizes today, you may be 10 laps down, but you know what, you're in the race and you're finishing it, and like you said earlier, Ryan, there's no better feeling than finishing an endurance race.
Absolutely, and that's the thing. Even if you're several laps behind, just getting to the finish and finishing is always a good feeling, and it's a rewarding feeling as well. And yeah, I also that sense of accomplishment as well. It's yeah, you've not got the result you wanted, but just getting to the end is it's still a major achievement.
Definitely is, and it's something that's on my bucket list to do with a bunch of mates, just to, because it's also, if you do one of these events, you can just have a time with your mates. We saw it last time out, one of the Dutch teams that was running down outside the top 20, drinking the whole way through, and we only know this because they sent a picture of their HQ that they basically sort of put in someone's living room or something, and empty bottles of beer and stuff was about. So it's the CBSR team I'm hearing in my ear, who are currently Car 69, who's currently up fighting for decent positions. So yeah, even if you're not really racing, if you're not fighting for anything, you can still have a good time with mates. It's like going for a day out, but you know, you're driving with your mates. So it's that experience as well. Even though it's a championship thing, we're still here for fun. I mean, you know, why not go out and enjoy it? Even if you're dead last, go have some fun. Do you know what I mean? This is the number 47 car. I believe, if I can find it, has a driver called Henny Lefebvre. Henny Lefebvre. And they are 78 years old apparently. So that quite some feat. Shows age. Age means absolutely nothing. I mean, people that race here that 16, 15, and then, you know, complete opposite end of the spectrum, 78-year-olds, so they can still come out here and race, and it's, again, it goes back to it, Ryan, it's all for a bit of fun, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely, and that's the thing with sim racing as well. It's there's no, how can I say, there's no age limit or anything like that. Anyone's welcome to do it. Anyone can jump in and race and have a bit of fun. And I mean, even my uncle, for example, he's probably 70 years old, and I remember letting him have a shot in my sim rig, and not an ACC, but I can't remember what it was called. I think it was the old R-Factor 1 game. That's it. He had a go, and he was just amazed, and he kept saying, "Oh, I wish I'd done this sooner," and etc. And he was loving it, and he's like 70 years old, and he's one of those people. It's kind of he's not really up to date with technology or anything like that. I mean, he still keeps up to date with sim racing, but he had never done it, and he just wished he wished he'd done it, and he went out and got like a game, not a gaming PC, but a PC that was capable of running the things like iRacing and ACC, and he doesn't do any league races, but he does like offline laps, and he loves it.
Yeah, it's a brilliant community as well, and it's fun, it's a hobby, it's, you know, sim racing community is one of the best gaming communities out there. Yeah, it's a bit toxic, it's a bit silly at times, but when you see these things happen, they all band together, and that is a very dirty looking 404 car. I'm on about the bumper being dirty, being whispered in my ear. That is I'm being told that's a very genius livery. That is the error 404 screen that comes up, where I'm sure all familiar with and hate, but no, I'm saying that the underside, like, it's very dirty near the bottom, so the car's definitely taking a beating. Henny will be 80 soon, apparently, so 79 actually. Benny Palus, we've not seen any of him today, to be fair. The young man, to young and tender age of 39. He's the youngest one here. He's youngest in the team, and he's older than both of us, Brian. Quite funny, that.
Yeah, I was shocked when I read in the chat that Henry will be 80 soon. That's and he's out there racing, having fun. So yeah, good on him, and respect from me for giving it a go. It might not be the quickest, but at least he's out there having fun.
Well, yeah, it's all what it's here for, isn't it? Go out there, have a bit of fun, and just enjoy your weekend. I hope when I'm 80, I'm sitting in the Caribbean somewhere on a porch, on a deck chair with a bottle of something nice. You know what? We can dream and we'll get there eventually one day, Ryan. But we approach our final hour in the commentary box here. You're just filtering through some of the back markers right now. This is the 720 car, which has to be my favourite livery on the grid, I must say. It's currently being piloted by Bjorn Reynard. What a name that is. Yeah, brilliant livery as well. What has been your favourite livery that you've seen so far today, Ryan?
There's been so many nice liveries, and yeah, it's hard to choose, to be honest. I mean, just looking at this, I was going. It's this livery again. It's Dylan's favourite livery, but for me,
I didn't even bring it up and he panned to it.
my favourite livery, I would have to say it's I'd have to say it's not for the lows, but I'm being serious. It's my favourite livery has to be the number 12 Aston Martin.
Number 12 Aston Martin. That is Sim Racing Holland. Yes, it's a very nice. I like the orange as well. It's really just in the Holland in there. It's a good mix of colours as well. It's black, grey, and orange. Works really well, and it's a nice simplistic design, but it works really well, so I have to agree with you on that one. That is very good, and it also, with things like the orange, it does then carry some meaning behind it, with obviously, you know, the Dutch colours, so I have to agree with you. That's probably one of my favourites on the grid as well.
And then we were talking about drive-throughs earlier on. It looks like the 11th place car has got a drive-through penalty for, you guessed it, going over the track limits too many times.
Jost Vermanen, and it's the 610 Motorsport car that is going to pick up a drive through. Instantly into serve it there, not taking any time, not wasting any time. But that is a massive logo on the side of that livery. For some reason, I just see that livery and it reminds me of the cat. I'm not sure. I have no idea why. It just reminds me of the cat. Come to it at some point why, but yeah. Down pit lane it goes. I think the fortunate bit, it's not the longest of pit lanes here at Misano, so when you do get a drive through, you're back off your pit limiter fairly quickly. This is the number 18 car that we are seeing right now. That is currently being piloted by Carl van Hoon. That is the Astro Racing team. We've seen a fair bit of them today, to be fair. Not turn up too much with delivery on that one, I must say, but you know what? They're racing, and that's all that really matters. Deliveries just make you look nice, and depends on what we say in the commentary box about you. Cough, cough, Mr. 488. So, on left, you're gonna do your best to make this livery grow on me. And come the end of the season, it probably will. But until then, it is a beautiful livery, just wrong car. We are here for 55 more minutes, Brian. Not past 5 hours. It's flown by the 5 hours so far, hasn't it?
Going to say, is it just me, or is it just absolutely flew by? And yeah, I think it was when we got underway not too long ago, and that was about 11 o'clock or something like that. And yeah, we're up to about, well, probably just coming up for 4:15 in the UK, and that's just absolutely flew by. But nevertheless, I've enjoyed it, and it's been good fun calling this part of the race alongside your good self with the awesome Mr. Hull working his magic on the cameras in the background.
It fly by really quickly, I must say. I mean, one thing I've noticed, when we've got a battle, they're coming through turn 16 a minute later, we're like, wait, what, we're here at turn 16 again? So these good battles really do help things flow through. This is Nikolai Schroeder in the 222 car, that is the Green Moose Rookies car. There's the sister team of the Green Moose Racing, which is currently up in P4, I believe, but is now being piloted by Vincent Wilczek, was being piloted by Milan Duma earlier. That is the car that is being hunted down by the 333, but is being driven by Brian Clancy right now, who has fallen back a bit behind some traffic yet to pit the number 69. And then once the 69 does pit, no, the 69's actually jumped him, I believe. I think the 69 has jumped him in the pits. So that is very interesting because Aaron van Drunen wasn't the guy in the car when the Team Abbey Racing car passed them about an hour ago. So there's something to note then. The Team Abbey Racing car has been pipped in the pit lane by the CBSR racing team. So that's caught me a bit by surprise, and got a fairly healthy gap as well there, Ryan.
Yeah, they have indeed, and I was about to bring up that gap as well. It's a decent gap they've got at the moment, and it looks like, yeah, they made a driver swap as well. It looks like, is it Brian Clancy it's in at the moment?
He's made a driver, the top three that was, well not the top three, but the three was on about 4th, 5th and 6th, all made driver swaps in the teams. So I'm just looking at the gap between them. Actually, Clancy's closer to being passed by Nyboer, who's 3 seconds back from they are to catching Druman, who is about 20 seconds up the road, I think, actually. So, yeah, a long way for the Team Abbey Racing to go. I don't quite know where they've lost so much time from there. You can't lose that much into pit lane, can you?
I don't think so. I was watching his pit entry and pit exit, and it looked fine to me. So I guess it's just a case of some teams maybe not taking a full tank of fuel, maybe short filling, and then I think this team here they've pretty much done a full service and they took a full tank as well. So I think it's one of those things. It's probably just some teams are maybe a bit better on the pit entry or the pit exit, and some teams are just maybe just using the strategy to full effect.
Yeah, Brian is their slowest driver, so thanks my camera runners for that information. So that's also a bit of information there, so it's to be expected for the 3 is going to fall off a bit here as they, at some point, like he was on about a couple hours ago there, Ryan. When do you put in your slowest driver? And you normally then put them in the middle and let everyone get on to work there, and you then split them with the 2 quicker drivers, which is what Team Abbey Racing seems to have done. We've not seen Chris Vickers for a while either, so he's probably going to pop in at some point, probably towards the end, once my camera knows has been given a bit of a drive. And this is Tim Nyboer putting Brian Clancy under pressure then. This is for P6. Tim Nyboer, we know he's a very quick driver as well. We saw him last time out in Catalonia. Thought he might get a podium. Some mistakes in the end of it. Put a halt to that, him and Dan Lenz, and we have a 3rd person joining them today, which is quite cool as well to see. They've got Yannick Valen with them. It's not just a 2-man team today, but very bit of a mistake there from Brian Clancy. An evasive action having to be taken, and he nearly moved across there on Nyboer. Realised that Nyboer was there, and high mouth moment there, but Nyboer takes position and up to P6 for that monstrous delivery Team Rocket Scuderia Porsche.
So yeah, it's like you say, it looks like the Triple 3 have stuck I wouldn't say slower driver in, but maybe not as quick, if you like, stuck him in for this part of the race since it's quieting down a little bit, and this Ferrari livery Porsche, that would take me a while to get my head around. Still does take a while to get my head around, but still, that Ferrari livery Porsche has got by and is managing to pull away now. But further back in the field, looking at 16th place, with Darius Workman currently running 16th, and looks like he's closing up to a bunch of cars in front of him. It looks like X-Day in front of him in the BMW he's managing to close down ever so slightly, but he's got a bunch of traffic in front of him as well.
So trying to clear the traffic and slowly make your way up the as best as you can. I mean, how would the drivers be feeling now as teams? I mean, we're approaching half distance. You're going to be feeling a bit spent. You're like, oh, we are so far into this. And we've still got a long way to go in this race, so what do you think the teams are doing now? Because a few of these teams will all be together in person as well. What do you think the teams will be doing now to sort of stay away, not necessarily stay awake, but keep themselves alert, keep themselves occupied, focused in the zone, whatnot, and all of that sort of mental terminology, just keeping them consistent, let's say.
I think each drive is different. Some drivers like to be updated all the time. Other drivers they don't like people talking too much, or they like to be kind of just left to themselves. But drivers, the way I go about it is that I say to the driver, just let me know if you need any updates, if you want me to update you on anything. That's what I say to them, and I'll leave them to it just to do their thing. But I think keeping a driver focused and just making sure he doesn't lose his concentration. You obviously just for example, keep him updated on gaps behind you, or lap times, or even, for example, the track conditions, track temperatures, the track state. Just simple stuff. Just keep your driver focused. And for drivers that are not doing anything, like maybe they've finished their stint or they've got a bit of a long break, they'll probably go and do something. What I do anyway is I normally walk away from my PC and just go and watch some TV, or just relax for a little bit. If I've got an hour or a couple of hours at least, I'll go and lie down, get probably like 30 minutes, take a 30-minute nap or something, just to get me refocused and refresh myself. That's what I do anyway.
Sometimes it also depends on drivers. Just talk to them, have a bit of a laugh with them. We've seen that a few times as well. Just keep the mood positive and stuff. We saw Artisan saying that Oliver Anderson was singing earlier whilst in the car. So keeping positive and stuff, and just having, if you're not taking it too seriously, the best thing for you is just have a nice chat with your teammates and just keep everything in a positive sort of mindset, and you'll be fine. So it's all about finding it. Depends, because certain drivers will be stubborn, like don't talk to me, and serious in the zone. It's like, I'm just here for fun. Let's just have a chat with mates, all of that just staying laid back sort of thing. So it's, what would you as a driver prefer? Would you like a more laid back sort of team friendly vibe, or in the zone focused, don't talk to me?
For me, it depends. If I'm not battling anyone, or if I've got a gap behind me and I'm not really threatening anyone behind, and plus if it's just a fun race for me, I like to have a laugh with my teammates or whoever's around on Discord or TeamSpeak or anything like that. I like to have a bit of fun. But if I'm stuck in a battle and I need full concentration, I'll just say to my teammates, don't talk, say too much. Just keep me updated when you have to, or just don't talk to me like in the middle of a corner, for example, because if I'm in a battle, I like to have full concentration. But if I'm not in a battle and I'm all by myself, I like to have a bit of a laugh and just have a bit of fun with it.
In me personally, I prefer having a more quiet sort of no one talk to me race, but that's mainly because if people talk to me, I can then blame them when I make mistakes. That's normally how it goes. If I make one mistake, I get angry and just start shouting at people. That's normally me, but then afterwards I'm like, well, I messed up, didn't I? Like I was on about earlier, when I had my endurance race at Spa and I spinned it into the wall twice and put on in the space of 3 laps. It's always nice to make it feel like it's not your fault, even though deep down it is. So maybe I need to try a bit more of a positive vibe and keep everything all happy, so I don't really care if I make a mistake, because I know I'm not very good anyway. So we're never going to be in there for anything. So if we crash, we crash. If we don't, we don't. But 6 hours and 45 minutes to go. This is Luke Shaw in the number 63 car. We didn't see it much, and I was seeing a fair bit of him. This is down in P17. So is it for battle on track? As we load up pit wall live, is ever reliable. He's just gone past Schroeder in number 222. Ah, yes, you can see the Audi behind him. Bright green Audi. It's very distinctive, that one there. And yes, Pitbull Live has just gone and updated, and it's SH, it's SCH and SCH, so just to confuse us all a bit more. But, you know, Pitbull Live, fun as ever, and we're nearly approaching 200 laps as well, Ryan. It's flying, right?
Yeah, I was just going to say it's absolutely flew by me. Yeah, what was it you said? 200 laps already?
Nearly 200 laps. We're on lap 169.
Well, 169. So, well, yeah, it's absolutely flew by, and we've still got 6 hours and 42 minutes remaining, and we've done about pretty much 5 hours already. So it's just flew by, but it's been great fun, and. Yeah, as we look at this battle at the moment, or look at the leader, sorry, this car was way back in third place, and because of the drive-through, this is for the 62 RHG Esports Academy Porsche. They've had to, that car's had to serve a drive-through, and this car's pretty much just kept out of trouble. We've not had any, as far as I'm aware, not had any issues with track limits or the drive-through penalties. So they've pretty much pounced when the other 2 cars in front of them have had issues, and just going about their business and keeping out of trouble so far, and they've been rewarded with the lead.
Yeah, it feels weird to say that. They really have been the flawless team. They've not really made any mistakes, but they got completely slumped at the start and then just had a lack of pace. And you want to be like, have they had any sort of on-track instances or penalties or whatnot to send them so far? No, they haven't. They just struggled with pace at the start, and you completely forget, because of that awful start that they had and how they just got bogged down to third. They really are on here. They are on the lead of the race on merit, because they haven't made these mistakes. They've not always been the quickest at times, but they've been the most consistent. They've kept it on track, which is something that the 138 car and the 162 car can't boast, as they both had drive-through penalties, whilst we can assume a track limit. So, you know, it's all about, you can't keep it on the white, you know, keep on black stuff, you can be rewarded. If you don't, you can lose 30 seconds by gaining a 10th by dipping 2 wheels off the track or something. So, you know, it's trying to find that balance as the battle for P18 is still going on. This is Schroeder and Charles in the battle for P18, man. We said Schroeder was passed by Charles earlier. Well, now the Audi in the number 222 Greenwood's rookie car is right onto the back of the number 63. That is the Team Hot Air Balloon Motorsport blue car. So 3 different colours for Hot Air Balloons, 3 different cars. It's all very fun here. It's all fun and games at Team Hot Air Balloon, but with a name like that, what do you expect? Through turn number 2 and 3, we follow this battle for P18. It may be 4 minor places, but it's still being fought as hard as you'd like, to be fair. So Nikolai Schroeder wanting revenge on Luke Charles, who passed him a few laps ago, down towards turn 8. What is Nikolai Schroeder thinking? How's he going to get past Charles? What's the game plan going to be? Audi versus Merc, 2 giants in German motorsport, I must say, and 2 brilliant cars as well. Through turn 9, the weird line that everyone takes, so it just bugs me because they completely miss the apex. We have 40 minutes left of our job here in the comms box, Ryan, and the action is still not over.
Absolutely not. It's starting to spice up yet again, and Schroeder in this Audi, I think he's still managing to keep up with that Mercedes, but that Mercedes as well is. I find that Mercedes is really good at tracks like this. It's cars, the tracks where it's got loads of direction changes. The Mercedes seems to be really nice. To drive. It took me a while to get to grips with it, just because it's my driving style is completely different. It suits the Aston Martin, my driving style, but this Mercedes, once you get on top of it, it's such a fun car, and I think Schroeder as well, trying to keep up with the Mercedes. The Mercedes as well, but not a lot of people talk about it. But that Mercedes has got a bit of grunt as well. So as you see right there, through this twisty section, the Mercedes just pulls away ever so slightly, and Schroeder trying everything to try and keep up. But I think at the moment that Mercedes is just starting to edge away ever so slightly.
Yeah, Schroeder's trying to just keep within touching distance, but it seems like Charles is just running off into the distance, just ever so slightly. On a more positive note, let's say, you know that Mank water I had because I accidentally bought the wrong bottle.
Oh yeah.
It's completely gone now, so I can crack open the nice stuff and I can be happy again. I'll send you a picture later of it, and you'll realise how easy of a mistake it was. I was in a rush to get back for you lot. Just picked up the 2 bottles, going, this is it, and someone had put a bottle in the wrong place, and I picked up the wrong one, and it was nasty. But you know what? We're here, and just racing has kept me in a good mood despite what I've had to use to stay hydrated in this unconventional hot British summer. Where anything above, oh hello, Nicola Schreider, that's not the line through turn 13. As I say, anything above 20 degrees here in the UK, everyone has a mare, and as Nicola Schroeder decides to adventure around at turn 13, he picks up a drive-through penalty for it, and straight into pit lane he'll go Turbit. Well, we got to see live on board a penalty being given away to Pihai. That's always fun to see.
Yeah, and Schroeder as well, as soon as he got the drive-through, I think he just decided at the last second to dive into the pit lane and just serve it straight away instead of going around for 2 or 3 laps and losing a little bit of time. I think he just decided straight away, as soon as he got it, just to dive in and get out of the way and not lose too much time to this Mercedes that we're watching right now on screen. And I was going to say that that livery on one of the Aston Martins I was talking about, I take my vote back. I think this is probably my livery that I'm voting for right now.
I agree with you on that one. The hot air balloon boys know how to make a livery, it seems. They need to be giving their livery maker a raise. That is beautiful. Drifting a bit wide there on the exit of turn 18. That's on turn 18. It's not even 18 turns at Misano. Turn 8, bit wide there. He kept the wheel on the white line though, so he should be all fine for now. You don't be doing back too much further. There's everyone's favourite car in the background. And that is right on cue. Thank you, Chris Hill. Tim Nigel. What a name that is. Surely they'd like a livery like that to be a bit higher up around Misano, but you know what? Got it. Look at the cameraman, right? So he's floating, isn't he? Just look at the. Imagine having to pull off this camera angle in real life. You'd have to get one of those weird 360-degree stick, you know, like selfie sticks that people have. You have to stick one of them. And imagine in F1, how you know how they have to have these onboard cameras in certain regulations, and it's in the rules that cameras have to be there. Imagine if they said that you need a chase cam like this, and part of the regulations was you had to have one of those sticks. Imagine Adrian Newey being told you've got to ruin your complete aerodynamics, sort of whatever, because you need a selfie stick and a camera in the background for an extra shot. Imagine the uproar from the F1 car designers if that was actually the case.
That would be funny, and I'm convinced as well. I'm convinced that Mr. Hull's got a couple of buttons assigned just to show this car whenever you mention it, and if he does that, I find that funny.
You just labelled Lexan But no, this is sim racing, though it's only a video game, so realistically, we can have those unrealistic camera angles and take the mick out of them because, you know, it's only a game. You don't actually get them, and you can never get them in real life, so we just put it in a game so we can laugh at. So with those liveries, you'd never catch that livery in real life because it just wouldn't happen. But you know what, because it's a video game, we can do that. Thank you, Team Rocket Scuderia, for making my eyes hurt for the past 5.5 hours. We love you dearly. Oh, it's the drinking team. Hello, it's CBSR. It's Aaron Van Drunen in the number 69. This is also a very nice livery. It's similar to the 610 Motorsport. We've got a massive logo on the side of it. But again, this is a very funky livery. It reminds me of an underwater sort of coral reef or something that's being passed by. Again, another good livery. They're about to get lapped by James Mead, our current race leader for the Odyssey Racing, which was probably one of the best team names in the grid as well. So we're voting on our favourite everything at this point, aren't we, Ryan?
Pretty much, and there's so many good liveries in this race. It's so hard to choose, but I'm sticking by the one I chose from one of the Mercedes. But this one as well from a CBSR with Aaron van Drunen at the wheel at the moment is really nice as well. It's kind of got that kind of hard to describe this livery. It looks nice, but it looks very simplistic. Is that a correct word?
That's not simplistic livery, it's vibrant. There's a lot of colour to it. There's a lot of colour to it, a lot of, you know, it's very vibrant. I wouldn't say simplistic because it is. It looks like someone's just told a 5-year-old go throw paint at it. That's kind of what makes it good. It's very artsy. It's vibrant, bright, it's distinctive. A lot of hard work's gone into that, and rightly so. It's a beautiful livery as well. I do like these. Probably my favourite part. We're going to go to getting told ours we're going to go from a brilliant livery to a not so brilliant livery, and well, we've said before the number 18 has not made much of an effort. But I was going to say. Probably my favourite part of doing commentating is with the nature of sim racing. Thank you, Chris. Is seeing the different array of liveries. I mean, it's such a unique thing to motorsport. It's probably my favourite thing seeing, especially in sim racing games, how you can design your liveries and see everyone makes their own interpretation. And, you know, it lets people express themselves, but get a bit artsy. And I really do like seeing all of these liveries, and it's probably my favourite part of doing all of this. That is a reminds me of Best Buy in America. I don't know why this one. What do you think, Ryan?
I'm not too sure, to be honest. I'm not sure what this livery reminds me of, but I do like it. It was really nice. I'm not sure what it reminds me of. I don't know why. It reminds me of that kids' TV show. Yeah, I don't know if you've heard of it, Dylan. But it reminds me of an old kids' TV show that I used to watch when I was a kid called Banana in Pyjamas.
Yes, I'm not that. I may be young, but I remember that as actually we just witnessed Pater get himself a drive-through as well. So, welcome to the drive-through club, car number 47. Yes, Bananas in Pyjamas actually got remade when I was first when I was about 5 years old. So, you know, because I remember it being an older show, but then remade it, and I was like, oh my god, I remember this show. Yeah, I remember Bananas in Pyjamas, but no, they had white pyjamas, not blue. So I don't know. It was like blue stripes, but it was more predominantly white. So I can't see. I can see where you'd get it from, but I can't see.
Yeah, I know. That's just me showing my age.
Grandpa. Sorry, sorry, Chris. I didn't mean to annoy you. Love you, Chris.
Back to the accent. Back to the accent on track.
We have fun.
Yeah, I don't know why how we got off. Well, I got off track talking about
It's all about liveries.
Liveries, yeah. What have I done?
It's not as bad as the pizza tangent. To be fair, that's a cracking livery, that pizza one. I mean, the ingenuity, you want unique, that 101 car that has just gone and put thousands of pizzas on is brilliant. It still looks like wrapping paper though. I'm convinced I still wrapping paper. Brilliant car though, again. Well, Ryan, 30 minutes left on this.
What we said, sorry. Yeah, this pizza livery.
To go.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, look at this pizza livery as well. It's making me hungry.
We need to get us all in an office for these things. Like, we've got round 5 of the SSRi Endurance Championship, 10 hours at Donington. Check that out in October, by the way, guys. Put it in your calendar. It's going to be brilliant as always. Just to get us down to some HQ or something. It's probably going to be Chris's basement, but you know. And they'll have us all there actually just commentating in person, like we're all fancy, and then they can order us food. Because now I just want pizza now we've all spoke about this. Because how many pizzas do you think are actually on this car? I spoke about this when you went for your break. How many pizzas do you actually think Oliver Anderson's put on this car?
I'm going to say over 9,000.
We can get the bonnet shot, Chris. Chris, you can give us the bonnet shot. See, look at that. Bit more than there's probably 9,000 just on the bonnet alone. The pieces are unrendered from so they're so tiny. You can't even tell the pieces. Someone said they look more like cookies. Yeah, we do a bit. Or
Yeah,
like,
that's what I thought.
You know, an old-fashioned American fruit pie. You know, where they have the cross hatchet over the top, that sort of thing.
For a minute there, I thought as soon as you said fruit pie, I thought you were going to go with. Do you remember the movie American Pie? I was like, oh, as soon as you said, you were talking about the food, I was like, oh, thank God for that.
Never watched that, but I'm guessing from your experience, it's probably something that's got an age rating above me.
Yeah, let's just say it's what age rating was it? I think it was 18 plus when it first came out. But
Yes.
or 15 at least.
Well, I don't think I can watch. Oh, I can watch it, but if it's a 50.
Oh, I don't know how. All of a sudden we're talking about. We're talking about
Anyway, back to the race.
We're talking about food and then we're talking about the banana pajamas. It's just it's all gone downhill.
Are we gonna try and get us to sing bananas and pajamas?
Oh God, I hope not. But anyway, back to the action.
Steve, if you're watching, I am so sorry, mate. Please don't fire me. I'm gonna get. Oh, I can't. I don't know.
Yeah, if you're going to throw the book at someone, throw it at me.
No, Steve always throws the book at me. He's a nice livery. I do like that colour. Is that? We'd say it was more purple or red, but if you get that in an ice lolly, you know it's going to be a good flavour.
Yeah, I was going. Yeah, I was going to say it looks like
a cherry.
It looks like a kind of like a spray paint red.
Yeah. Imagine that as a sunset though. That would look brilliant as well. Either way, I think they're all going to be happy that in 25 minutes we're going to, well, less than that actually, 20 minutes we're going to be vacating here.
Yeah, I think so. They probably think, what are these fools talking about?
We're giving our expert analysis on the race because everyone's sort of found their own bit of tarmac, it seems. So we're not just talking about liveries because at some point you're going to have to. Maybe if the Adams get to join it later and make it, well, actually, they're wrong, this is our favourite livery. And they pick the Pete's one or something, which is one of the standard green ones, but...
Yeah.
To be fair, having these liveries, it makes it distinctive. I mean, especially those bright green ones you see. It's helpful for these endurance races because we can go, we know what car it is because we can look at it and go, say this one is for Team RNA being parted by Benjamin McConnell, because that is also one of my favourite liveries because the blue into black fade. I do like these liveries that have the fade into one colour at the back. They also look really nice. It's very similar to what we said with. It's why the 488 livery looks so good because it has that red to black fade, but we don't like it in here 'cause it's on a Porsche. But again, the 169 car having a fairly good recovery drive from what we had at the start of the race, and Tim Nyboer is also, these guys have started climbing the way up as well. We started P6, or in P6, but I think they was also one of those that got caught up in the start kerfuffle at turn number 4 and dropped down the order outside of the top 10, so it's nice to see them running back up the order. Van der Kraan, we've not seen him for a while in the number 33 car. He's actually made massive inroads after being sent to the Shadow Realm by, if I can find his name, if we can remember him, Alex McGee. Yeah, sent to the Shadow Realm by Alex McGee. That feels like it was a year ago now that we had the battle between the 38, number 12, and the 33. Time had really flown by. But yeah, it's good to see that Van der Klaan is now up into P10. He's made good inroads, good recovery drive from him as well.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, good progress back through the field, back into the top 10, and yeah, there's been that. We had some slight contact in the first few corners, but apart from that, it's been a really clean race so far, and there's been slight spins or half spins, especially that sideways moment from was it Alex Crawford, I believe it was, in the Lamborghini. They through the fast double right-handers, they got sideways, but thankfully managed to save it when it could have ended up being a much worse accident. But managed to keep going, and that was a great move he managed to pull off as well on the outside.
We have seen some absolutely brilliant moves, I must say, and Alex Crawford has to have probably been my favourite. Patrick Prince back in the cars. Good to see he's got his mojo back a bit after he was the one who was unfortunately in the cockpit when that car suffered the unfortunate running out of fuel and stuff. But you know what? These things happen, we learn from it. But it's good to see him back in the car nonetheless, and the number 990 Snackinson's car climbing the way up the order. There's the 222 getting lapped, I believe, just further back. There's only a position that separates them, and yet Patrick Prince is lapping them, as Carl Van Horn is the one in P19 that splits them on the actual standings and results, but on track they are right next to each other. So Patrick Prince, again, it's a very nice livery. This is my favourite, probably my favourite GT3 car, not to drive. I can't stand driving this car. I don't quite have the knack for it in any sim game, but in real life, this probably my favourite GT3 car I've ever witnessed drive, because when you hear it come out of the pit lane, it has a roar to it. It is, in my opinion, when you think GT3 cars, I think this car, it is, in my opinion, the typical GT3 car. It just looks like one, it sounds like one, it's a beautiful car, don't you think?
Yeah, I do like the Lamborghini. It's a nice car. It's a nice car to drive, and it sounds fantastic as well. And I don't know why it just I could listen to it when it comes off the pit limiter. It's like just basically it's in a way it's quiet on the pit limiter, but as soon as you release it, it's just got that roar to it.
It's a GT last year at Donington Park, and cars coming out bit by bit, you know, little by little, and they all have that kind of Formula E hybrid whine to them. Like they have like an electric whine to them. They don't have a massive roar, so we saw some Audis, and also the GT4 cars aren't going to be as loud either. But you know, some of them don't quite have that roar. And then out comes this Lamborghini, like the Barwell Motorsport car, and it just had this. It roared. It really did. When it's crawling at 80 kilometers an hour, it still screams throughout the track. And it definitely marks his presence, I must say, as the number 4 car is into the pit lane. We've not spoken about them for Alf XD. He's been in the car for a fair bit now, so he should be coming in and doing a driver swap. I'm guessing he's been in for a couple of stints now. And I've actually just noticed at the time we are actually approaching the 5th pit window. Where has that gone? It has flown by. So we'll soon be vacating here, probably at the end of this pit window.
Yeah, I was just looking at the time remaining in the race, and I couldn't believe we're coming up to the fifth set of pit stops, and yeah, it's just flew by already. It was basically just about probably just under an hour ago that we had the last set of pit stops, and we're coming up to the next set already. So, but yeah, I have to agree with you regarding the Lamborghini. I in real life it just sounds fantastic, and I'd probably say when it comes to liveries in real life in a Lamborghini, my favourite has to be the Barwell Motorsport liveries.
Barwell Motorsport liveries does remind me a lot of the Snack and Sons cover we have as well right now. They do. but do have that resemblance to, yeah, the number 63, the black livery. If you know what I mean, you know what I mean. But has a vague resemblance to this as well. Maybe that's where they got their inspiration from. It's always nice when you take inspiration from other liveries, because coming up with stuff off the dome isn't always easy. But you know, some can do it, and if you can, props to you. But I know I certainly can't, even though I've tried to make a few liveries in my time. I ended up going and getting someone else to do mine for me, but it was a lot better than what I could pull out.
Yeah, I've attempted some liveries in the past for myself, and they always turn out to be terrible. And yeah, respect to anyone that's got the talent and the time to do liveries and but make them really nice as well, and they look fantastic. Yeah, my respect to you, but I've got the time and the patience to do them. I just don't have the talent to do super talented liveries or smart liveries like you see from other people on ACC or sim racing in general.
That's why we stay to the commentary box, because at least I know I do, because don't get me making livery, don't get me driving on the track. I'll just happily sit here and tell you about races instead of actually trying to do it, because I'll just embarrass myself. That's why this is my job and not what Patrick Prince is doing right now, and he's doing a fairly fine job of it, I must say. People, it's really cool to see as well the rubber that's being laid down on the track, especially over the curves through turn 1 and 2. How much they've just lost their colour because of people just running over the curbs. It's these things as well in the games that you can see track evolution actually happen, which is another reason why ACC is probably one of my favourite games to commentate on, because the graphics are just brilliant as well. It's everything about, not everything, but most things about this game are, from a commentating aspect anyway, are really enjoyable, and I do hope as we approach it, or approach the end of our stint here, you've enjoyed your ACC debut, Ryan.
I've enjoyed it really. I've enjoyed it. I've had loads of fun, and yeah, this first half of the race I've really enjoyed calling as well. And yeah, it looks like yeah, coming up soon as well. It'll be me and you handing over to the two Adams, Adam Bent, and it looks like Adam Vic as well. So I apologise, Adam, if I butchered your last name.
I think it is Islovich.
Islovich, my apologies, but yeah, we'll be switching over to them quite soon as well, and yeah, hopefully they'll enjoy calling this second part of the race as well.
Speaking of the devil, as you've just butchered his name completely, hello Adam.
Hey guys.
This is Adam Islovich, everyone. Please tell us if we've completely messed up your name.
Well, you say Lovich is good, but yeah, it's close enough.
It's better than I butchered someone's name completely awfully in Catalonia, I believe, completely hammered it. So, yes, welcome Adam Islovich. He will be joining Adam Bent very shortly. It'll be a second half of this race where we will be changing streams. We've got 10 more minutes left of the slot here. We will be changing streams very, very shortly. Go to the second part of this 12 hours of Misano. But right now, someone, that is the number 720 car, Bjorn Reynard, has gone and picked up a drive-through penalty for what we can only assume is the dreaded track limit. So, here we go. It's one of my favourite liveries again. Here we go. Just keep talking on about liveries here. It goes, sorting its drive-through out, and just had to do it, didn't you, Chris? Chris Hill, everybody. I'm not going to miss him. There's actually the number 18 car, I believe that was the number 18 car, running a bit wide on the exit of turn number 15, kicking up a bit of gravel and dust and such. As Bjorn Reynard should be exiting pit road just about in time with these lot, actually, as he finishes his drive through. Tim Nybo will just about get the jump on him. Just a quick reminder, in 8 minutes time we will be switching streams to part 2 of this SSRi Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Misano. Final few minutes with myself, Dylan Pick, and Ryan Walker. We'll be handing over to Adam Bent and Adam Islovich. Have you been watching much of the race, Adam, so far? And if so, what have you thought of it?
Yeah, it was really, really fun to watch, but yeah, we're still having 6 hours to go, so anything can happen, right? Some few mistakes from some guys that I didn't thought that they will make, but yeah, it's the heat of the racing. You need to do some dive bombs and try to steal those positions, right? So it happens, right? But it is really, really, it was really fun to watch, still is, and hopefully it will be in the next 6 hours.
Ben has also joined us. Hello, Adam. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you guys?
Tired and hungry and sweaty and hot. It's the UK. We're all suffering.
It's been a bit warm today, absolutely, but I mean, at least the weather's nice. It could be worse.
It could, and we've got that on Monday. But have you been watching any of the race? And if so, what have your thoughts?
I've watched a
been?
little bit. It's looking good so far. I mean, Misano's not one of my favourite tracks per se. I mean, very pretty track if you actually have a look where it's based. But no, I mean, it's been looking interesting so far. I've been just keeping tabs as and when. Have my own stuff to be getting on with as well. Been at my own race. Well, I say my own, with the race team that I work with this afternoon as well. So yeah, I mean, this weather's definitely making it a little bit difficult for those that are driving. Probably got fans on and anything you can to keep yourself cool. Plenty of refreshments that I'm sure Chris and I can come up with along the way. But yeah, absolutely great to be back here a few months out and looking forward to it.
Yeah, the weather in game, however, has actually been quite good. If I stop trying to use fancy words that I can't pronounce properly. But yes, I will end the stream. I'll come off and I'll instantly remember what word I'm trying to say, and I'm like, well, I sound like a muppet. But no, the weather in the game has actually been rather nice. To be fair, it's better than Catalonia, which was showers every now and again, and it was trying to guess when the rain would come next. But here it's been bright Italian sunshine. I don't think anyone's really complained. It's mimicking the weather we've got in real life here, at least in the UK. I don't quite know what it's like in Italy. I'm sure it's probably the same. It's boiling all over Europe apparently. So yeah, we've got this, and now you can come and relieve me and Ryan, and you know, we can go and chill for a bit because I'm getting a bit tired.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant job with the stream, buddy, and yeah, good job. That's really it.
So I think, right, I'm guessing it's time for me and Ryan to vacate here. So just a quick announcement: we will be swapping streams to the second part of the race. So go over it. That is already scheduled on our YouTube channel. So if you just go onto the Simsport Racing International YouTube page, you'll see the SSRi Endurance 12 Hours of Misano Part 2. We'll be switching to that stream there, and then you can enjoy the second half of this race with Adam Bent and Adam Islovich. I've been Dylan Pick. Thank you, Ryan Walker, for joining me, and I think it's time to say goodbye, Ryan.
Yeah, thanks very much for having me, and yeah, have fun calling the second part of this race, both Adams.
Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Yeah, good luck to everyone. Good luck to you lot. Enjoy your comms, and good luck to everyone competing. It's been really fun, so I'll see you all later. Goodbye.